Oh, wait. Alright, I think we're good now. Yeah. Forgot to do that. I was like, I knew I'm forgetting something. Hey! Hey! How we doing, hunters? Eh? How we doing? How's y'all's day going? Hello, Pagan. Hello, Volcano. Sorry, said that weird. Hello, Strange. Hello, Illusion. Hello, Blackie. How is everyone doing? Wolf, nice to see you. Sorry, you know what's so funny? I was ready to go and, like, open the stream, like, 30 minutes ago, but I'm not gonna lie, my stomach is... It's fucking... It's not doing the best. I don't have a virus. I'm not sick. I think, though, I'm not eating, like, enough fiber. So, it just feels like a brick in my stomach. And also, I haven't eaten much yesterday. I did eat this morning, so don't worry, but I'm still, you know, my body's still trying to, like, pick up, catch up, basically. We can't be having that spot? Yeah, I almost said your name. I said, like, a weird in-between. I have the digestive cookies for fiber coverage. I have stuff for fiber. It's just I haven't eaten any of them. So I started eating them. So had to go to the bathroom. Sorry. I might still go to the bathroom just because I'd rather, you know, when you have to go to the bathroom, you should do it as soon as your body tells you to and not hold it in, because then that could cause problems later. I don't think this is very graphic. But, yeah. Hello. Also, hello, Viper, Diver, everyone. Welcome in. Prove a Hero cooked Honkus Us 2 last time. Oh, I wanted to ask, how did that go? So, I had to leave, right? And then I came back, like, an hour and a half later, maybe 2 hours. And I saw you guys were there. And it's so funny, because in chat, I was like, I might hop on. And I said that. It's so funny too, because I said that shit as like I'm laying in bed, eyes like half closed, blanket over my body. I'm like, yeah, I might join, yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh, hello, Atomic. Welcome in. I'm so happy. You know what? Illusion, I'm happy that you're happy. Multiple close attempts, but we never got one victory. Because I wasn't there, Hunter. It's because your favorite gunner wasn't there. That's simply why. The last run we had with Tiger was going so good until someone in chat wasn't running stun resistance on proof. Damn, that's crazy. So I'm assuming someone got stunned and fucking double tapped or got comboed. Hello, Monster. How are you? I'll be there in 5. Still in pajamas. Yeah, literally. Literally, man, I'm so tired. And honestly, guys, this stream... So, little update. So, normally, I'm not gonna hold you. My sleeping schedule would be cooked. Like, I would go to sleep at, like 2 to, 5. And then I had to wake up again at like 10:30 for you guys for stream or do other stuff. But I finally I fixed my sleeping schedule these past like 4 days. So now I'm going to sleep around 11. Like it's still okay. Right? And I'm able to like wake up on time. But it's not that I'm not waking up on time. It's just that, like, I wake up and I don't actually get up to do stuff until, like, 15 minutes later. Now, when I wake up, I'm like, alright, like, I don't feel, like, super tired, so, you know. Also, hello, Matt. I never said hi to you. I'm sorry. Oh, my goodness, is that ready? So, I need to be working on stuff later today. And because of my sleeping schedule, normally I could try pushing myself like past what I was comfortable with because I would normally sleep so late, right? Now that I'm not sleeping as late, I can't be staying up until like until like 9 or 10 because that's about when I need to go to sleep. So, we can do like a 6-hour stream today, but like, I don't want to do more than that, right? Just because you guys want me to make videos, right? It's been 3 weeks since I've made a video. I'm sorry, but I have like 4 things currently being worked on. One of them isn't a skit, but it's a parody video. I think it's going to be very fun. It's coming out fun so far. Then we got like reaction videos. Then we got a video that is going to get me a lot of hate. I'm not gonna lie. It's definitely going to be maybe one of my most like, maybe not controversial. Well, maybe controversial. Our first skit since Game of Thrones. No. Okay. I'm working on it, Viper. That wasn't a diss. That wasn't a diss. I'm just saying that we have a bunch of things working. So the moment one video gets uploaded, hopefully within 2 to 3 days right now, then the next video should be good to go like 5 days from now, right? And then like basically we'll have like back-to-back videos the moment a video gets uploaded, because I'm kind of working on all this stuff to the point where like they should all be uploaded within a reasonable time, like with a reasonable gap, I mean, in between each one. That's Rocky shit. That's rookie shit. That's what he said, Rocky. That's rookie shit. I get out of bed at 3 a.m. and wake up at 9. Hey, I used to yo, in the sunbreak days, yo, I would go to sleep at 10 and wake up at 3. And then work in a factory for fucking... and then work in a factory for like 8 hours. Of course, Volcano, you know about working in a factory. Oh, hello, Gnarly. Also, a little bit of, I'm not gonna tell you who, but you know, we might be having a collab on the channel. Well, not on my channel, but I'm gonna be collabing, and I'm gonna be on someone else's channel. Joshua is the biggest bum in the Elder Dragon community, only second to Kieran. Mr. Rajang Lunch. Damn, that's crazy. I'm not gonna lie, how I think low-key, this is how I'm gonna do. So I do want to say this, we are gonna power scale them, but we might not go into extreme detail. I want to like take an hour to maybe an hour and a half to power scale each Elder Dragon, and then the rest of the time maybe like to talk about like the placement. But for me, I think Kushala on top, Chameleos in the middle, and Tiasra at the bottom in terms of power. But yes, it's real quick on the skit thing. It's not a skit, it's more like a parody of something. Although parody is, depending on how you want to look at parody in terms of legal sense or in terms of just like internet sense, it's like parody-esque. But it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. It's definitely fun. It's going to only be like a 5-minute video, I think. But it's gonna be nice. How did I know this was going to be the topic today? I'm not gonna lie, like, we talked about, like, the weakest Elder Dragons, like, a few streams ago. And then, we were talking about the trio, and so that was the first time, right? And then, Viper posted on the Discord, like, hey, look at what Gameth, Band Gameth said. And with Kushala, with the trio and Nergigante, I'm like, oh, no, this gotta be fate. We gotta talk about this now. Bums going bum for bum. Sorry, I wasn't looking at my chat. I wasn't looking at you guys, so I wasn't, I have to, like, reread all this stuff. No wonder you sounded so tired in those videos. Oh, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes when I get off stream, I just go immediately to, like, it'll be 8 p.m. and I would be talking for, like 8 hours. I stream 8 hours, and then immediately, like, 30 minutes later, after ending stream, I turn on the recorder, you know? I fucking record. And so sometimes you can hear in certain videos, you can hear like my voice doesn't, I don't sound as energetic, and it sounds like a little raspy. That's because I recorded right after stream. Today is officially the start of Spottable Shenanigans Part 2 production. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know what it's also? You guys are gonna be getting, Monster Hunter Randomness 2. And in a bit, it's going to be in September, but it's going to be in a bit, you know? Is that a spoiler in this economy? We'll go back to the store and get some gnarly tequila. Also works. The fuck is gnarly saying? Storm forgot. Cough drop. Oh. Do not supplement tequila with cough drops. Or cough drops for... No. Tequila for cough drops. Sorry. Low-key, Sorayos has a very average fight. I think it somewhat depends on which generation he's a part of. Or which game. But, like, Sorayos in general has a very engaging fight. Like, I wouldn't, I'm not gonna lie, with Rajang, I can snooze through Rajang's fight. At least, new gen Rajang, I can snooze through his fight. Sorayos, like, I'm comfortable, I know all of his moves already, but I can't fuck up, or he's gonna whoop my shit. On God, that was not my suggestion for today. I'm all for Nergigante slander, but that shit was crazy. I feel like the strongest Elder Trio, it's kind of obvious, is it not? But we're going to be talking about it. Even for Nergigante's #1 down player. The big three of low tier Elder Dragons, yes. Meanwhile, I just dropped 110 on paint. Ready whenever you need for spot shenanigans. I got you, dog. Oh yeah, guys, give Ready, if you have any clips like you want like Ready to use, just send it to Ready's. Send it over to Ready. The fact that we're 2 weeks away from September is mind-boggling. I'm not gonna lie, the first week of August just went like just like that. Just like that. I don't know how, but it just did. Steve is hella annoying, and that's why I love him. Steve, you know what's funny? People are like, I hate Steve's fight. He always gets me with this one move, or his moves is bullshit. It's like, guys, if you've had difficulty fighting Sorayos, that means he's a good fight. Now, again, certain weapons, I've always said this, and this is true, that certain weapons have like certain monster kryptonites. Like, for me as a gunner, Blangonga's annoying as shit. Especially old gen. But for a lot of melee weapons, he's like completely fine. But for me, personally, he's super fucking annoying. Who's your least favorite wild monster? Both... Including returning monsters and not including returning monsters, it'd probably have to be Hirabami. Listen. Oh, that's another monster as a gunner. Hirabami's just annoying. But that's just because it's like it's very like slender and it moves around in the air like a lot, like a ribbon, which is really cool. But as a gunner, it's annoying. Do you see the new Sorayos statue that just dropped SWAT? I did not. That statue is around $150. You're gonna have to send that to me in the Discord. Sunbreak Sorayos feels really mid in my opinion. I think it feels somewhat mid. I don't think it's mid, but I don't... I think the panic of Sorregio, like for me as a gunner, the panic of like if I fuck up once, I'm gonna be gone, is kind of mitigated with the wire bugs. So the fight itself I really like, but like the thrill of me getting my shit rocked in against Sunbreak Sorregios isn't quite there because the wire bugs are like good insurance, if that makes sense. I'm not sure if that makes sense, but to me that makes sense. Just play bowgun? Exactly, Atomic. Exactly. I just hear goat slander. Okay. My ears. So, obviously, we have a topic for today. Obviously. So, real quick, I want to just ask you guys, who do you think is the weakest, and who do you think is the who do you guys think is the weakest and the strongest of the Elder Dragon trio? Of course, you don't have to say who's like in the middle, because if you give like if you say two names, then that just leaves one monster left. So we know that. I'm just curious. Like, I kind of want to gauge people's opinions here, because as I said before, I think Kushala overall I'm gonna put at the top, Chameleos at the bottom. I'm sorry, Chameleos mid, and then middle I should more say, because mid has a negative connotation for a lot of people, and then at the bottom Teostra. Poison little guy. That's funny. 10 more days, 10 more until an Ascendance trailer. Yeah, damn, that's crazy. Really has been that long. Is it? It's not like game. Well, it might be like it might have a piece of gameplay. That's what the other trailer did, but it's not like last trailer or something, right? No, there's no way. It's way too soon. This trailer will probably give us a date. I will say that. It's not awful or anything, but he's super predictable, and he has a tiny health pool. He's weak to thunder, even though his lore says his skills protect him from thunder. Does it protect him from thunder? I thought it protected him from fire. I have to wonder if they would have released it on the 11th. Oh, hello, Charles. Who's worse, GU Rathalos or Rise Rathalos? Yo, Rise Rathalos is like one of the best Rathaloses, so instantly it's GU. I don't know why you're saying the worst and you put Rise Rathalos there. Chameleos is the weakest. Kushala is barely the strongest. Okay. Toaster bottom. Oh, snap. I'm just gonna say Otek. I'm just gonna say Otek for your name. I'm sorry. I can't be saying all that in one go every time. Otek says... Also, hello, Otek. Strongest wind guy, weakest poison little guy. Okay. Chameleos is the weakest. Chameleos, Kushala, Teostra in that order. So, Chameleos strongest, Teostra weakest, or Teostra weakest, Kushala... I mean, Teostra strongest, Chameleos weakest. I'm not sure which one that is. Theo seems to be the strongest for me, and Chameleos is the bottom. It's the first trailer. Well, no, the first trailer is the one we got before, no? Oh, no, that's the announcement trailer. My fault, right? That's the announcement trailer. That's what's different here, right? Give us intervals, if not a month. Okay, probably Chameleos, even though he's my favorite. And Teostra, I think, is implied to be the strongest. I don't know if Teostra's implied to be the strongest. Counts as a teaser. Okay, got it. Hello, DM. Are we talking about monsters in the trio or the whole trio? The whole trio? Or the oh, we're talking about monsters. Well, yeah, we're talking about Kushala, Teostra, and I was about to say Lunastra. Well, Lunastra might like be a curveball, but we're not really talking about her. We're not really talking about her. We're not really talking about Rusty the Kushala either. We're not talking about the Risens. We're not talking about those guys, okay? We can maybe bring them up in discussion after the fact, but no, we're just talking about Kushala, Teostra, and Camilios. Oh, hello, Wonder. Hello, Wonder. We gotta mention Lunastra at some point. We'll mention her, but she's not gonna be like a part of, like, we'll have, okay, so at the end of this or at the end of the topic, we'll discuss about like the placement, right? And then we'll ask, okay, now where does Teostra fit in this, right? We'll ask that. But for the beginning, we're just going to be talking about, where does Lunastra fit into this? I'm sorry. But before that, we'll just talk about Teostra. Hello, Luca. Hello. How are you? Welcome in. I was running during that convo, but I'd say Camilius is the weakest and Teostra is strongest. Okay. Also, the chat has been very active. It's good to see. Surprisingly, despite me not having the biggest, despite me not having like the biggest chat, especially for being like almost 20k subs, you guys are very active in the chat. I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I'll see people on YouTube or in Twitch, right? I'll see like Twitch content creators, YouTube content creators who stream, and like they'll have like apparently 40 people in their stream, but you'll only see like 3 or maybe 4 people talk. And I'm like, damn, where are y'all? You might have cut out, or is that just me? I don't think I saw a lag spike, but maybe there was. Who's winning, Shaguru or Lunastra? I'm probably gonna have to give it to Shaguru. But Shaguru is, oh my god, boy, do I have some words about Shaguru in my next on one of the videos I'm working on right now. I got some things to say about Shaguru. It's the video that I think might get some controversy. I say controversy, not like horrible controversy, but like it's going to be very divisive. Spot, could Arkveld beat anyone from the Elder Trio? Yes, I legitimately think Ark is just a bad matchup for Teostra. Now, Camilios, on the other hand, you know, that's a different thing. Not my ore farmer, no. I learned today that Shaguru is said to have decimated kingdoms, but here's the thing, right? When we talk about stuff like that, in decimation, in what fashion? Because killing off all the wildlife and farm animals and everything surrounding a kingdom will put that kingdom on its fucking knees. Because all the animals are dead. People are getting a little bit sick. People, because of the frenzy virus, they're not affected as the same way as monsters, but it still affects humans in a negative way. So I just don't know. Like, yeah. And Shaguru as a monster could just be, in general, a very big threat to the kingdom in terms of just a strong monster. Are we gonna have Ascended Smash or Pass? I'm probably gonna have a Smash or Pass, like, Wilds thing. I would assume a few months after release Atomic. I mean, Shaguru is like a fucking plague, so it makes sense. Well, it's like BZ. I just think he's implied to be the strongest of the three, because Teostra is usually fought last, like in you can't. I don't really care about, like, Monster Hunter placements like that. That doesn't really say too much. In canon, Shagru with the virus literally makes some species extinct. Well, in canon, you'd have to tell me where in canon that says, but they call me Shagru's biggest hater. No one calls me that. I'm not gonna lie, I might seem like a Shagru hater when this video comes out. I might. Shagru is super Elder Dragon, or he's not. He's like mid-tier Elder Dragon level. So there's 4 tiers, in my opinion, when it comes to Elder Dragon power scaling, or in general, like power. You have low Elder Dragon level monsters. Those are your Elder Dragon Trio, Kirin, Valhazak, Yamasukami, and monsters like that. Mid-tier is a weird jumble mess, but it's all those monsters who are just straight up above low tier. So you got Nergigante, Malzenos of any kind, Valstrax, Ibushi, Narwa, Velkhana, Valstrax, like you got those guys, right? And then you have the upper tier, which I just consider like high tier, which is like all the big boys. I'm talking about Nakarkos, Sadeas, like, Kol of Tarath, Xenojiva specifically, not Safejiva. Xenojiva, you got Geismangorm, Shara. You might include All-Mother, but that's a little bit cheeky, right? So you got monsters like that, and then the last tier, the highest tier, that's just like, I just call that Black Elder Dragon tier. All the Black Dragon, Safi, Zoshia. Although Zoshia is kind of like a weird one. You probably wouldn't put Zoshia there because he's not considered an Elder Dragon. But in terms of power, he's up there. Then you have, like, theoretical largest, like, Zor Magdaros, and Dalmadurs and stuff like that. Same with how I seem like a Nergigante hater. Bracky, you literally say you're a Nergigante hater. Don't, what the fuck? What the fuck, like, Bracky over here like, no, that ain't me. That ain't me. I think Shagru is going to be a setup to rival Jindahad in Wilds, given Gore makes home in the cliffs. Shaggy is very territorial and Jin has good toolkit. Okay, well, here's the thing. Shagru likes to basically spawn on top of areas so it can spread its frenzy virus further using the wind and all that. So I'm not sure if the Ice Shard Cliffs would be a decent place for that. But maybe a Gormagala turns into a Shagru in the Ice Shard Cliffs. Yo, Jin upscale? No fucking Jin upscale. The only monster confirmed to be Super Elder Dragon tier are Ruiner, Nergigante, and Fierce Jang. I don't hate him. He's just overglazed. Brachiosaurus over here. Bracky over here being like, hatred and glaze. Perfectly balanced as all things should be. If he's overly glazing, if he's getting overglazed, I gotta hate him. Hello local. I would say Iceborne Endgame. Hello Giddens. I'm assuming we're not counting the Risen forms. Not really. Not really. We're not really counting the Risen forms, if I'm being honest. Like, nah, because they all get a power-up and stuff, and so I wouldn't. I mean, some of their power-ups are just like Chameleos's power-up is kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie. But no, like Lunastra and Rusted Kushala we might like touch on towards the end, but in general we're not going to talk about them for like a little bit. Let's change scale chat to be Fatalis. That's a joke. Yeah, but the clips can get really windy if you think about it. It can, but I don't know, maybe. So, who do we want to power scale first? Who do we want to who do you guys want to power scale first? Just I want to see if there's like a unanimous like first monster we want to power scale. Again, the options: Kushala, Teostra, and Chameleos. Bumcha. Shagru, Nugigante. Alright, guys. The trio. Okay, fuck it. Also, Spot, did you see the changes YouTube is making towards monetization? They're doubling the requirements for it. Yep. I had like a whole 40-minute conversation with Tiger about that. Rajang is a fraud? Oh, yeah, he is. And trust me, that's going to be a talking point in an upcoming video. A video I'm making right now. Chameleos. Chameleos. Okay. They also added DMs to YouTube for some reason. I didn't see that. Well, that's weird. The Urpa Lizard. Alright, everyone's saying Chameleos. Everyone is saying Chameleos. So we're going to start with Chameleos first. Rajang is the GOAT? I don't know. I don't know. That might be a bit much. That might be a bit much. So for this, for Chameleos, we'll watch. For Chameleos, we will watch. I'm not gonna lie. The Rise Chameleos cutscene doesn't really have anything of substance. What I think does have substance is the 4 Ultimate. Or is it just 4? Is it 4 Ultimate? I think it's 4 Ultimate. Yeah, it is. The 4 Ultimate, little thing. Little intro. That one, I believe, has a little bit of substance to it. So we'll watch that too. Also, Ocean's made a video all about Chameleos. 25 minutes long, so we'll watch that. I think he has one in Dose too. Does he? Cutscene. Does he? I thought it was just like him walking and stuff. I didn't think it was like a full-on like thing. I don't think he does. I'm not seeing anything. I'll be back in a little. See ya. Okay, bye, Ready. Bye, Ready. Thank you for coming. Bye, everyone, for the time. Researcher, yo, what's going on, Researcher? What's going on? What's going on? Welcome in, welcome in. Will you watch the Rajang video? Maybe. I'm guessing the Rise one is useless. Yeah, the Rise one is just him. It's more to try to give him aura. But, like, there's nothing in the Rise video that we don't already know. He goes in video, he goes like around the cat, goes invisible, and he puts mist around the area. Like there's really not much. I'm just Cuckoo Gaming. Oh, okay, I'll just say Cuckoo then. That Ocean video is buns. He put in his description that almost everything he said in that video was made up to pad out the video. No fucking shot. Hold on, let me see this. Let me fucking see this. No, I didn't want to look at his channel. I wanted to look at the video itself. Let me see. Nothing in the description says that at all, Volcano. Oh, hello, Isaac. Wait, how is Kieran not in the bottom 3? Well, Kieran is one of the weakest Elder Dragons. But we're not talking about the 3 weakest Elder Dragons. We're talking about the Elder Dragon Trio, which consists of Chameleos, Kushala, and Teostra. I don't understand why people fear Rajang. I beat his ass. It's because, like, people's first interaction with, like, old gen Rajang is just generally a hard fight. Especially if you, like, the first time you fight him and you're not, like, super prepared. Yeah, Volcano, he didn't say in the description that everything he said was the made out pad time. Unless you, maybe he left a comment? Maybe he left a comment? No, he didn't leave a comment specifically about that. He's liked a lot of people's things. No. No, I don't see anything. Okay, and then we'll do some. We'll do Rise gameplay to talk about him too. Rise gameplay by boss fight database. You already fucking know the GOAT. You already know what the fuck going on. I swear he had something in the description that mentioned he came up with the connection he makes with Chameleos and Fulgurite. Are you sure that's the Chameleos video? The Chameleos video. We're doing the Chameleos video. We're doing the Chameleos video. Hello, Kamo. Kushala Strong is in the trio, and he's my GOAT. Hey, he not wrong. He not wrong. Malzeno is scary as scary motherfucker, to be fair. Yeah, Primordial Malzeno genuinely scares me. He's like he's like the chill, he's like one of the chillest Elder Dragons ever. Maybe even chillest, like, normal, like, just like a monster in general. But then you fight him and he's like, maybe I should not have fought this guy. As I'm sure. Well, I didn't see it. I read through the description. I read some comments and everything. I didn't see that he left a comment. He pinned a comment, but it wasn't of anything like that. And I tried to look for, like, him commenting on someone else's comment. Maybe he said it there, but I didn't find it. And Fog Potent, mind you, I be tripping because I watched that video when it dropped, and I was like, what? We'll watch it. We'll watch it. You know what? Because you brought it up so much, Volcano, we'll watch it. We will start with the Chameleos video. And for all of you who are new to the stream and don't know how I do these, like, power scaling on stream, I go over the monster's strengths and all that, but I write them down in my notes. We go over their strengths, we go over their weaknesses, and we kind of have a general view of, like, you know, how powerful the monster is. So, yeah. Oh, hello, cool. Hello. Have I missed anything? Not really. We're deciding with, we're going with Chameleos, and we're watching the Ocean's Chameleos video first. Nakushella has biblical levels of greed, taking a spot in the thing. Okay. Elder Dragon Trio. Yes, sir. Chameleos. Nope, I said Chameleos. No, Chameleos. Chameleos. Strengths. Obviously, the first strength, we all fucking know it. Invisibility. Yes, we're gonna count his invisibility as a strength. Obviously. That he's just going invisible? Yes, we're counting it as a strength. Can go invisible. Heck, you can even go invisible for, like, I don't even know, there's, like, a certain timer for, like, when, like, for invisibility. Because in the GU cutscene, he's invisible for, like, a good amount of time. While in certain cutscenes and in gameplay, he's only invisible for, like, for maybe, like, 5 seconds. Like, it really depends on, like, if he wants to stay invisible. Of course, the invisibility weakness is that the moment he starts, like, really, like, moving either quickly or attacking, he gets out of his invisibility. But the strength is, like, he can just go invisible, so. Alright, let's start the video. I only remember this video making me unreasonably mad because he said all this stuff and didn't list a source. Insert that. That's nice, Senator, about how you back it up with a source. Oh, okay. I get what you mean. Okie doke. Check memes? I'll check it later. Oh, wait. Is the audio? Yeah, I always set it up. Okie doke. Oh, shit. Hold on. Oh, shit. Hold on. We kind of getting jiggy with it. Oh, shit. I pinged you in general. Oh, ABD. Wait, is ABD here? That's a hard fucking frame. ABD here? Oh, no, you pinged ABD. Okay. Or is ABD here? No, I don't see him. Okay. He linked me the Steve statue? Okay. Got it.
Discoveries such
There's a
as
Monster
the
Hunter!
Wyvern Gods only further emboldened the guild.
Wait, hold on. Do we skip? We'll just play it, you know.
In their efforts to utilize
Doom, dude, am the hell. Oh, hello, ABD. Hello.
myths and legends as starting points for their research. That was easier said than done, however. Many folk
hello,
tales
Sir
are
Tex.
rooted
Welcome in.
in superstition, and while they may be based on
We're watching the Chameleos video by Oceans. Just as like a kind of like a just like the first part of the research. Don't worry, this isn't all the research. We'll be taking notes and stuff. We'll be doing things, but yeah.
actual monster encounters at times,
Look out, Chameleos!
they-
Where? Oh, you scared me. I've said this joke before, and I'll say it again. Chameleos is in every single game. We just never fight him, and he just doesn't want to be seen. And you can't disagree with me on that.
are just as often the result of a misunderstanding, hallucination, or outright lie. Nevertheless, the guild
Yeah, you're going to be gut checked real quick. Coco, why? Brother, why?
considered this approach worthwhile, and dedicated a decent number of researchers and scriveners to the task. One group of legends that seemed immediately promising was that surrounding the ancient phantom. These stories come in two distinct versions. In the west of the continent, tales tell of a forest spirit that hides in the mist that hangs over the trees, a being that punishes naughty children who misbehave and snatches them unseen. In the east, local...
When I say that, I mean about power scaling of Camillus. No, I mean Camillus. I don't know why you're saying gut punched. Camillus is a strong guy. All right.
myths describe a deity that fills the valleys with fog.
Who are the monsters who can go invisible? Aren't there 3? Camelios, Nightcloak, Malfastio, Lucinar, Guga. Yeah, we got 3 monsters who go invisible. And they all feel completely different to each other, and I love that.
A guardian that watches over the bridge between life and death. Across multiple retellings, an image of a creature that hides in fog and tricks people emerges.
Why do you sound like you were greeting a cab when... I'm sorry for pausing the video. When you're saying hi to ABD, I just like saying hi to people. Sometimes I say it like that, sometimes I say it normally. I don't know, doesn't really... I just sometimes do it. There is no real reason. But yeah. Also, hello, casual.
Ancient Phantom especially interesting to the guild, however, was not merely these consistent signifiers, but the attitudes of the people who grew up with these stories. Nearly all of them essentially treated this mythical creature as if it was already confirmed to exist, talking about its existence casually and openly. When questioned by the guild, some were even surprised to hear that it hadn't been officially discovered yet. Many figured that it had already been classified as an elder dragon, as that was what the locals seemed to unanimously agree on it being.
You know what's funny? Out of the 3 monsters who can go invisible, you have a rare species, you have a deviant, and then you have Camelius, who's an elder dragon. Technically, Camelius is the one, like, out of place. He's the only elder dragon out of the 2, which means we have more invisible monsters who are not elder dragons than invisible monsters who are elder dragons, which means if you were to ever see an invisible monster, it might not be just immediate. It might not be like, oh, he's an elder dragon. Maybe not. Maybe not.
When the perplexed guild researchers
what does bro look like, Cotton? Yo, I fucking thought the same shit. I just didn't say anything.
The case grew even stranger. Nearly no 2 descriptions were identical.
Boy, what the fuck? Yo, why this kind of cool though? Why this kind of cool though? Yo, why this kind of cool?
Many varying wildly on size, color, and general body plan. Clearly, the ancient phantom existed, but in order to identify what it was exactly, a first-hand encounter would be necessary. And so, guild hunters and scholars ventured into the forests the creature was set to inhabit, and, after a lengthy investigation, managed to record its existence. It was indeed classified as an elder dragon, and named Camelios.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, completely off point right now. Camelios used to be like one of my favorite elder dragons, like ever. Like when I first got this series with generations and all that, Camelios was like my first like favorite elder dragon, even before Nakarkos. Because my first fight with Camelios was genuinely so fun and like hectic that it just left a giant impression with me.
Once clear and consistent reports were confirmed and compiled, the emerging
hello OG. Hello OG, how are you?
Was peculiar indeed. It is chameleon-like in appearance, covered in a purple skin of odd texture, with a large leaf-like tail that ends in multiple coiled protrusions. Its massive eyes can move independently and allow the creature to survey both heaven and earth at the same time. Unlike what one would expect from an elder dragon, the Camelios is a calm, almost docile creature. while it will defend itself and is not fond of intruders, it is considerably less aggressive than most known monsters. Its most intriguing feature, however,
Who are some of the most chillest monsters in general? Like, if someone's next to the monster, whether it be a small monster or a hunter, like, the monster will generally not attack first. Who are, like, some of the chillest ones? Chameleos, I think Kieran, again, as long as the creature that's next to the Elder Dragon or monster doesn't antagonize them first. I think Chameleos, Kieran, Primordial Malzeno, the Morens, like any large monster other than Delamadur, just because, well, I mean like super large, other than Delamadur, because Delamadur would just fucking kill you no matter what. We got some pretty chill Elder Dragons, I'm not gonna lie. We got a few.
took some time to discover and was studied across many different researchers and institutions, for it is a truly magnificent ability. The Chameleos can become invisible. Across all early encounters, this remained a consistent observation, one that baffled researchers. At the time, no other monster with that ability had ever been found, and even today, many generations later, there are still only 3, including the Chameleos. It is an absurd power that bends reality, and one that the guild immediately...
Is it an absurd power that bends reality? Again, we have 2 other monsters. Like, the ability itself is weird. Like, Lucid Kuga and Nightcloak Malfesto going invisible actually don't... Like, it's still really weird. But, like, mind-bending, I don't know about that. Like, the motherfucker's just going invisible. Although, then maybe that's more our desanitation, or desanitation, what? Like our, being not desentified, fuck. Basically, because of how much, like, fiction we consume, we think invisibility isn't that impressive. But to, like, people in Monster Hunter, that shit's crazy. Never seen anything like it. Never even read anything like it.
Generations later, there are still only 3, including the Chameleos. It is an absurd power that bends reality, and one that the guild
But bends reality? I don't know about that. Bends reality? I don't know about that. Yo, Chameleos upscale? Reality warper? Yo?
immediately began investigating thoroughly. For a long time, research went nowhere. The Chameleos is an elusive creature to begin with, and observing invisibility turned out to be just as hard as it sounds. The first breakthrough didn't come from researchers, but from a hunting party that had fended off a curious Chameleos from a trade caravan. During the short scuffle, a piece of the dragon's skin had been torn off by a hunter, who then donated that sample to the Royal Paleontology Scrivener's Lodge. Here, the head researcher immediately went to work, subjecting the sample to all sorts of experiments. Heat, cold, humidity, various conditions were tested to see if the skin's reaction to them could provide a hint as to how the Chameleos turned invisible. These efforts remained fruitless for a time, until a researcher working on an unrelated project accidentally dropped a fresh thunder sack from his sample box onto the Chameleos skin. What initially seemed like a disaster ended up being a blessing.
Is he going to... Okay, so I think this is... It's a re-release, so I'm pretty sure this is actually like a slightly touched up on, like, quality-wise re-release of like an older video. But usually in his newer videos, or videos as of, like, somewhat... maybe at this point you wouldn't even say recently. Now it's been a bit now. Where he actually puts, like, where he finds what he's talking about. He does have the stuff in the description where he has his resources, but now he puts, like, a little thing up here of, like, where he's getting his information from, just to make it easier on people. So I guess I'm just bringing this up with, like, I'm taking this with a very slight grain of salt until I can actually look into it myself. But I'm willing to give what he's saying right here the benefit of the doubt.
Skin sample reacted to the electricity
Oh, hello, Dark Shadow. How are you? What's up, Hunter? What is up, our favorite gunner? You already know. You already know. We're power scaling Chameleos right now, and we're watching the Oceans Chameleos video.
In the thunder sac and began changing color. It also seemed to maintain the electric charge and could even emit a weakened electric pulse into the air around it. While no amount of tinkering could make the skin go entirely invisible, it seemed obvious that this trait must somehow be linked to the invisibility. There was a problem, however. No electrosac had ever been seen or found on the Chameleos, and without some way to control electricity, there was no explanation as to how this trait could play into the dragon's invisibility. While various scientists hummed and hawed over
It could be the horn, right? The horn is like a power source of sorts, but it's not like... The horn isn't like thunder, but like produces enough bioelectricity to potentially like just be able to like basically make it so going completely invisible it's possible.
over the skin sample, Chameleos sightings and reports from
Also, hello Arkveld, how are you?
hunters continued to yield valuable morsels of information. One key observation was that the Chameleos' invisibility did not activate at random. It was always preceded by the dragon exhaling vast amounts of dull mist. And once the mist dissipated, the Chameleos would prioritize exhaling more of it. One hunter managed to capture some of the mist in a flask and condense it
Oh, hello, I haven't seen you here in a while. Hello. How are you?
back down into liquid form, allowing it to be studied. To the shock of the researchers, the mist was not composed of water.
The sample of Chameleos mist was procured by a hunter who managed to capture it and condense it down to a liquid form, and this revealed the substance in the air. This was not water, but instead a neurotoxin, later dubbed Hellworld Toxin. Boy, what the fuck? In high doses, this compound essentially melts the brain, but at concentrations found in Chameleos mist, it merely causes mild hallucinations and disrupts sensory organs and perception. Now, here's the thing. When they're saying this, I'm pretty sure the only basis they have for this is humans, right? So when they say high doses or mild doses, I think the benchmark they're using is a human. And so anything bigger or anything smaller than a human will have different thresholds for the effects taking place. Oh, hello, Boone. Hello, Boone. How are you? How are you, Boone? How are you? Hello. I'm gonna take a break from this phone with how small it is and how many times maybe do it. Okay. I'm doing excellently. That's wonderful. I won't be here long, so I hope you guys have a good day or night, good evening. Oh, that's unfortunate. But it's always good seeing you. Hello? It's really good seeing you. Both the traits actually come into contact with each other. Palicos 2. Palicos 2, yes, with the rise thing, that's kind of what I was thinking. I'm like, the Palico is smaller than a human. So, threshold for a Palico having, like, deadly poison into its body is lower.
But instead of a neural...
Why would it adaptation just for humans? Well, it's not just... I didn't say it was just for humans. Hello, Geo. Hello, Geo. Welcome in. I never said bye. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, no, you're not saying bye. You're saying bye to hello. Okay, never mind. Bye, hello. You take care. I didn't say it was just for humans. I'm saying that they're saying in high doses and in mild doses. I'm saying that they're probably using the benchmark of a human for what they consider a high dose or mild dose. Considering, I mean, I'm not thinking they're experimenting on, I mean, maybe they're experimenting on pigs or something. But the importance of the dose, I think, is primarily for humans, because humans are the ones who would go out and hunt this thing, so it would be best to know what the threshold would be for humans.
Toxin. In higher doses, this compound is an extremely deadly poison, but the concentration in the Chameleos' mist was distinctly non-lethal. Instead, it was dosed such that this toxin would produce mild hallucinogenic effects in those who inhaled the mist.
So basically, in the mist, under normal circumstances, in the mist, it drugs you. In probably liquid form, like the straight up liquid form, like a glass of liquid, if you were to ingest that, that's just killing you. So in very high concentrations, it's straight up deadly. Like very deadly. But in mist, it's more like a drug, if anything.
Another piece of the puzzle, as this hallucinogen could be used to mess with someone's perception.
And then Risen Chameleos took this and was like, fuck that! High deadly toxin in the mist! Fuck that! Real quick though, we're gonna add on top of the strengths. I'm not sure if you guys remember, but we are still power scaling here. So the mist can produce a field of mist like fog. In the mist, it has... Basically, it is poison. It's basically poison of a sense. Well, it's neurotoxin, no? Yeah, so it's neurotoxin. It has, neurotoxin. Everyone's favorite toxin, by the way. Neurotoxin is everyone's favorite toxin. It has neurotoxin. And in high... Is it doses? Yeah. High doses. Doses is lethal. Just straight up lethal. I'm not gonna lie. Lethal. But in mild doses, it's more like a drug that causes hallucinations. That is not fucking how you spell hallucinations. Hallucinations and disrupts. Not distrust. What the fuck? Disrupts sensory organs. There you go. Oh, and perception. I should probably write that down. And perception. There you go. Change your list now? What do you mean change my list? I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. No, for now I'm still gonna keep Kushella on the top. But you definitely have a good argument for Chameleos be on top.
This also explained why eyewitness accounts had previously been so
Bro, what the fuck? This shit's scary, bro.
unreliable, as the witnesses in...
Oh! I'm sorry, it completely went over my head. I heard it, but it completely went over my head. Not only for the 9 months being a light bowgun member, thank you. When I guess technically you breathing things go into your bloodstream. Well, yeah.
Question would have been under the effects of this hallucinogen and would not have been able to trust their eyes. The final discovery that
Boy, I'm not gonna lie, Chameleos can literally grab you and eat you like how a regular like a regular chameleon grabs like a giant cicada and like crunches and eats it. Like, imagine Chameleos just like looking at you, tongue flicking you, grabbing you, and then like crunching you and like folding you in half to just immediately swallow you whole.
Finally blew the case wide open came, once again, from a field sample. This time, a chunk of Chameleos' flesh with still intact blood vessels. Close inspection of the
He's just a silly
sample
little guy.
found specialized pores that could release their contents into the bloodstream.
The sample that gives invisibility gave invisibility research its final push was a chunk of flesh of the hunter out by a hunter, which still has blood vessels part of its skin tag. Unless the sample revealed that the Chameleos's blood vessels were connected to a secondary delivery system that could, when stimulated, eject the bloodstream with additional substances. The secondary system has been found to contain small amounts of Vokium powder, a mineral that usually emerges as ore nodes out in the frontier. Ooh.
Directly when stimulated. What was truly fascinating was what those spores contained. Tiny amounts of pulverized fusium ore. Elder dragons were known to eat or at least lick ores, and the Chameleos seemed to be no exception. It specifically being fusium ore was the key to finally understanding the Chameleos' ability, however. While most hunters know it as a sturdy material used in weapons crafting, fusium ore has another
Oh, hello,
property
Noah.
that
Welcome in, Noah. Welcome in. Welcome in.
makes it useful to
Fighting Black Veil right now? Good luck.
master blacksmiths. It produces a weak electric current when mixed with elder dragon blood. Through the combined efforts of hunters and scientists, these discoveries
Wow, so it's really not just like one thing. It's like one reason and then boom, invisibility. It's like a bunch of things working together to create the invisibility. I like that. Right? It's like a system, right? The moment something in that system's compromised, the invisibility is also compromised. I like it. I like it, Picasso.
were synthesized into a functional hypothesis of exactly how the Chameleos goes invisible. The ability relies on the interplay between the skin, the blood, and the mist. The Chameleos releases traces of fusium ore into its bloodstream, which causes the generation of a weak electric current. This current spreads to the skin, which begins changing color. The Chameleos carefully modulates the current and skin color until its body is as close to translucent as it can get. Simultaneously, the dragon begins exhaling the toxic mist, covering a wide area around it. The hallucinogenic neurotoxin in the mist disrupts the perception of those who inhale it, tricking them into losing sight of the Chameleos even further. Finally, the electric charge in the skin interacts with the particulates in the mist surrounding the Chameleos, changing the composition
They're going to eat the chameleons? Yeah, that's the stuff right there.
slightly such that they bend light differently. This completes the effect and turns the Chameleos fully invisible. It is a wonder of nature, a three-pronged mechanism working in harmonic tandem to enable a truly mind-bending ability.
Damn it, and like Lucent, damn it, Lucent just like, yo, watch me just do this shit. Malfestio's like, damn, just watch me do this shit real quick. Chameleos is over here just like doing the absolute most, like everything needs to be working perfectly. And Lucent's like, yo, wouldn't it be funny if I just went invisible? Hello, Cream. Hello, Cream. Welcome in. Black Veil sucks. I'm guessing you carded.
Even as some details about this ability remain unknown, the very fact of its existence is unbelievable. This hypothesis...
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong.
Even as some details
Correct me if
about
I'm
this
wrong.
ability remain unknown, the very fact
Mysterio's an Elder Dragon? I mean, kinda.
of its existence is...
Correct me if I'm wrong. Is Chameleos not the largest Elder Dragon out of the trio? I definitely think he's the longest. Well, the horn and the little edge of the tail might give it definitely an edge. Like, he's not like massively bigger, but like in terms of just like size, he does seem to be slightly bigger at the very least.
Believable. This hypothesis continues to be reinforced and even expanded.
Lucid saw Moonlight and said, I can work with that. Oh, yo, Rata. Hello, Rata. Hello. I'm sorry I didn't see you, I didn't see you, say something. I'm sorry. Hello, hello. But since we're talking about Kushala, can he bend low all the wind away? Are you saying he can blow all the mist away? That is something I do think he could do.
Hunters have noted that damaging or
Damn! What are you doing? Damn, Chameleos! Damn, boy! What'd they do to you? I'm so sorry! Yo, Hammer... Yo, Hammer mains are just like... I know Hammer mains see Chameleos' face, they're like, yeah, I gotta fucking break that shit.
breaking the Chameleos' luminous nose horn weakens its invisibility drastically, making it unable to fully disappear. This has led to the
Wait,
belief
let's back it up.
existence is unbelievable. This hypothesis continues to be reinforced and even expanded.
Okay, hold on. We do have something to put here. So we do see that Chameleos, in general, is able to break the ground pretty consistently.
Remain unknown.
Just by lifting up his tail, he's able to break the ground and send, like, rubble flying. I wouldn't even call that rubble. Those boulders, right? Those are boulders. Bigger than a human. Well, if a human was laying flat, to be fair. In terms of strength, Chameleos is not weak. I feel like some people... I think Viper said this before, and I agree with Viper, that Chameleos being a silly guy makes people think he's physically weak or a weak monster. That's not the case. I really hate the shape of his tail. I understand that point. I kind of like to think of it as like a wet leaf, but I like it. What do you call it? So, strength-wise... wait, hold on. Let's just say strong enough to consistently, again, consistently, break the ground underneath him by, like, how hard he hits. Whether it's his tail breaking the ground by just, like, the tail itself moving. He's not rearing up, he's not doing a Galavinus, right? He's like, putting all of his weight into it. But it's literally like, he's just like lifting up his tail and just breaking the ground with his tail. Also, thank you, Boone, for sending me some things on Discord right now. For videos to watch. Thank you. I'll look at them later. To consistently break the ground. And send boulders flying. Because he does this,
the very fact
and then he can rear up and then just slam his body down.
Unbelievable. This hypothesis continues to be reinforced and
bam!
Even expanded.
Damn, boy! That's a strong boy. Correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't Kushala have access to 3 elements? Wind, First off, wind fucking... Wind is not an element. I don't know where the fuck you got that from. Because, unless you're an Encyclave user. I don't know. I don't remember that. You know, we got dragon. We got ice, water, fire, thunder. Wind? The wind's not... That's not even an ailment, I don't think. That's not even a status or anything. But dragon, yes. And ice... Ice is more like because he's often fought in cold areas, and so the wind would pick it up. But he doesn't produce ice. So the only, like, element he can produce in his body is really dragon, and that's like a Rise exclusive, like, Kushala. That's like a new gen Kushala. That's not even technically new gen. In World, he wasn't able to do that. That's like a Rise exclusive thing. I really hope they bring back him using dragon and Ascendant. I really hope so. Oh, hello, Reddy. Welcome back. Yes, the wind. I'm not trying to make fun of you. I'm not making fun of you, Kamo. It's just that, like, the moment you said wind, I was like, huh? Going off from feats alone, he's the strongest of the three physically speaking. Yes. Which, again, isn't probably a hot topic, considering, isn't like a big revelation, considering he is the biggest out of the three. But again, size doesn't always matter. Now, I don't think he's like, well, I do think he's the physically strongest. I don't think it's by like a massive margin. Like, realistically, like, Kushala slamming down into the ground, I think would break the ground. But it just seems like Chameleos, just like, without much effort, can break the ground.
Hunters have noted that damaging or breaking the Chameleos' luminous nose horn weakens its invisibility drastically.
So yeah, I put strength feat being able to break the ground pretty consistently,
making it unable to fully disappear. This has led to the belief.
The fuck was that? Hold on, Hunters, hold on. Okay, that was weird. I swear I thought I heard someone behind me. I don't, that was weird. But I guess it was just my imagination. I'm just going crazy. The power scaling's getting to me, Hunters. I think Chameleos is, it was Chameleon! Yeah, but Vibert, you're so funny.
Belief that the command center for this ability, or at least one of its command nodes,
Oh, that was me? My bad? Oh, okay. It was me? Damn. Y'all in my walls or something?
is located in the nose horn. Invigorated by this amazing discovery,
God, I can't, unironically, I kind of do like the weird nature of the helmet of Volvodon. It's like everything else about the armor I just don't like.
hunters and researchers alike mobilized to further observe Chameleos in the wild. Thanks to the dragon's calm nature, these were some of the
Yeah, this is 100% the biggest dragon out of the trio. Not even a question. Not even a question. And he's not even like, and it's funny because he's not like big in the sense of like Uthduna in terms of just like pure bulk. It's just like frame and just size in general.
the safest Elder Dragon investigations the guild has ever conducted. Chameleos are only found in humid environments, which is likely tied to the reliance on mist. High ambient humidity probably helps in its generation and upkeep. Once observations started, one of their first findings was the Chameleos' high intensity.
I feel like you could fucking... Is it just me? Or does this look like a reaction image? Like, imagine just like the neck and the head of Chameleos. So like cut off like here. Like cut off all this part of the screen. And then put like something right here and make it look like Chameleos is reacting to it. Is that just me? Is that just like my meme brain going off? I don't know.
Intelligence, displayed in one of the more amusing anecdotes from that time. Investigation
Oh, hello, Rata. I don't think I ever said hi to you. I'm sorry. Hi, Rata.
teams traveling through Chameleos' territory kept noticing that their supplies were disappearing one after another. Potions, rations, even maps and pickaxes would just vanish. Then, on one occasion, a hunter caught the thief in the act. It was an invisible Chameleos, snatching the items vanish.
Hey! Hey, motherfucker! What are you doing? Like a fucking raccoon getting caught in the dumpster? What are you doing?
Then, on one occasion, a hunter caught the thief in the act. It was an invisible chameleos.
Just imagine fucking Mega Potions just along its tongue, with it just like running away. Oh shit! The hunter found me! Oh fuck!
Snatching the items away with its long, sticky tongue.
When people are like, God, where are my socks? Why do I have so many missing socks? I have so many missing socks. Yo, it's probably a chameleos. It's probably a chameleos.
The only reason it was spotted at all,
like, a window will open up in your room. Like, your window to your room will open up, and you just see, like, a long tongue just, like, grab one of your socks. And he's invisible. You'll never know.
was because its tongue does not go fully invisible. Initially, this behavior was assumed to be a result of curiosity
God, he's such a pretty monster. I'm sorry, I love chameleos.
and merely reactive. But further observations have revealed that this is
Hunter be pointing at the chameleons like it's gonna do something. I mean, fuck, it's if it's us, the main character, we probably do it. But yeah.
meditated behavior. At some point, the chameleos realized that supplies such as these are what allow humans to venture into the frontier and into its territory, and that, once they ran out, the humans are forced to retreat and leave. So, by stealing these items, the chameleos strategically pushes the intruders to leave of their own accord. In a sense, this kleptomania is the chameleos' way of resolving conflicts peacefully.
Okay.
Even when directly confronted, the chameleos is generally hesitant to escalate. Numerous encounters with chameleos were diffused by hunters simply walking away slowly, a gesture the creature understands and accepts as a signal of non-aggression.
Okay, see, here's what we have to talk about, like, chameleon's intelligence, right? And, like, how far is it? So, Chameleos isn't stupid. We'll just get that out of the way, right? He's not an idiot. Right? We'll just get that immediately out of the way. He's not an idiot. Okay? However, I think, here's the thing. If he were to just simply be able to just steal, just simply the action of stealing your supplies isn't a sign of intelligence, right? Because, like that's like saying a tiger, like, through biting you, grabbed your phone in its mouth. That doesn't mean it knows what a phone is or anything like that, right? But the fact that Chameleos understands that, so he doesn't understand what a Mega Potion is. He doesn't understand what a flash bomb is. Well, maybe they have an idea of maybe what it could be. But Chameleos doesn't know specifically what maybe the item does, but rather that this creature, the hunters, the humans, need these items to explore and to hunt. And without these items, they are less dangerous. That's intelligent. That's basically, like, if I had to put this into, like, real life terms, that's basically if, like, a mountain lion went into your camp, grabbed all the bullets that were, like, on a table from your gun, because it knew that without bullets, you wouldn't be as much of a threat. That's crazy. That's intelligent. And considering this is to do against hunters and not just other animals that might be locally in the, like, misty areas, so, like, maybe, like, a Zinogre or Rathalos or anything like that, I could see, like, Chameleos piecing together that Zinogre isn't as dangerous, if he doesn't have, he's not as dangerous if he's missing the Fulgur bugs. So maybe he'll target, like, like, Thunderbug colonies around to, like, somehow nerf, like, the population of, like, Zinogres. That's literally not, like, a far, like, reaching, like, thought. Elder Dragons are very, very smart. No. Like, Elder Dragons in general are not. I don't think there's a. I don't think there is a specific dumb Elder Dragon at all. However, there are certain Elder Dragons that clearly show the ability to problem solve, that have better problem solving skills, or maybe like a certain way of thinking that maybe another Elder Dragon doesn't. Maybe because that Elder Dragon's lifestyle doesn't need it to think that way, right? Sorry, I was not reading your guys' like chat messages. Let me see. Chameleons got hired by Fatalities to sabotage us. I just keep cooking. I can't I can't stop it. Chameleons is simply a curious and playful little fellow who poisons the entire village just because they feel like it. Fatalis over here being like, yeah, because of your hubris as humans, I'm going to burn down your kingdom. Feel my wrath. Meanwhile, Chameleus over here being like, you know, it'd be mad funny. It'd be mad funny to just steal your shit. Oh my god. Oh, hello, CD. Hello, CD. How are you? Hello, Camel. I'm not sure if I ever said hi to you, Camel. I'm sorry if I didn't. Hi, Camel. In case I didn't. If I got a nickel for every time I had to kill a thief, I have 2 nickels, which isn't much, but we already happened twice. I'd say Kushala takes it from how he keeps on convincing Capcom to put him in every single game. Camille's in every game, though you can't see them. That's what I said, Illusion. That's what I said. I would imagine he's probably as smart as like a dolphin or a crow. I don't think that's even a bad like comparison. Like Camilla's being as smart as a crow. It like again, this is a giant dragon compared to a crow, so you might think of that as like an insult. That's not an insult at all. Crows are or what are they called? Magpies or something like that? They're all like very smart. It's not an insult at all. I feel like it's not an insult. Imagine spending your entire life getting stronger and hunting monsters just to get set back to square one because of this fuck-ass chameleon. Isn't it true that some of them might be smarter than humans? See, here's what we're talking about. When it's like smarter. No. I don't think there's a single Elder Dragon that you could consider smarter than a human. Now, reaching like human levels of like, not intelligence in terms of like understanding what it is and like understanding like, you know, like consciousness and stuff like that, but maybe in terms of purely problem solving and deduction of certain things, yes. Black Veils suck, stings, I hate it. I'm guessing it's not really going well for you, Noah, huh? Also, hello, Red. Hello, Red. Welcome in. Is Camillus the only Elder Thief? So definitely the only Elder Dragon to steal items from you. Actually, I think he's the only monster who does steal items from you in a quest. Am I tweaking? Is there another monster who steals items for you? There's monsters who prevent you from using items, you know, through certain status effects like stink, like the smelly stink, and then mucus. I think he's the only one who actually like just straight up steals from you. Hello, Zen. Hello, welcome in. Okay, so where would we... So here's the thing, right? Where would we put Chameleos' intelligence? Right? Now, saying he's as smart as a human, just purely, like, intellectual, I wouldn't say that. However, would we say that he's one of the smarter Elder Dragons, or at the very least, clever? he can deduce certain things that maybe other elder dragons wouldn't even think about doing. And well, sneaky, we wouldn't say sneaky is a part of intelligence. How would we classify the intelligence level of Chameleos? Because this does matter. We can't just say that he's intelligent, right? That just feels lazy. There has to be a little bit more specific of a wording. Based on feats, smartest of the bunch. Oh, 1,000,000% he's the smartest of the bunch. 1,000,000%. Gypsy. Oh, I forgot. I forgot about the feline. I guess I was thinking about large monsters. But, wait, does Dipstro steal from you? Oh, when it does its tail move, no? I think so. It's been so long since since I've seen that happen. I completely forgot about that. Curious, playful behavior? That doesn't sound, that doesn't sound like doesn't make him sound stupid at all, but it doesn't make it, like, I don't feel like we're quite grasping. If we just say that he's curious or that he's playful, it doesn't seem like, that doesn't seem very befitting for, like, Chameleos. Um, how... Okay, then how about analytical or analytic? That isn't actually bad. That's not a bad word at all. Analytical is actually actually, that's a really good word. Analytical. Because Chameleos does just be staring at you. He is analyzing you. He wants to see what you're going to do. Are you going to be aggressive? Are you not going to be aggressive? He looks at people using items and he observes them for long enough in order to deduce that, like, these items help out humans in a way that if they didn't have them, they wouldn't be as much of a threat. He does the fucking disappearing sidestep. I think, how about, you know what, Viper? Great choice of words. How about, you didn't say analytical, but I'll say analytical, either one. How do we think about that when we talk about his intelligent level? He is very much like an observer. Look at those eyes. Look at that eye right there. That motherfucker is observing you. Observing. But I feel like that's good. I feel like he's the type of monster who can like see something happen and be able to deduce that, like, it's bad or it's good, but for a reason, not that it's good or that it's bad, right? Like, mm, like, Chameleos doesn't, like, target specific things from you because Chameleos understands that, a trank bomb or something like that puts monsters to sleep or something like that, right? He doesn't do that because he understands what the items do. Maybe he might understand what maybe a certain item does if he's seen someone use it enough. Like, if he sees that someone uses a flash pod enough times, I'm sure he's able to correlate that. But he doesn't, in general, know. But it's rather, he understands that these items are useful to you. So he'll take them. Oh, hello, Mohammed. How are you? Oh, hello, Isaac. Did I miss something? We're currently talking about Chameleos' power scaling. We started with Chameleos. We haven't gone to the other two monsters. Excuse me. But, okay, how about this? Is a cunning monster that is able to observe and deduce. Skadoosh. Not dedicate, deduce. And deduce certain is it aspects, certain aspects? No, well, is able to deduce. How do I word this? What's he deducing? If something is useful to a creature, deduce properties. Well, okay, again, is it able to deduce that a trank bomb is to put something to sleep, or rather he's able to deduce that a trank bomb is useful? Like, is he taking it away from you because he knows you'll trank a monster, or is he taking it away from you because he knows that a trank bomb or a trank bullet could be useful to you? Deduce certain qualities. I will say that that's probably better. Deduce qualities of a creature. If friend shape, why not friend? He can only take stuff that he can use on himself. Well, no. The guy said that he took out like supplies. That he takes supplies. Although, see, now that's the thing, right? Is he also taking it from you and it benefits him, but he doesn't, is it like a byproduct of him taking it from you that he doesn't just question? Or is he taking it from you because he knows it'll make you weaker and it'll make him stronger? That's another layer, right? Like, if he were to, like, does he take a mega potion from you because he knows you'll be weaker without it, and he knows that it'll heal him? Or that it, like, I don't know actually if it heals him, but, like, it would maybe heal him, right? He literally gets buffed in rides when he takes the nectar. That's the thing. That no. I'm not saying that he doesn't. I'm not disagreeing with you there. I'm saying, does he know what he's doing? Like, does he know that if he takes the nectar away from you, that it'll buff him? Or is it a byproduct? Is it like just like a plus that, like, when he takes something from you, he'll also get it? But is he doing it on purpose? Or is it just like a side benefit for him? Hey, what's this about? We're talking about Cumulus's intelligence because we are on the part with Cumulus's, like, stealing stuff, and it's kind of an important aspect to kind of, like, narrow it down what, like, how smart or clever he is. So we're kind of, like, narrowing it down. Probably something like this thing brings all these trinkets, keep using them, and that seems to keep me from winning. Maybe I'll take them away. I'll win. It's not even that he wins. It's more like he takes them away from him because, like, it might, like, de-escalate a situation, a potential situation. So, it's a cunning monster that is good with, observing and deducing a creature's not that it's like a weakness, but it's like deducing their strengths, right? Or is it deducing their yeah, I'm gonna say abilities. Although that might be weird to say because I'll make a side comment. I'll make a side comment here that he has to have observed the creature long enough to know about this. He can't just look at a monster and just, like, bam, deduce that it has this weakness, or that it gets power from this thing. I don't think he's not like that. It's most likely a Chameleos has observed hunters doing stalking in camps, restocking in camps and stuff so many times that he's able to deduce that these items are important to us. Not that he sees a hunter use, eats like an antidote pill, and he's like, oh, you just cured my poison. Oh, take that from, it's, no. Figuring out, I'll probably say, and figuring out a creature's abilities has to have seen the creature do a certain thing multiple times for him to figure it out. Again, because he's not going to look at a hunter use one item and immediately clock what he's doing or that it's important to him. He has to observe him multiple times. Which, again, it's still impressive, right? It's like crow intelligence. And that's not an insult at all. Magpie is probably like a better, it's more specific. Probably better say that. Which element is Chameleon's weak to? I think he's weakest to fire, I'm pretty sure. Because they're all supposed to be like a rock, paper, scissors thing. So Chameleon's is poison. That's bad against Kushala. Kushala for a long time had kind of ice. He was like the closest thing to ice as the Nether Dragon could get. And that's bad against Teostra. Teostra is fire. That's bad for Chameleos. By the way, you're saying but the way you're saying doesn't make him any smarter than other monsters. Yeah, I can see what you're saying. Because give a monster enough time, they'll be able to figure it out. But, in my opinion, I think Chameleos doesn't need it. I don't think Chameleos needs to see something happen 20 times. I think he just needs to see it, like 3, maybe 5 times max in order to, clock it. Right? But here's the thing, right? While maybe a Nargacuga knows about how sound pods could, or maybe like a Diablos, right? Diablos that survives enough times against a hunter who use sound pods will be able to clock that they have this ability. Diablos isn't going to go out of its way to take the sound pods. Right? For fight's sake, we just say once or twice. We'll just say once or twice. That's fine. In a general sense, though, it's probably like 3 to 5 times. But it's rather because Chameleos can go partially invisible to borderline basically completely invisible. Realistically. And because he's such a sneaky monster, he can go up basically any surface because of his lizard lineage, kind of like a gecko and all that. He has the ability to basically learn about you before you even know he's there. So again, I do think that he would be able to, he'll see a Zinogre, he'll be able to see the Zinogre species a few times, see them power up, see Fulgur bugs and Thunder bugs go into them. I'm pretty confident in saying that Chameleos would be able to see that and clock immediately that the Thunder bugs and Fulgur bugs are beneficial for Zinogre. So taking that away from him would make him weaker. Yes or no? Do we think that's, something Chameleos would be able to, ascertain? So maybe he'll start poisoning local Thunder bugs so that, Zinogres aren't as strong. I think that's very much in line. Again, I don't think he'll see it one time and, he'll see it happen one time and he'll immediately clock it. But, the fact that, Chameleos is very curious and he might just stare at you for, a good little bit and he'll be analyzing you. That's what Chameleos does. That's why he's always staring at you, because he's analyzing you. He wants to see what you're going to do. He's curious about you. Are you a threat? Are you a hunter? Are you a regular guy? He's curious. He probably eat the bugs. He deadass might eat the bugs. And he's such a big monster that in the very small little, like, zaps that, like, thunderbugs in general can do, it might just be, like, pop rocks in his mouth. Yes, that is possible. Yes. Love how he's just a rage bait merchant. He very much is. BRB, gotta make a call. Okay, bye, ready. But wouldn't the thunderbugs just die to the poison? Well, I'm not. Here's the thing. I'm not talking about him just fighting Zinogre. I'm saying that he observes and analyzes Zinogre and is able to deduce the beneficial relationship between Zinogre and the bugs. So I'm not just talking about him just fighting him, because yeah, that's why I said that before, that he probably would just poison the thunderbugs or local thunderbugs around the area, or maybe just eat them. Where he eats an electric ore. Well, I wouldn't call it like electric ore. Like that makes it sound like electric sack, like it's purely electrical. But yeah, I get what you mean. I don't think Emilius is really that smart. I think he's just really curious, and he just takes shit. Those eyes have no thoughts behind them. No. Now, I know you're looking at this, but like any other cutscene you see of Chameleos, that man is looking at you, and he's thinking. There are very much thoughts behind those eyes. Like, Chameleos is a very curious and analytical monster. Call done? Okay, hi, ready. We have to see the cutscene. We'll look at the cutscene later. But for now, how about this? I'm gonna say what I have in my notes. Tell me if you guys, like, disagree. So, like, say yes, say no, with, like, how I'm interpreting his, like, smarts. Is a cunning monster that is good with observing and figuring out a creature's abilities. Has to have, now, little bit of a comma here. Has to have seen the creature do a certain thing a few times for him to be able to figure it out. Like, yes or no, we agree with that. I think that's very reasonable. I'm not saying that he's just like, I don't think I'm glazing him, but I feel like that's very reasonable. One, yes. Thank you, Raza, for putting in the one. Probably the best problem solver Elo Dragon. Arguably, yes. Very arguably. Yes, I'd say that's accurate. Yeah. Okay. I'm glad that we're able to, because that is one thing that, like, Chameleos is smart. It's either that people just say he's a goofy guy and he's not smart, or people, like, say that he's, like, human intelligent level. And that's a bit much, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like this is a reasonable take. What game is the cutscene from? Well, this isn't a cutscene. This is a, like, in-game screenshot kind of thing. Or, like, picture in-game. But he has a cutscene from For Ultimate and Rise. We're not that smart. We're smart. We're smart. I guess it depends on, like, well, no, we're smart. We're intelligent.
This disposition is
now, some of us, a bit questionable.
Probably why local populations have such a casual knowledge of and relation to the dragon. As long as you respect its boundaries, you have little to fear. Unfortunately, violent encounters still happen. Some humans are reckless.
Now, I will say, excuse me, when it comes to, like, him, like, taking things from the hunters and then like him getting a buff from it, I'm not gonna put that down, just because in any like versus matchup that he gets put up against, I don't think there's like really any case for him to get a benefit from it. Like maybe Congalala's mushrooms? That would be interesting. Or it's hard. So basically I'm not going to put this down because it's not applicable for like the trio, like kind of like three-way matchup. But I do know I understand that. That's a big guy. That is a big guy.
And some Chameleos are just more aggressive than others. While these situations are regrettable, they have provided the guild with vital...
Chameleo's flicking its tongue at Teostra and immediately going, why is it spicy? God, I love Chameleos. He's so fucking goofy.
Information on the Chameleos' offensive and defensive abilities. Enshrouded in its mist, the Chameleos uses its invisibility to attack its targets out of sight. Its large body, short but sharp claws, and hard tail can all be used as powerful physical weapons. One surprisingly effective offensive behavior...
Oh, I will say this. I actually mentioned it before, but like I didn't even write it down. We would probably say that because of like Chameleos having Gecko, I believe... Okay, I might actually be wrong. I haven't seen his padding. But I'm pretty sure Chameleos has like Gecko like that Gecko thing, right? So that he can basically stick on like any surface upside down or anything. At the very least, he's an extremely good climber. And we have seen him basically be upside down. He's one of the few monsters to not roar at all. Yeah, him shooting out the mist from his mouth doesn't count as a roar. So, yeah. He doesn't have sticky pads. No, not sticky pads. What geckos have, it's not sticky. It's like it like contracts, and so like it's like he sticks to it, but it's not like sticky hands. Small ball, I need help. What do you need help with, Noah? If it's Black Veil, I can't help you right now. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what a Jarkin has. Really? Next time I kill a Jarkin, I gotta look at his hands. This is Rise. My version looks like a cartoon. Well, it's because some of these shots are cinematic. Maybe it's on a maybe it's on like Steam with like a higher resolution because of like a PC or something. There's definitely different factors. But I'll say this is a good climber and can climb on basically anything. I don't know what he couldn't climb on, if I'm being honest. I can't imagine Chameleos not being able to climb on basically anything. Like, anything realistically out in the world, out in nature right now, I could see Chameleos climbing it.
Of the dragon is its unusual...
He doesn't have those. I checked. I'm trying to... no, dragon.
Tempo of movement. The Chameleos moves in slow,
rhythmic
shit. Patterns.
Oh shit, hit that shit.
Quite sluggish when relaxed.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, he kinda hit that shit.
Is its unusual tempo of movement. The Chameleos moves in slow, rhythmic...
There's a song you could put on to Chameleos walking. I just can't figure out which one it is.
Patterns that make it look quite sluggish when relaxed. In combat, however, the creature erratically alternates between slow and fast motions to such a degree that predicting its attacks becomes near impossible, even for a seasoned hunter.
That's a good one. He's unpredictable. When he fights, he can be unpredictable. Like in the For You cutscene. Like when it looks like he's about to charge and eat the hunter and then immediately goes invisible. I was like, okay. I mean, you could have just like fucking like attacked me, but I guess going invisible and hanging from the ceiling is a thing you could do, sure.
Defensively, the skin
Damn!
of the Chameleos is quite hard and can withstand a surprising amount of abuse. But the real challenge is...
Oh, wait.
Defensively, the skin of the Chameleos is quite hard and can withstand a surprising amount of abuse.
That's very vague. That's very vague. In terms of defense, it doesn't seem like, it just seems like standard Elder Dragon like scales and stuff. Like, it doesn't seem like particularly like Kushala having like literally like metallic skin is very impressive. Maybe like croc skin, maybe like crocodilian, although it's not the same, as you can see from like here. It's not the same as Scoots. So it's not really one-to-one, but crocodilian-esque might be better saying it like that. My friend says Jindahad could be Kolv to Roth and called me stupid when I said Rajang isn't as powerful as Nergi. Bro, first off, you're right when you say Rajang isn't as powerful as Nergigante. You're right in saying that. Second, Jin is not beating Kolv. Jin is not beating Kolv. I'm sorry.
But the real challenge is actually hitting it.
I don't know. I probably can't say anything. I don't know. Maybe just like has standard Elder Dragon. It's so weird because it's hard to really say. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm able to break Camillus parts like fairly often. Like, it doesn't seem to have like very hard parts. He's not squishy, but I don't think it's anything like particularly like a strength. Does that make sense?
In the first place, the dragon has an almost supernatural awareness of its surroundings and seems to have no blind spots.
Oh!
In the first place, the dragon has an almost supernatural awareness of its surroundings and seems to have no blind spots.
Because of being able to move his eyes independently, not individually, independent, he has almost no... Well, what was the wording here?
Actually hitting it in the first place. The dragon has an almost supernatural awareness of its surroundings and seems to have no blind spots.
Blind spots. Have no blind spots. Has good awareness of his surroundings. There you go.
How exactly this is possible is unclear, but hunters noted that damage to the tail seemed to cause the Chameleos to move more clumsily, and even disrupt its invisibility somewhat, as if it was suddenly unsure of its environment.
Do we think that its tail has like sensors at the end of it, like the little, like you see right here, like at the tip of the horn, and over here with the little spikes over here, it's like glowing. Maybe not glowing, but it's definitely lighter in coloration to the rest of its body. Same thing with the edge, tips of its tail and stuff like that. Do we think these are like sensory organs in a way? Are sensory? Yes, that's what I just said. No way.
The tail has thus since been theorized to be a sensory organ. Initially, the hypothesis was that the protrusions on the tail could somehow detect changes in light, but more recent findings
Okay, but hold on, let's
have proposed an even more daring idea. The curvature of the protrusions, and especially the coiled tail tip, seem reminiscent of a cochlea, the spiral canal found in the ear.
That's what I was
The
saying.
Chameleos has also been noted to react strongly to sounds coming from behind it. Thus, the current belief is that the protrusions capture and direct sound waves from the environment into an unknown auditory sensor somewhere on the tail, probably the underside. In other words, the tail is believed to essentially be one giant external ear. This gives the Chameleos a strong sensory awareness of both its front and back, and indeed eliminates most blind spots.
Okay, this is probably, I'll probably have to add that onto the, to the sensory awareness thing. I probably want to make it a different point. I'll probably just add on to it. Saying, has sensory organs on its well, saying sensory organs on its head is kind of funny because like ears and nose and all that. I would say probably has extra organs on his neck, that being like little spikes, and his horn. Also, wait, hold on. Neck, his horn, and all of his tail. Maybe it could be like not humidity, but it could be heat potentially. What do we think about that? Do we think these are like heat-seeking organs? Like certain reptiles and stuff? Because that would make sense, being able to see people's like heat signatures in the middle of like mist, right? Rather it being purely sound. Because it always seems that like it always knows where you are whenever you're in the fog, which I would see that being bigger of a case than maybe heat, than maybe sound. I don't think it's sound. He's saying that it could be like a giant ear. I'm not sure if I truly like subscribe to that, considering even then with how he says it, it doesn't even seem like it's more like a big theory. But not probably more like pressure, like sharks and stuff. No, with sharks and stuff, that's because you're in the water. So movement in the water travels, and the sharks pick up on that. In the air, you can't really do it as well. I just got carded by a Kelby. Hey, RIP Noah. RIP my mains. I think it's Nightcloak Malfestio that goes invisible, not the normal version. Yes, it's Nightcloak. It's the deviant. A Jargan beats Pickle, so we're just saying anything. Unless you mean like a literal pickle. So kind of like Gormagala. Well, Gormagala uses the Frenzy virus to see, but also there's a little bit more complex than just simply him using it to see. That's not completely correct, but I'm not going to question how much of a good sense a dragon has. Okay, so basically it's kind of like dubious on what specifically, how these are sensory organs. We can tell that. It's helping him sense, like have an extra sense of, well, sense. So while we could debate on what it could be, we don't have to argue. We can all be in agreement here on saying these help him sense his environment better. Making it so that you basically can't sneak up on a Chameleos. And Chameleos almost always knows where you are. Can we at least say yes to that? Like, agree on that. If I could see the tail attack again. Right here. Where are we? 1620?
Enable a truly mind. This hypothesis ability. Even as some details about this ability remain unknown, the very fact
there you go.
Working in harmonic tandem to enable a truly mind.
So you like the growing bits, they could be a blind spot. Not that one. Which tail attack? Isn't that his only tail attack? Is that not his only tail attack? This?
Alternates between slow and fast motions to such a degree that predicting its attacks becomes near
impossible. There's that one.
In combat, however, the creature erratically alternates between slow and fast motions to such a degree that predicting its attacks becomes near impossible.
But yes, if you were to break his horn and his tail, or cut off his tail, yes. it would leave him more blinded. There's like sound wit. I think that's just pressure, no?
The creature erratically
I wouldn't say
alternates
that's
between slow and fast
sound.
motions to such a degree that in combat, however, the creature erratically alternates between slow and fast motions to such a degree that
I don't think that's I saw like the little black lines and stuff. I don't think that's sound. I think that if anything, that's like wind.
predicting its attacks becomes near impossible, even for a seasoned hunter. Defensively, the
All right, I think for now for now we don't have to get into the specifics of it. We'll just leave it there because we can't spend again. I would only like to spend an hour and a half on each monster. Okay, today's stream isn't all about Chameleos. Okay, so all I put is that he has extra sensory organs on his head, on his tail, and they help him sense the world around him, and you basically can't sneak up on him. He'll always know where you are. He can always look behind him anyways. Yeah, he can.
thus, the current belief is that the protrusions capture.
Did you analyze Kushala or Teostra already? I have not. I would like to. So we kind of get through this. I will say that in terms of his strengths, we are kind of coming towards the end. But this is why we watch like Ocean's videos sometimes, because there are certain things that can give insights on certain things, like the sensory organs and stuff like that. We still have to talk about his weaknesses, but maybe like another 30 minutes and we'll move on to like Kushala or Teostra.
And direct sound waves from the environment into an unknown auditory sensor somewhere on the tail, probably the underside. In other words, the tail is believed to essentially be one giant external ear. This gives the Chameleos a strong sensory awareness of both its front and back, and indeed eliminates most blind spots. However, getting slashed or trampled by the Chameleos.
Oh, the poison. Here we go. This is on. Funny enough, we haven't talked about Chameleos' poison. We talked about the like traces of poison in the mist. We haven't even talked about his poison.
Is only secondary to the true threat of the dragon. For if there is one thing that the Chameleos is a master of, it is toxins. The compound used in its mist is only one of a dozen or so different poisons the dragon can produce. The Chameleos has a unique toxin sac that is connected to the digestive system. Parts of the food the Chameleos devours are fed into this sac, where they are mixed with a catalyst fluid that generates a variety of poisons. Which
Chameleos is just the ultimate Gypsyros. Yo, fucking Chameleos is just a mega evolution of Gypsyros.
exact toxins are created depends on the dragon's diet, and because Chameleos can have quite varied diets.
Damn, these fucking Aragis right here are like, damn, is this what it fucking feels like when we do this shit to others?
Depending on where they live, the toxins they have access to actually varies by region.
Oh, that's interesting. Hold
What's
on.
more exciting and
Confirmed Chameleos toxins. Okay, this is apparently confirmed. Apparently. If you fucking... Oceans, if you fucking lie to me, and this isn't actually confirmed, and you put, like, confirmed on the screen, I'm gonna fuck... I hope... I hope your soda's flat.
dangerous parts of researching Chameleos is cataloging all
Is that even all of them? I know, it says incomplete list.
the different toxins it can produce, and which regional variation is able to use them. Their effects also vary greatly. Some attack the muscles, some dissolve skin, and others paralyze specific parts of the body or
Wait. Okay, wait, hold on. I low-key forgot. Did he say that all these toxins... So, like, these are, like, main components of the Chameleos' toxic per region? Or is he saying that, like, you could... certain Chameleos could have skin rot toxin and spirit sap toxin together? Or is he saying, like, skin rot toxin is the main toxin for a certain Chameleos group? Read? Oh, we're gonna read this. I just want him to, like, finish talking real quick.
Their effects also vary greatly. Some attack the muscles, some dissolve skin, and others paralyze specific parts of the body.
Like, Hellworld Toxin is pretty much applied with every Chameleos because it's in their, it's in their it's in the mist.
Or shut down organs.
It's in the fog.
The Chameleos.
Okay, hold on.
Some attack the muscles.
Skin rot toxin released from the wing membranes as a dense mist that corrodes and attacks the skin of any creature exposed to it. Spirit sap toxin released from the mouth as a misty liquid spray. When it comes into contact with a target, it reacts with the body's sugars and turns into lactic acids. The fuck? The substance that causes muscle aches. This limits their movement and artificially fatigues them. Slime toxin. Released as a thick slime globules from the mouth. Very similar to rat venom. And highly deadly. When left exposed to air, it will gradually produce a toxic gas and become airborne. Is that in when Rise, when he does, like, his move where he shoots those globs of, like, toxic balls into the sky, and it's, like, part of his ultimate? Is that slime toxin? It says thick slime globules. So that's what I'm thinking. And it says from the mouth. Voice sap toxin. Released from the mouth as a gas, causing swelling, paralysis of the vocal cords, preventing targets from screaming, derived from spirit sap toxin. Oh, so this is like a separate, not like a strain, but it like goes hand in hand with spirit sap toxin. Wait, this is from the wings, this is from the mouth, this is from the mist, this is from the breath spray, and this is also, wait, does that, wait. So Chameleos has all these in one? So Chameleos uses all these toxins. Or is he saying that certain Chameleos only use certain amount of these toxins, but not all of them? Hold on, let me.
Can produce. The Chameleos has a unique toxin sac that is connected to the digestive system. Parts of the food the Chameleos devours are fed into this sac, where they are mixed with a catalyst fluid that generates a variety of poisons.
Okay, well, see here, it says a variety of poisons, which means he definitely has at least 2 or 3 of these toxins. Like, the hell toxin is probably in every single, like, it's probably in every single Chameleos because it's from the mist itself, and every Chameleos uses the mist. So that one probably every Chameleos has. But
which exact toxins are created depends on the dragon's diet.
Exactly. The exact toxins with an S. So the list that we were given, probably like the Hell World toxin, every Chameleos has. But then maybe like the Chameleos in Rise might have like Spirit Sap toxin and Slime toxin. Actually, the Rise one probably specifically has slime toxin because it's the globules from the mouth. It's just that which, I guess, Chameleos are we going to put into this fight that gives him certain toxins? We can't just give him all the toxins. That seems super unfair. The Rise one has all of them? Rise has all of them? Deadass. Rise has all these? I literally did think that. I think I said that. Well, I don't know if I said Rise specifically, but I was thinking of the Rise ones. Because I was reading the descriptions of these toxins. And I was thinking about how Rise's Chameleos fight goes. And I'm like, this all sounds very familiar. This all seems like something he does. Are we going to consider Risen Forms Lunastra and Rusty Kushala? We are not going to consider the Risen Forms Lunastra or Rusty Kushala for the main ranking of the three. However, we will touch up on Rusty Kushala and Lunastra at the end of the ranking, see if that changes anything or where Lunastra would place and stuff like that. They come from his diet so long as he eats the right things, he can do it. So, okay. So for this specific, I know this is an incomplete list, but are we okay with saying that for the kind of versus matchup between the trio Elder Dragons, that we give Chameleos the Rise treatment, because that's the last game he was in, and we give him all of these toxins. Because we were shown that he can use all these toxins in the last game that he played in. That he was in. Let's go, phone's dying. Okay, bye, Isaac. Bye-bye. Is Chameleos hard in for you? Not sure. Actually never played for you. I think I'm fine with giving Chameleos these right here. All 5 of these, I'm fine with giving Chameleos these because these are the ones that seemingly he uses in Rise. But I'm not willing to give him all of them because again, this is an incomplete list. These aren't even all of them. But for Rise Chameleos, which we're going to be using Rise Chameleos because he's the last Chameleos we saw, we're going to give him all these. He doesn't go out of his way to get these. That's just what he eats normally. Oh, I know. Sure, as long as we're equally generous with the other two. I'm not sure if the other two have something that needs to be considered like this, but we'll give the others the slight benefit of the doubt, sure. Oh my goodness, hello, chump. Hello, chump.
More exciting.
All I'm gonna say is, this shit's crazy. Wait, fuck. I got to write this all down. Damn it. I have to write this all down. Fuck. Chameleos. Is that how you spell Chameleos? No. Well, no, I messed that up. Chameleos has multiple different types of toxins. I won't write them all down, but I'll just probably generalize and say that can afflict a creature with multiple debuffs. Not debugs, debuffs. There you go. Like, and then I'll list them out. Corroding, corrosion of the skin. Yeah. Corrosion of the skin. Causing muscle aches that limit their movement and make them tired faster. Come on. It's weird to say highly deadly. I guess in general, highly deadly venom. Oh, no. Venom was from the Wrath Venom. Sorry. I apologize. Toxin that can become airborne. Oh, no. That can become... That can become a toxic gas and become airborne. And then causes swelling, causing swelling of swelling and paralysis of the vocal cords. Yo, Tigrix hates to see a Chameleos coming by. It's like, guess what? Tigrix like, guess what? My roar is so strong that it could even hurt you. And Chameleos like, damn, that's crazy. Anyways, your throat closed. I'm gonna work now. Bye. Okay, bye, Brecky. Bye. Take care. Everyone say bye. Use World Kushala because the wind would be stronger. We'll get to Kushala when we get to him, okay? Oh, my back. Okay. Which is fucking crazy.
And dangerous parts of researching Chameleos is cataloging all the different toxins it can produce, and which regional variation is able to use them. Their effects also vary greatly. Some attack the muscles, some dissolve skin, and others paralyze specific parts of the body or shut down organs. The Chameleos can also release these compounds in various ways. It can mix them into its saliva and spit them out as slimy globules, which seems to be the most...
Oh, wait. As a strength. Can spit out the toxins as a projectile and can even move the gas toxins move the gas toxins around using its wings.
Straightforward method. It can also, however, turn most of these poisons into mist.
I'm guessing you won't check the wiki for more. When it comes to Chameleos being in a one-to-one death battle or versus matchup, I will go to that. But for time's sake, no. At least for today, time's sake, no.
Hunter, who stood near a Chameleos as it released its hallucinogenic mist, noted that the creature's chest was vibrating ever so subtly, but at an incredible frequency. So it appears that the Chameleos possesses some kind of organ that can vibrate its poisons at ultrasonic rates, turning it into mist in the process. The dragon also has small pores on the underside of its wings that can allow it to release poison even from its wing membranes. Even without this, the wings play a role in its combat strategy. By flapping them, the Chameleos can manipulate the position.
Okay, Isaac. Return only to say that Kushala can fight Fierce Zhang and the other two can't. Good night. Okay.
And direction of poison clouds, thus controlling the battlefield. To no one's surprise, the Chameleos itself is essentially immune to all manner of poisons. It is the undisputed king of toxins, and can even pose a threat to other monsters known for their poison resistance, such as the Wraths. Despite this fierce ability, many consider
Hello, Charles. Welcome back.
the Chameleos a benevolent creature, rarely the cause for any trouble. Some consider it so peaceful, in fact, that they question why it is even considered an elder dragon. While many locals generally assumed it to fit into that category, many guild researchers, especially young ones, are more critical of it. The creature is peaceful, it is odd, it is peculiar, it doesn't seem like an elder dragon.
Okay, well that's strange. Like, are we now saying aggression affects whether something is biologically considered an elder dragon? That's a bit silly. It's like, yo, he chill for real. Yeah, fuck it. Put him as a flying wyvern. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Gotta go now. May return. Okay, bye, CD. Bye, CD.
The guild, however, remains firm in their judgment for one reason. While the
dragon blood
current threat of the Chameleos is somewhat manageable, the potential threat is incalculably immense. A concerning detail in Chameleos research is that there does not seem to be a limit to how wide of an area its mist can cover. While most Chameleos only release enough to cover its immediate surroundings, cases of one dousing an entire forest in its toxic fog do make their way to the guild every now and then.
Is that canon? Yes or no? Is that true? Yes or no? Is that canon? Yes or no? Because I will put that down. I was generally going to put down that his mist, in Rides, the whole map gets foggy. Wait, does the whole map... Oh my god, it's been so long since I fought him in Rise, I can't remember. I obviously remember the area getting foggy, and because it's, like, there's no, like, zones with, like, loading screen and stuff. Like, obviously you can see the fog, like, reach out further. But, like, the whole map, I don't remember that. I'm not saying you're wrong. It's been a very long time since I fought him.
This, combined with the presence of its ultrasonic organ, presents a grim possibility.
Oh, shit. Okay, I'll write that down as a strength, then. I'll just say the forest. Because, truthfully, if we were to fight him in the ancient forest, then the entire forest would get flooded with mist. Hallucinogenic, drugging mist. Can cover, I'm sorry, it's better. Can cover, yes, an entire forest in its mist.
The Chameleos could technically turn any of its many poisons into a mist that could be spread across an unspecified range. The implications of this are terrifying.
Do you think Kushala dissipates the fog in that scale? Kinda. Well, like, dissipate, like, if it were to, like, okay, if Kushala, like, if Chameleos were to put its fog in, like, a giant area, like, basically think of, let's say, for example, at least half the flooded forest. Or, let's say, like, half the Scarlet Forest, right? Do I think Kushala could dissipate it all in one go? Or anything like that? No. But could probably dissipate it in a certain area, in a large area, but I don't think all of it. Bye, y'all. Okay, bye, ready. Bye, ready. Everyone say bye.
Say, for example, a Chameleos has access to voice sap toxin. In smaller
Yo, I don't like the way Chameleos is usually goofy. Why is he looking at me like that?
doses, this compound simply paralyzes the vocal cords and the throat and prevents the affected from speaking. But a Chameleos has full control over the concentration and form of its poisons, and when concentrated, all of its toxins are deadly. So, say for example, this Chameleos decides to cover a populated area with a mist of concentrated voice sap toxin. It could, within minutes, shroud an entire settlement in silent death, all life perishing in choking agony, unable to scream, an entire ecosystem wiped away on a whim.
Oh my goodness, Chameleos upscale?
There would be nothing anyone could do at that point. It's an extreme scenario, and so far entirely hypothetical, but the Chameleos...
It's hypothetical, but it's not theoretically impossible. Like, that could happen, but it's a possibility, it's not probable, though.
Intelligence also implies a degree of unpredictability. It may seem peaceful and docile, but wear anything to
Like, could I see a Chameleos poisoning a village if the villagers were hostile and were constantly harassing one of Chameleos? I could see that. Because Chameleos is chill, so long as you're chill. Well, not always 100% of the time, but like most of the time, he's chill if you're chill. So if you're like trying to push him out of his like out of his habitat, out of his like territory, he might just fucking poison you.
set it off. The consequences of its wrath could be catastrophic. And so, the guild insists that it remain classified as an elder dragon to adequately represent and prepare for the power that it wields.
Okay. Oh shit, we still have like a ton of fucking. Oh no, this is all credits. Damn, boy, got a lot of credits, boy. Got a whole lot of credits. Finally, we're fucking done with the. That video took so long. That video took so long. Oh, excuse me. We'll watch the GU. We'll watch the GU. Chameleos thing, and then we'll watch some like general gameplay while we talk about his weaknesses. Oh my god, no way, is that Fukimore? It's Fukimara. Wait, that's actually kind of fucking crazy. Like, in Chameleos' like, scene, it's literally, like, with all this ore around. Is that not fucking crazy? That's actually kind of crazy. Okay, here's the thing. Are we going to take this as 100% like truthful? Because here he's like completely invisible. But the mist is not here. It's very clearly not here. And no, when he steps right here, that's not the mist. That's like that's like dirt being like kicked up. That's like dirt being kicked up. Like, do we think this is like a contradiction? Or do we think that, like, he could just become invisible, completely invisible, without the mist? Like, he could become partially invisible without the mist. That's just true. But, like, this is, like, full-on invisibility. Like, you don't see him. Like, he's not here. And now he is. I think it's just dark. Well, no, because look. See this? Unless you say that this is for our benefit, so we could see him, so it can build ambience for the cutscene, or for the little introduction. But for the hunter, so it's either this is for us to be able to see him, or this is in the game, you can slightly see him for like a second because he's moving. Because it's dark. So basically anything that obscures your vision in general will make him go completely invisible. Whether or not it's fog, darkness, or like maybe like very cloudy. And there's almost like no sunlight coming in. Right? Are we just saying that? It's just that he can make the mist whenever he wants to make him go invisible whenever he wants. But he doesn't need the mist and maybe could just use like the environment. No, the fog actually does, like, chemistry with the skin. But again, the fog isn't here. This man going completely invisible. Again, he is literally not there, and then there a second later. And then he goes away. Oh, shit. I think he can go fully invisible without the mist as long as he's completely still. Once he starts moving, it begins to wear off a little bit. Isn't that what he does in Rise 2? What do you mean is that what he does in Rise 2? You know, we could say that. I think Strange has a good point that he could, like, basically standing completely still, he could be invisible. Like, completely invisible. But the moment that he starts moving, it's only partial. Because even in this trailer, there's things to support this. Look. See, he's moving here. He's moving. Slowly he's moving, but he's moving. Hello, uncle. That's being kicked up. Here, he started here, I think he literally was just fucking with this person. But he is standing still. He didn't move his head, he only moved his eye. He moved his tail there, we could see him. He licks out his tongue, we can see him. Goes invisible. He's moving, we can see him. Now, okay, now that's weird. Because he clearly, he very obviously moved in a very quick succession. Or not succession, but he moved quickly right here when he, like, pump faked you. But he goes completely invisible. In older games, he can go completely invisible. No, Boone. He can go completely invisible in Rise. But that's usually with the help of the mist and stuff like that, and him going slowly. Here, he's just doing it just to do it. No mist involved. Like, look, right? He's completely visible. Invisible. Even though he's moving quickly now. Even though he moved quickly, completely invisible. Next frame. Also, yes, this is probably the scariest. This is probably, like, top 3 scariest, like, introductions ever. See, now he's doing the mist. Now he's doing the mist. And now there's mist in the gameplay. This is strange. Also, hello, Boone. Welcome back. I didn't say welcome back. I'm sorry, Boone. Which, by the way, again, as I said before, this cutscene, like this little cinematic showing, shows us way more than the Rise one. Now the mist is in your chat. Oh my goodness, no way. Hello, Gnarly. That's so... I'm just really trying to, like, see... I said it when we started discussing him, that the more effort he does, the less it can, the more effort he does, the less he can disappear, which is why he walks the way he does. Wait, so the more effort he puts into the more effort he puts into being invisible, the less invisible he gets? What? The more effort he does, the less he can disappear. So the harder he tries means he's less visible. The more effort he does the more effort he does in moving. Oh, okay. Okay, we'll probably just say that. There's definitely a little bit of weirdness going on with this, but this is probably before they want to fully flush him out and how his invisibility works. But in general, this does seem to be about the same. I don't think I'm going to change anything. Because we might just because we already put down he goes invisible and stuff like that. But in the weakness section, we'll specify it. Again, though, that's because this is weird, right? Again, he's moving so quickly, and for him to go from the ground up into, like, above the hunter here, without being, like, even partially invisible, is strange, no? It's a contradiction. But I think it's a contradiction for the cinematic, than a contradiction to, like, the entire monster. Would you say that? Because, again, he's visible here, and then gone. And apparently, he's now on the ceiling all of a sudden. He can fly? No, I know he can fly. My point is, he's moving. No, so he should be partially invisible. However, he's completely invisible. Which goes against what we have been saying, that if he starts moving, he's only partially invisible. However, with this case right here, he charged at the hunter, moved quickly, and is completely invisible, despite moving right now. He's partially invisible when we see him again. I know that. Oh my god. I know. I can see that. He's partially invisible. And you can see that up here. However, when he flies away, or he could have just jumped up, to be fair. When from him going to the ground to him going here, he is completely invisible. Because the hunter loses tracks of him, and we can't see him either. Like here, yes, he's partially invisible. I'm just saying that there is a slight inconsistency in how he works now to how probably he worked before. Before, I think he could have just gone invisible whenever they wanted, but I think that's just developers not fully flushing him out. So I'm not gonna like deduct anything from him or give him anything, say strengths or anything that he doesn't need, but I'm just saying that it's an observation that I think is like a slight contradiction to what we know him as now. Either that, or it's just like cool monster, do you think? I'm about to depart. Have a good stream, everyone. Okay, bye, chump. But again, he does the same in Rise cutscene. Well, actually, in Rise's cutscene, he actually does move. And he's still completely invisible. There's a part here.
Is their realm, and you've overstepped.
Here. Like, him throwing that thing back, do you think he just blinked and he just flung it back just by blinking or something? No. He either moved his head or he, like, flicked his tongue slightly to throw it back at him. But he's completely invisible, right? Didn't see him, right? There's slight things where I think it's more so for the cinematic than it is. There's this instance, and there's the for you cutscene instance.
But other things live here as well, equally concealed.
There's fog here. There is fog here. But you also said that it's a dark place in the cavern. That's why he can go completely invisible. Right? Did you not mention that? Was it not you? I said, I think it has to do with the darkness. Yeah. Like I said, he goes completely invisible, and you're like, oh, it's because he's in a dark cave. He's in a dark area.
But other things live here as well, equally concealed.
Has mad sus potential? Boone, that's just you, gang. I'm not gonna lie.
So be mindful of your insolence, lest your fate be sealed.
Damn, that's like his roar, but it's not even like a roar, if anything. That boy just talking normally. I don't think he can go fully invisible in the darkness, but we just can't see him well when it's dark. Is that not what the mist already does? So technically, Chameleos never goes like in the middle of broad daylight, can never truly ever go, even in the mist or in the dark, completely invisible. It is because it is either dark, something's obscuring our vision, or the hallucinations from the mist that makes us think he goes completely invisible. But he truly never actually goes completely invisible ever. He doesn't technically have that ability. So with that being the case, it's the same thing for the darkness and the fog. Something is obscuring your vision to make you think he's going fully invisible. Also reacts with the skin and makes him like a mirror. Yes, but in the darkness, it doesn't matter if it's the darkness or the fog, something external is happening, something in the environment is happening for us to think he's going completely invisible. So when you guys point out that he has the fog here, it doesn't matter because in the cave it's dark and there's no fog, but we still see him go completely invisible. Again, completely invisible to us. When in a dark room, I can't even see my own hand. Okay, but you can't say that for the cutscene because the hunter reacts to Chameleos who's in front of her. I say her because the character was a girl. Even when the Chameleos is partially invisible, the hunter still sees it. So you can't say that, Viper. Ancient Phantom. Oh, that's cool, because we were talking about, or Oceans was talking about. I'm trying. No. I'm not trying to, like, argue. I'm not trying to argue with you. My entire point, when we watched that, right, was to see if there was anything that didn't make sense or inconsistent with his invisibility. And other than one instance in the For You cutscene and one instance in the Rise cutscene, nothing else is, like, contradictory. It's probably just for cinematic purposes, right? A one-off thing that's, like, kind of, like, contradictory a little bit for it. So, my thing is to say that we're not going to, like, add a strength and we're not going to add a weakness for this point specifically when we analyze this. It makes sense. There's just, like, one little point in each, you know, in each cinematic to show that it's probably just to make it look cooler. Or before he appears in this cutscene.
Equally concealed.
Can't see it. And then he starts to, like, slowly come out of it. I do like that he can choose basically which part of him stays invisible. You can see his shadow when he's invisible. Oh, that's a good point.
But other things live here
That's a good point.
as well, equally.
That's a very good point. Like, you could definitely see indicators that he's been here. Like, dirt being kicked up, a gust of wind, a shadow. And actually, I mean, that's actually how I used to know in Generations that he would leave an area. That's how I knew that he left. Because you would see the shadow on the ground.
Concealed.
Now, I will say it's weird because he's not directly over the cat.
Equally concealed.
Wait, that's... Wait. That's weird. Wait, that's weird. No, look. No. Look at the shadow placement. The cat's shadow is up here. It's going this way. So the sun's over here, behind him, because it's casting a shadow this way. However,
But other things live
the shadow is going up right here, which would indicate that the sun is behind Chameleos because it's going in front of
here
Chameleos.
as well, equally concealed.
But then when we see him pop up, Chameleos' shadow isn't even here. And he's not even directly above the cat to the point where the shadow would happen. The horn? No. Because the horn, again, the horn isn't directly above. Unless this is like angle kind of thing. But you don't even see the shadow under here. Oh, well, no, no. No. This is weird. You don't even see Chameleos' shadow. You see Chameleos' shadow here, but you don't see the shadow right here where he's still invisible. You see right here where his tail is? You don't see a shadow, but you see the shadow where his wings are because he's visible. So then, if for him to be able to have cast this shadow, he had to have been not visible. Right? I'm sorry, he had to be visible.
Live here as well,
But we see this right here,
equally
that he's invisible.
concealed.
Again, you can see his wing right here moving, but you don't see the shadow on the tail.
Be mindful.
Until, right here, the shadow comes up. The shadow appears. The shadow appears right here. Cinematic. God damn it, cinematics. I'm trying to be consistent here with this monster, and you're fucking it all up because you want shit to be cooler. God damn it! I'm seeing inconsistency.
And you've overstepped.
Monster Hunter, I'm seeing inconsistency. I don't like that. Are you ranking Rise Trio? We're kind of like ranking them a bit by power, and we're going over Chameleos.
But other things live here as well.
That's why I don't use Rise cutscenes. Okay, well, you can't... This is more just like the animators just making it want to seem cooler and cinematic.
Equally concealed.
Right? But, like, I would take into account that Chameleos can, like, partially make certain parts of its body invisible and others not.
So be mindful of your insolence, lest your fate be sealed.
We've been going over Chameleos for close to 3 hours. Well, no, we haven't been going over Chameleos. I mean, we actually started Chameleos at the 50-minute mark of the stream, I believe. So it's been 2 hours. You can see in gameplay, it's like a wave that goes through his body. Yeah. Which wasn't the case, I don't think, in older gen, but I could be wrong. In older gen, I think it just, like, appeared in, like, one go. Like, his entire body was either invisible, non-invisible, or, like, partial. In, like, one go. Okay. So... Oh, wait. Oops. My fault. So we'll have this in the background. So I believe we're done with the strengths. Now, could we be saying more and go even deeper into Camelios' analysis? Yes, of course we can. But we gotta get off Camelios, okay? We gotta hop off the Camelios bandwagon. And unless there's any other big point to talk about when it comes to Camelios, I think we're done with the strengths. Does anyone have anything else when it comes to strengths? So far I have can go invisible, can produce a field of mist like fog. In the mist, has neurotoxins, and in higher doses is lethal, but in mild doses, it's more like a drug that causes hallucinations, disrupts sensory organs and perception. So we're gonna have to consistently break the ground and send boulders flying. He's a cunning monster that is good with observing and figuring out a creature's abilities. Has to have seen the creature do a certain thing a few times for him to be able to figure it out. It's a good climber, can climb on basically anything. When he fights, he can be unpredictable. There was extra space there, I don't know why. Because of being able to move his eyes independently, he has almost no blind spots, has good awareness of his surroundings, has extrasensory organs on his neck, his horn, and all of his tail. Camelios has multiple different types of toxins that can afflict a creature with multiple debuffs, like corrosion of the skin, causing muscle aches that limits their movements and makes them tired faster. Highly deadly poison that can become a toxic gas, not toxin, toxic gas, and become airborne, causing swelling and paralysis of the vocal cords. Can spit out toxins as a projectile, and can even move the gas toxins. I'm sorry. I kind of speed write some of my notes, and I don't use the best grammar. I'm sorry. Around using his wings, can cover an entire forest in its mist. Camelios is undeniably the best fight. Oh, yeah. I mean, just look at that. What the fuck? Look at that. Camelios just, like, kind of, like, just put his hand on the ground and just kind of moved it slowly. And he's already breaking the ground. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Just like, whatever. Boom. Destroying the ground underneath him. I don't see Kushala or Teostra doing this. But I got other things to do. Don't worry about that, Logan. You have fun. Thank you so much for stopping by. He can go completely invisible for a brief moment. I know he can. That's like right here. He does it right here. Like right here, completely invisible. No fog and no nothing. Heck, even when from where he jumped, when he started jumping, he was still invisible. Right here, he's only partially invisible. But even then, even right here, I'm not gonna lie, he's still pretty decently invisible. Like, so like right here, goes completely invisible. And then right here, like, tell me if you see Camelios. This is still really hard to see. In general. Like, you could easily just overlook this guy. If you're just doing a quick glance. Easily. Now he's fully invisible. Fully visible. Camelios who? So, alright, I think we're done with the strengths. Let's go on to the weaknesses. And as the gameplay in the back is doing its thing, we gotta talk about his weaknesses, because this guy isn't all powerful, okay? So, easiest one, if you break his horn, that compromises his ability to go invisible. Easiest one. Easiest one. If you break his horn, that compromises Not compresses, compromise. His ability to go invisible. Chameleon's who? Slow as fuck. He's... I'm not gonna lie. He has, like, in general, he's slow. But he can easily do, like, a very quick burst of speed. Like, his fighting sense... the way he fights makes it so he's slow and analytical. But if he wants to, he'll schmove. Like, he'll move. If he truly wants to. But in general, yeah, he's kind of slow. Yeah. So we'll say this. Sure, he's not Gravios, but his speed is inconsistent. We could say that. We can easily say that as a thing. His speed is inconsistent, which, you know, does give him, you know, the aspect of, you know, unpredictability. But that still doesn't change the fact that, like, 80% of your fight is you kind of just, like, slow walking, you know? His speed is inconsistent. I'll clarify. Usually is a slow monster, but can have burst of speed that makes him fast. He doesn't fly well. Not a good flyer. I mean, you know, like, he can fly, obviously, and he can fly good enough to the point where he can probably, like, make a decent amount of distance from, like, one area to another. But, like, in terms of, like, flying capabilities, I put Rathalos even above Chameleos. It's so sad he doesn't have a single turf war, man. I think Chameleos is one of those monsters that have such a unique kit and way of fighting that you would have to put in way more thought and effort into a turf war. And considering Rise didn't really use a lot of reused turf wars, even from previous games, this probably just would have been a lot. I say that, but then, like, Velkhana... Like, Velkhana versus Malzeno is has a lot going on. Magnamalo fighting any flying wyvern has a lot going on. They could've, but, yeah, it's just sad. Not good flyer. Would you say because you could make this argument for a lot of monsters, but with this aspect, it affects certain monsters more than it does others. It's like a Barioth situation. The more parts you break off of Chameleos, the weaker he gets. Like, I could break some parts off Kushala. That's not going to be affecting him as much as if I started breaking parts of Chameleos. Did we mention how much range he can cover? Yeah, we already did. We said that he can cover an entire forest. Or I said he can cover an entire forest. We already wrote that down. That's for the strength department. But would we give him the Barioth treatment? Because again, you start breaking his head, can't do as much invisibility. You start smashing the tail, those are sensory organs. It's either going to hurt like hell, and he's not going to be able to sense behind him as well. And with the wings, he's already not a very good, like a really good flyer. So damaging the wings, making him not being able to fly as well even then, would probably just hinder him even more. He has 2 part breaks? No, he doesn't. Oh, part breaks. Because you can cut off his tail, no? I usually consider tail cuts as a type of part break, but no, in terms of breaking the part, yes, I think he has wings and head. I wish there were more monsters that got weaker when parts get broken. I also wish that. But I'm not gonna lie, it makes Barrioth really special with his fight. And I like that. Like, you can break Tigrex's parts. Realistically, in the fight, that's not gonna do shit. You break Barrioth's parts, boy, that fight gets way easier. You can break the wings? Yeah, you can break the wings. Am I tweaking? Can you not break the wings? You can break the wings, can't you? Am I tweaking? I feel like I've broken his wings. Because you can break Kushala's wings, you can break Teostra's wings. I swear you can break Camilios' wings. It's either too close distance, which isn't impossible. They outclass him with close range combat skills. In terms of proficiency with fighting up close, yes. But again, Camilios is the biggest and probably the physically strongest out of the trio. So if anything, it might just help him close the gap. When it comes to... Because Kushala and Teostra really do like getting in close. They love getting in close. And personal. With physical melees. Just as much as they do with their element or their wind or anything like that. What else? I know he definitely has more weaknesses. I know he definitely does. Let's see here. Oh, well, I'll just say this, right? If he starts moving... If he starts moving a bit while invisible... He won't be completely invisible. And you'll be able to see him. Okay, Google says you can break his wings. I was about to say, like, I swear you can break his wings. Wait, was that not the two parts you were talking about? I thought you were talking about his horn and his wings when you were saying you can only break two parts. But if you didn't... But if you thought you couldn't break his wings, then what other part did you think? I meant the tail? Oh, okay. Fewer ways to take the other two down. Well, okay, when we talk about his weaknesses, we're only going to talk about them in a general sense, and... I'm sorry. That's crazy. That's a crazy thought that came into my mind. Yo, Antoinette just kind of chilling, just kind of moving from zone to zone. And you see a Camilios, an Elder Dragon, start just moving up on you with a hunter riding him. That is a crazy... That must be crazy for Antoinette to see. Can you break his forearms? No, I don't think you can. Oh, hey. Oh, shit. No, Rathalos, get out of here. No! Rathalos, no! Oh, shit. We will say he has the weakness to fire. How weak is he to dragon? Is he like a 2-star? Every Elder Dragon's... Well, most Elder Dragons are like 2-star adjacent, right? Like, that's a thing that, like, dragon element affects the Elder Dragons more. Because, unironically, Kushala uses dragon, and Teostra uses fire. So, the element weakness could be a decent factor in this. Now, to be fair, Kushala's dragon element is more just physical hits, and other than him, like, charging with you, with a physical hit, he doesn't imbue any other physical hit, like a tackle, or like a tail swipe, or anything like that, with dragon. But we'll put that down. He's weak. Oh, no. I'm sorry. His elemental weakness is fire and dragon. That will be coming up. Everyone write some notes. I say write notes. 3 to fire, 2 to dragon, 1 to thunder. Okay, I was pretty confident that fire was the biggest one. considering, again, the whole rock, paper, scissors thing between the trio. But I could have been wrong, right? I could have been wrong. But I knew he was definitely, at least, because he's an Elder Dragon. And a low-tier Elder Dragon, so he's definitely weaker to Dragon. 3 to Blast. Okay, I'll write that down. I'll put that down. Is also weakest to Blast. Okay, put that down. Who's the Elder Dragon that uses the Dragon element more effectively? Are you talking about the trio? Because out of the trio, Kushal is the only one who uses the Dragon element. But if you're saying which dragon, Elder Dragon in general, uses the Dragon element the most, or maybe the best, it's kind of weird because Valstrax, Malzeno, and the Carcos use them pretty well. But I can't really decipher which one. I mean, you could also say Elatrin. Well, Elatrin, not really. Elatrin does use it, and he's a very strong monster, but, like, the way he uses the Dragon element isn't anything crazy. The lion is cooking the gecko. Man, it's almost crazy. It's almost like these are type changes. Now, I know what you guys are saying. How can we quantify this list if this is literally, a rock, paper, scissors thing, right? Right? And the way we're gonna do this is by putting these Elder Dragons against other monsters and in seeing how, in general, they do against other monsters. So we'll make like a 5-monster list. We'll make like a 5-monster, maybe even a 6-monster list. And make each Elder Dragon go up against those monsters and see which one they win. That's not going to be a massive discussion. We're just going to kind of see, like, vibes. Who has the better kit against each monster and blah, 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 blah. Any more weaknesses? He definitely has weaknesses. But a lot of his weaknesses come from like, his ability to, like, go invisible and stuff like that. I feel like we covered a lot of the big ones. Damn, that shit hurt. Poison messes with elders in general. I will say this. When it comes to, out of the trio, who has, like, so, Teostra has Blast and Fire. Kushala has basically just Wind, but also a little bit of Dragon. And Chameleos has Poison. Out of the 3, whose, like, specialty works against most monsters? I'm not gonna lie. I'm giving that to Chameleos. Like, Chameleos' Poison is so broken that you would have a hard time finding any monster to just straight up just, like, tank that shit. Like, Rajane can box Teostra, and he'll get burned. Rajane could try boxing, Chameleos, and he's going to be spazzing on the floor. So, I will say that. I would give Chameleos' like, special weapon, or his unique weapon, that being the poison, right? But not unique in the sense, like, unique to his specialty. I believe works on most monsters than Wind or Fire and Blast. So, do we have any more weaknesses? Yes or no? Do we have any more weaknesses? Again, weaknesses. Like, decent weaknesses. Not, oh, he looks a bit funny. So, count that as a weakness. He's a chud. Make that a weakness. No. Chameleon says that I'm not dealing with that cheat code. Literally. I'm about to say that guy should get hit right there, right? Yeah, okay. It was just the iframes. I think we covered it. We covered that he's not a good flyer. We covered that he's slow. We covered his compromise when it comes to his invisibility, and him moving makes him not as invisible. Right? It makes him only partial. We have, I guess we could say standard. We can say, well, that's not really a weakness. He just has, like, standard Elder Dragon, like, toughness. Oh, wait. You can see that the organs aren't glowing on his side when his horn breaks. I don't think do I have that? No. When I said his horn break, all I said was he goes invisible. No. Okay, I'll add to that. If his horn breaks, his sensory organs, his extra, I should say that, extra sensory organs don't work as well. He's particularly weak to flashes. Does that really matter for this specific battle? I mean, I'll put that down. He's particularly weak to flashes. I mean, he's not as likely to commit to a fight as the other two. Hesitation might cost him a hit or two. That's... What the fuck? Did this motherfucker just grab a gem from a shiny? I hate this guy. Oh my god, why can't I get this lucky? Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I've gotten this lucky. I've gotten this lucky multiple times. Hey, Bubba, I haven't been here in a while. Oh, hello, Average. Good seeing you. Yeah, it's been a hot minute, huh? I will say not physically, not physically combat competent, if that makes sense. Like, he does just kind of use, like, his pure size and, general strength to kind of, like, uphold when he physically hits. But if you look at him, like, he's not doing anything crazy. He's just kind of, like, smacking his tail down. He's kind of just, like, shimming a little bit. He's kind of just, like, moving his hand across, you know? Range of motion? It's good in certain aspects, but also bad in certain ways. I'm not sure if I'll count it a specific weakness. Oh, so technique. Yes, that's probably better. His fighting style. Well, no, the poisoning counts as his fighting style. Damn, got double hit with that shit. His fighting technique. Isn't good. I'll just say it's not good, because it's not. Isn't good, and it's borderline sloppy. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna put that down. It is borderline sloppy. I was with a friend in Quebec playing games, so I have my reasons. Also, this regular's hating friend had the audacity to call you a horrible streamer. A horrible streamer, I wouldn't say, but I'm definitely not a super good streamer in terms of the streamer aspect, because I can definitely be better. But I'm also not specifically a streamer. I do stream, but I'm not gonna lie, my main form of content is through videos, not streaming. The streams are just there for us to, like, connect and have a little bit of fun. So if he's not a very good streamer, I would somewhat agree. Now, saying me a horrible streamer, I don't know about that. I do think I have entertaining, I do feel like I have good engagement, you know? I make fun streams, we have collabs, you know, we have fun here. The poison has a boomerang effect? What the fuck does that mean? He was just spiteful over Seregios. That's the whole... Okay. Oh my god, that is sexy. Do you see that? Look at this hammer action. Too bad Bracky's not here to see this. Look at this. Jumps over, doesn't get hit by it, smacks him 4 times, knock him out the air, doesn't get hit by the poison. That is sexy hammer gameplay. Let's watch it one more time. Good heavens. That it can move after being fired. I already said that he can move the he can move the gas poison. I already said that as a strength. Me for real okay, this is a joke. I think we're good, right? He's particularly weak to flashes. His fighting technique isn't good and it's sloppy. His elemental weaknesses is fire and dragon. He also is very weak to blast. If he starts moving a bit while invisible, he won't be completely visible and you'll be able to see him. Not a good flyer. His speed is inconsistent. Usually is a slow monster, but can have burst of speeds that make him fast. If you break his horn, that compromises his ability to go invisible. If his horn breaks, his sensory organs also don't work as well. I feel like that's good. I feel like that's good. It's not like he's a completely flawed monster. But I won't lie. Like, I won't lie. Like, the moment you start breaking parts of Chameleos, he definitely gets weaker. As, like, a monster in general. Now, his poison? No. But his ability to sense you and his ability to go invisible? Yes. Which are very good. Those are very important things to his kid. Is the opposite of agile. I've already kind of insinuated that in the weakness department. And we kind of know that. I'm sure we are missing something. We'll deal with that later. Yeah, we'll deal with it later. I approve of Seregios. Don't worry. I have a joke with a friend that's, okay. Yes, good, my good man. Or woman, not sure. But, either way. Good on you for spreading the word of Seregios. I'm very proud of you. Alright. Fuck, can we get the goal, please? Can someone get the goal? I'm a dude, don't worry. Oh, okay. I mean, it didn't matter. I don't know why you say don't worry. Oh, because I said good. Yeah. Okay, never mind. Art. Viper's over here like, my bank statement. Not sure if it would really agree with me doing this purchase. Where's Art? You seen I can't? Yeah, I know you can't. Don't worry about it. I'm not like judging you on that. Okay. Well, I definitely knew I always knew that people downplayed Chameleos, but I'm not gonna lie, Chameleos has a bit more going than I even initially thought. The poison, I thought it was just like deadly poison. I didn't know it could do all the other shit. I didn't know he had different types of toxins. I didn't know that he had basically, like, not even sensory overload, but, like, fucking cheat codes with just knowing where the fuck you are because he has so many sensory organs, like, in the front and back of his body. But, yeah, I think a lot of people were saying that Teostra was either the weakest or the strongest, so I think we'll go with Teostra next. Wait, what do you got for me? What do you got for me? Teostra. Strengths. Did we count his cheat code? What do you mean his cheat code? His cheat code to, poison people? I thought we considered that his cheat code. Also, I really gotta pee. So I'll be right back. Just let me know what you're, talking about. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. He's like a shark times 20 with sensory organs, basically. He can buff himself and debuff you at the same time, like arc. Well, nah, hold on. I said that we weren't going to count that because it's not very applicable in this, like this whole thing. Because like, what the hell is he going to take from Kushala and Teostra? Like, he takes items from us, and he takes Spirit Bird, like, pollen, basically, from us. So, no, I already decided that we weren't going to, like, count that. It's something he could do, and in normal circumstances, I would, like, put this down as a strength for him. But, again, for specifically today, we're just not going to count that. Oh, this was a good stream for Chameleos? Yeah, Chameleos upscale. Or no, Chameleos stonks are going up. I trust Jerry didn't ambush you in the bathroom. Nah, don't even worry about it. Alright, now... fuck me, I'm getting very, very hungry. Does Oceans have a video on Teostra and Lunastra? Oh shit, I just saw there's some fucking news for... Oh, Teostra and Lunastra. That's 30 minutes, they say right here. Oh shit, apparently I was already watching this. That's crazy. Like the video. Okay, so Zenogre would just be a matchup thing. Yeah, well, it's Chameleos versus Zenogre specifically. Like, Chameleos could probably take away Zenogre's bugs, either through poison or just being able to just, like, lick them and, like, eat them. But, like, for that ability, for his, like, cheat code thing where, like, he takes something from you and then he eats it, and then he kind of becomes a little bit stronger. That's, like, matchup dependent. Under usually normal circumstances, that's not actually really applicable. Hey, Shannon becoming a fellow gunner. Thank you, thank you. Welcome in. That's not really applicable for like 90% of monsters in the monster roster against Chameleos. But certain monsters, you could probably say that, yeah. Yo, the thing is fixed. I'm not sure if it's fixed or if it's just here on the just chilling screen. I haven't technically changed anything about it. Alright, so this is Teostra and Lunastra. I need to see... Okay, so he kind of talks about both of them. But he definitely talks about Lunastra towards the end, kind of. Okay, so he definitely talks about Teostra and Lunastra, like, together. So we're just going ahead and, like, tune out Teostra's segment. Today's sponsored.
Me.
No way!
It's finally happened, folks. I wrote a book.
No way.
Hunter's Journal is a fan-made, in-universe publishing...
Ugh. My back. Oh. Here we go.
In hindsight, need to find...
Okay. Ah, yes, this thing.
Find out more about these powerful beings. Not just because they were dangerous, but because they were fascinating. In hindsight, many consider the second generation as the bedrock for all future Elder Dragon research. This desire to understand naturally resulted in more fundamental questions being asked. First and foremost, what even are Elder Dragons? So far, it had mostly been a functional title. If a creature was unknowable, affected the ecosystem disproportionately, and was so powerful that it required large-scale mobilization and evacuation to deal with, it would be called an Elder Dragon to make sure that hunters and civilians alike took it seriously enough. But if research was to really take off and be shared across multiple semi-independent organizations, some basic, consistent definition had to be established. After much humming and hawing, scholars of the guild eventually settled on a few key axioms of what defines an Elder Dragon. Most importantly, it was decided...
That is a horrible mugshot. You doing him fucking dirty here, Oceans. You doing him nasty. But hey, we just talked about this guy. No way. I will say we'll probably just skip like a minute. Dragon Anatomy. I don't
if
think
you're building the home gym right now, you
oh
probably
man,
think
yeah. I do not care. I'll look at. I do. This is something I'm curious about, but like for today, because we fucking. Oh well, fuck. We'll skip like to here. We'll skip a few minutes there.
Determine if a creature might be related to elder dragons. With these workable
How funny would it be if Camelios licked Kushalla's nuttos and got wind resistance? That would be funny.
definitions in hand, researchers continue to investigate all sorts of myths and legends. One story that caught their attention was that of the Flame Dragon. Like the Steel Dragon, this entity appeared in many stories of various origins, always wielding a broiling kiln of fire in its maw, often revered as a god of destruction and rage. The reason
Ah, yes. Ah, yes. But is he as strong as Arzuros, the bear, who is bloodlust incarnate? Just answer me that, Oceans. It's a Manticore. I've always liked Teostra and Lunastra's design. I've always liked the Manticore, like, look of it.
why this myth in
Hello, Fob. How are you? Welcome in.
particular was interesting to the guild lay in the description of the dragon. In all versions of the story, it was coated in fur and had a head reminiscent of a beast rather than a wyvern. To find a furry elder dragon would be
A furry elder! Hold on now. What kind of video is this?
fascinating, and perhaps shine some further light into the lineage. Another curious detail about this dragon is that across all of its tellings,
Ugly head ass fucking god damn, boy. Damn, girl, you got a
its appearance is shockingly consistent in description, except its color. Half of the time, the dragon is described as red,
What kind of video?
while in many other myths, it is said to be blue. This consists of
Okay.
myth of dragon. An older Ivas village different dragon is red and was named Teostra by the guild, while the female is blue and was given the name Lunastra. While their fur did not end up being as
Alright, here we go. I'm not gonna lie, we probably could have skipped like 5 of the minutes we kind of wasted. But it's
revelatory
fine.
as the guild had hoped,
We do it live!
it was still a massive find. The
Massive.
first recorded case of sexual dimorphism in an elder dragon species.
That's true.
Aside from the color and the shape of their horns, both types of flame dragon are quite similar. They have long, stiff tails and massive, furry wings. Their backs are covered in hair, while their limbs and underbellies are protected by a hard dragon shell. Their heads are most curious. A truly beast-like face, reminiscent of that of a lion.
I'm not gonna lie, this head shape gives me like really good bite force kind of type shit. Like if it has the similar like head shape or at least like jaw shape of a lion, this could be pretty. It could be a pretty nasty bite.
Surrounded by a wild mane and beard, crowned with
Does anyone have any tips for Fatalis Iceborne? Don't die. It's that simple.
massive horns and armed with protruding tusks. Even if no clear link to fanged wyvern or fanged beasts could be established to this day, the similarities are noteworthy. For a long time, the two dragons were only ever sighted alone, which made their exact relationship hard to determine. It wasn't until fairly recently that the first mating pair of Teostra and Lunastra was observed, all the way in the New World. To this day, no mating pair has ever been seen in the Old World. Studying these flame dragons is quite difficult, as all of their materials are highly flammable and can explode without warning. Be that as it may, The guild still pushed on and managed to gain various insights into this fascinating dragon species. Their habitat range is mostly confined to hot regions, such as
Holy aura.
volcanoes or deserts, but they have on occasion been spotted in swamps as well. They are mostly terrestrial and don't seem to fly often. The female Lunastra is considered a more competent flyer, while the male Teostra seems to prefer staying on the ground. In fact, for a long time, it was believed that the male had entirely lost the ability to fly, until Teostras in the New World were observed flying with ease.
This is the type of monster Dead Upon Mari would call like a little kitty. Like I can see Mari going up to Teostra and then trying to like snuggle him, trying to be like, oh, he's just a baby.
Sexes are
Bye,
surprisingly
hello. I'm sorry, I said hello. God damn it. Bye, Logan. Bye.
agile on land.
Real helpful spot? Well, I'm sorry. I can't really help you that much. I just simply just beat him by not dying and hitting him. I literally don't have any, like, I guess I brought in a dragon weapon. I guess I brought in that.
Having specialized back feet with pads and claws
The bulldog called Cupcake in question.
that allowed them to propel themselves off the ground with
She likes all cats but lions? Really? Why is that? So she likes tigers too? So it's not like she's like a small cat kind of gal. It's like she just likes all cats, but like I guess like fuck lions then. I'm absolutely cheeks at Monster Hunter. Well, I guess just get some help. Are you putting any SOS flares out?
explosive force. As they travel, the flame dragons feed not on plant or animal life, but on ores. Both males and females have been seen eating minerals by biting through cave walls. They have also, on occasion, been seen snacking on fire herbs and nitro shrooms. While there is some debate on if one can even call this eating, as it is just a consumption of...
Okay, I just realized something. How are we actually supposed to quantify how strong Teostra's fire and blast are? In a game, the fire doesn't, like, melt anything in particular. Nor do we see that in cutscenes. And we also don't see how powerful the blasts are. We have literally no idea. I mean, they could go in a wide area and they can kill small monsters, but, like, I'm sure Basil's explosions could also do the same thing. It hurts you by proximity, unlike No, well, does it? I thought you do literally have to be touching Teostra with its flame mantle, no? Which I thought was just, like, fire. I mean, you also do know you don't have to you don't have to physically touch fire in order to start, like, getting burned. You do know that, right? Have you ever put your hand over, like, a stove when the fire's going, when, you know, like, you turn on the stove, you put your hand over it, and you're, like, really close to it, your hand will start burning. Now, actual, like, scorch, like, burning your hand, no. But it's going to get hot, it's going to get uncomfortable, and it will start to, like, do damage to you. Because you suffocate. I don't know about that. I don't. Tosa's blast was able to level a plateau over a period of time. Where do you see that? Where do you see that? Also, sorry, I got distracted.
Minerals? These materials seem, at the very least, to be essential to maintaining the dragon's body. Specifically, these materials seem to fuel the flame dragon's main ability, its total control over flame and heat. The body temperature...
Oh, hey, at least we got, like, it can, like, the fire is there. It's just hard to quantify how strong this is, because we really don't really see much of it. In terms of, like, interactions.
This dragon species is absurdly high. while it itself is entirely immune to the effects of heat. Both the shell and
What do we have for Teostra so far? Literally nothing. We just got done with Chameleos not too long ago. It took way longer than I wanted it to, but that's because there was actually more with Chameleos than I first ever thought.
the fur of the flame dragon are tough and resistant to heat, and can even repel physical attacks.
What is this?
Oh, the
This
fire
is
mantle.
Japanese mouthwash. It actually
Shut the fuck up. The fire mantle is something I'm definitely going to have to bring up. Flame dragon digestion. Like many known elder dragons, Teostra and Lunastra eat ores. Also seek out caves and ravines to find mineral materials. If he's on it, they also enjoy man-made gunpowder from time to time. Just ores, waste powder, flammable gas. Okay. Inside the body, these are chemicals produced into a flammable gas that fuels the flame. Dragons command fire. It's usually emitted from the mouth, but can be seemingly cover the shell as well through some unknown mechanism. Digestion probably also causes refined power, which collects in the fur. Okay.
Ores and minerals the dragon consumes are processed in the body into two components: a highly flammable gas,
What's going on, Fob? What's going on, brother? We know blue fire can melt most ore.
and a waste material
Oh,
in
hello, person. How are you?
the form of a powder. The gas can be mixed with the dragon's saliva into a burning oil, which allows the Teostra and Lunastra to spew out streams of fire from their mouths. For reasons that aren't clear to the guild, the flames of the female burn much hotter than those of the male, giving their fire breaths a distinct color as well. Teostra's flames are the typical orange, while Lunastra's breath is a scorching blue, reserved
Yeah, so
fire breaths a distinct color as well. Teostra
it seems like Teostra's like the base of the mouth of Teostra can get blue, but it doesn't consistently stay blue.
flames are the typical orange.
How's your
while
day going? Pretty good. We're doing some power scaling.
Lunastra's breath is a scorching blue, reserved
I'm gonna go in a few minutes. You want me to say hi to the Sergio's friend for you? Yeah, sure. Tell him to say hi.
only for the
And tell him I say Sergio's is literally the best monster.
fiercest of all flames.
Cope.
The ability to spit near endless quantities of fire would by itself make these two extremely
What's the best layered armor, including in every game? Well, that really just depends, but obviously Sergio's has the best armor.
dangerous. But the fury of the flame dragons comes in two distinct forms, both ferocious in their own right. Most commonly seen is the Flame Shroud, the dragon's first line of defense. This technique
Okay, well, we'll put this down. This is definitely a thing to put down. Well, I just call it a fire cloak. Fire cloak. Well, let's see what else.
envelops the body of the dragon in its flammable gas, as it burns invisibly in the air. This manifests as an aura of intense heat around the dragon, with tiny flames flickering in its shell and mane. The transparent shroud
Fire aura!
distorts the air around the body through the heat, which has given Teostra and Lunastra the nickname Heat Haze Dragons. This shroud does more than just distort air, however. The temperature difference between the air immediately around the body and the air further away creates a sort of pocket that can divert and even repel projectile attacks. But more importantly, the rise
Okay, we'll say that. Fire cloak can burn victims when close to Teostra. It can also burn. It can also burn. That is something, that is actually something of very well note. Is that Teostra and Lunastra can burn so hot that when I shoot a bullet at it, it literally fucking disappears.
body and the air further away creates a sort of pocket that can divert and even repel projectile attacks.
Oh, I thought it just burned it. Never mind. That's not as impressive. But I guess still just, repel. Projectiles.
But more importantly, the rising
I'm with Viper here. Why the fuck are you looking at me like that? I was just now informed about 30 seconds ago through a phone call that I will be leaving in 10 or 15 minutes. Oh, okay.
temperature around the dragon makes even being near it deadly. Not even guild-approved cool drinks can protect a human from perishing in the infernal heat of a Teostra or Lunastra's proximity. This has even wider effects. As a constant emitter of extreme heat, the very presence of a flame dragon alters the climate of a region, causing heat waves and, over prolonged periods of time, a deadly drought. A walking disaster indeed.
This knife got
Oh my fucking god, stop trying to sell me your bullshit. I will say this, well, I guess this is kind of speculation, I guess. But I suppose the would you consider the area around Teostra just getting hotter? Like the entire like locale, not maybe the whole locale, but like the general vicinity, like area. Like if Lunastra is, or Teostra is in area 3, it's a large area, that whole area just gets like significantly hotter. Would we consider that a strength or no? Like, that could be a strength when against someone like Plesiath or someone who's very, like, water dependent. But the whole locale gets harder in world. I mean, yeah, it's kind of fire incarnate, as you said, inclement, but not like whole ass arena. It melts so fast that when it hits it, no different from a water droplet. What do you mean? Damn, it's any new meme? Nah, not really. Okay. I'll point that out. Produces so much heat that any locale he goes to instantly gets significantly hotter. Oh, whoops.
Temperature disaster indeed.
All right, gotta go. Gotta go to Mars streams here. Okay, bye, Boone. Tell Mari I said hi.
Thanks to their increased internal temperature, the flame dragons also become more proficient at using their fire breath while the flame shroud is active. As the body heats up and the shroud becomes stronger, the mane of the flame dragon glows intensely, an indicator of their power. The second application of the flame dragon's power is called the blast shroud, and utilizes the
Okay, this is definitely different. Blast cloak. I'll say blast cloak because I said fire cloak before. And now it's blast.
powder that is left over after turning the ingested ores into gas. This powder is theoretically a waste product, but the flame dragons find use for it all the same. Through the skin, the powder is ejected and accumulated
Oh my god, he's flinging shrapnel of shit at us!
in the fur, especially among the tiny hairs that cover the underside of the dragon's wing membranes. Usually, this powder simply stays in the fur and passively falls off. To activate the blast shroud, the dragon begins emitting copious amounts of this powder, which begins floating off the body continuously. This powder is usually harmless, but when primed by the high temperature of the air surrounding the dragon, it becomes extremely explosive. The flame dragon can ignite this blast powder by creating a spark, using either its flint-like teeth claws, or wingtips.
Okay, Blast Cloak can have Teostra send, covers itself. Covered in bits of basically blast powder. And can set or can send a large amount of this powder in a area and explode it using different parts of its body.
Curiously, the male Teostra seems to prefer using its teeth more so than the female Lunastra. Either way, this gives the dragon a highly explosive.
I'm pretty sure he uses his fangs in game. Only uses his fangs in game, I'm pretty sure. I can't really disagree. I can't think of anything else.
Offensive option. The powder can either be deposited nearby with simple body motions or spread across a wider area by flapping the wings. Once a spark is created, it ripples across the clouds of powder and ignites all of them. The specific application of their blast shroud is also where the two sexes differ the most.
Here, look at that. There is this. Look at this.
Their blast.
So look at the flicks, right? Little flakes here. It's definitely like yellow and orange, but there's a little bit of blue and white here, right? But that could be perfect until it explodes and you see right here. Look at this. That's impressive. Now, I'm not sure in explosions if a different color. This could be because of something in the minerals or in what is actually a part of the blast powder. But if it's not because of a component inside the blast powder itself for giving it a different color, then that means this is heat or a fire of some kind, which makes it a lot stronger. That's the master rank Teostra. Well, we do include master rank, okay? Now, we don't include, like, afflicted, Rizen's, temper. We don't include that, but we do include master rank. Flint tip. That's okay. Do we think this is because of, like, you know how you can throw certain chemicals or like materials into a fire and it'll be a different color? Do we think that's the kind of thing that's happening here? Or do we think this is purely because of how hot these explosions are creating? I think the idea is that it has mated with a Lunastra, so it got some Lunastra stuff. I wouldn't use it. Well, okay, is that your theory, or is that very heavily implied in the world? Oh, wait, let me...
Differ is also where the two sexes differ the most. The powder
I said I think. Oh, I didn't... Yeah, I guess sometimes people say I think in different things.
produced by the male Teostra is light and floats in the air naturally. The male can thus create clouds of blast powder.
Yeah, that big AoE blast attack was a shock when I fought him in Master Rank. It was weird.
That hover around as time bombs, waiting for their master to spark them into detonation. The powder of the female Lunastra, meanwhile, is dense and heavy.
Something I'm very surprised they never did. Something I'm very surprised they never did with Teostra as a blast monster was because of the specific way of how Teostra uses blast with like flakes and all that, and a spark can create the explosions and all that. I'm surprised that they haven't done a thing where if you walk into the blast a little bit, You walk into them, right? So it then gets stuck on you. Now you have Blast Blight. But I'm very surprised that Teostra, they didn't give Teostra the ability to then, like, snap its mouth shut and remotely detonate you. Blast on command. Basically, so, like, you have the little blast bits on you. What stops Teostra from, you know, sparking, you know, making a spark with its mouth, and you blow up? The stuff is on you. Because that wouldn't be Blast Blight. Well, no. Blast Blight is just what you get because of it. I'm just saying, I'm surprised they haven't given him, like, a special, kind of, like, ailment. Like Bragadios and all that, right? Like, Bragadios has, like, the mucus, which is, like, different. Right? It's a different, like, application of, like, blast in general. I'm surprised they haven't given him that. Like, in theory, that would work, no? Like, if Teostra were to send out a bunch of these, like, little flakes of, like, powder and all this stuff, right? And I walk into it, and then I don't stay in it, but I just walk through it, so now all that stuff is on me. And Teostra were to, like, bite down and create a spark, would the powder and all the sparks that are on me not also explode? Does that not just make sense? I don't think it matters, but the idea is cool. We would be theoretically, if we were to take this concept into, like, into the realm of, it makes sense for this to happen, but I don't know if we're just straight up giving him something that he technically doesn't have, or just something they haven't thought of, but it really does make sense for him to have it. Okay, if anything, I'm just gonna say it, that, like, this theoretically could just easily happen. I don't see why it couldn't happen. But I'm not going to actually use this as a point, as a strength. However, again, I do think this makes sense for this to be the case, but I'm not gonna give Teostra something that he's just never shown to do or anything, right? I'm just not gonna say that. But again, I'm gonna mention, I think it kind of makes sense for this to be the case, but I'm not going to say it is the case. I'm going to go bye. Hope you all have a great day. Remember, don't drink a drink that's been unattended at a party or other public places. Bye. Okay, bye, person. Everyone say bye. I'm just guessing that you don't want to make a blight for that. Yeah, but, I mean, it'd be cool, no? It would be cool, no? It'd make it definitely, like, way more, it definitely make it a lot, like, cooler. That way you would have, like, blast resistance, for, like, your armor, and that could be a thing, because Teostra, like, constantly afflicts you with, like, these, like, special blast blights. Or you have to roll a bunch of times right before Teostra is able to, like, set it off. Like, I think it'd be, like, a cool mechanic.
Instead of floating, it falls to the ground in piles. When sparked, it doesn't merely explode, but alights into a raging spire. The density energy while the flames link moving between the two dragons, however, is the...
Yeah, it's just because we don't really care about Lunastra. Maybe we'll come back to Lunastra, but I'm not gonna lie. But by how long Chameleos took, I really don't want to be... I like, having a whole nother monster to just, like, power scale and stuff. I might just have to say that for another time.
Incredible degree of control they
It'd be similar to Effluvium, yeah? Effluvium then? Yeah, it'd be similar. Not obviously one-to-one, but it'd be kind of similar.
have over their powders. Both the Teostra and especially the Lunastra can control the precise quantity, location, and even movement of their blast powders.
Oh, write that down. Let me get some of this.
Precise quantity.
So, let's write that down. Teostra can control the precise quantity,
Location.
comma, location, and movement of the blast powder.
And even movement of their blast powders. How this is possible is unknown, but hunters have noted that as the blast shroud is kept active, the horns of the dragons begin to glow. Horns being key to an elder dragon's ability is a known pattern, and it appears that the flame dragons further confirm it. Curiously, the blast shroud is not just a combat ability. Researchers have observed flame dragons activating it in low-stress situations and simply
Hey, yo, Viper with the 10 arrows. Thank you, but also, I'm not sure if you should have done that. I'm not sure if you should have done that, Viper. But I'm very appreciative that you did. Everyone, type in the chat for W. Holy sound. Oh yeah, Mouse, maybe you might not be used to that. That's a notification.
detonating the powder near or even on their bodies. The current hypothesis is that this mechanism is originally meant to be used as a way of cleaning off grime and dirt from the dragon's shell, and that weaponizing it emerged as a secondary application. When fighting, the flame dragons will periodically cycle between their two shrouds.
Oh, hello, R3. Hello, how are you? Welcome in.
Why they do this was long unknown, since most enemies wouldn't live to see more than 1 or 2 cycles at most anyway. It was only as the average skill level of monster hunters increased that hunting parties could push Teosta and Lunastra hard enough to witness what the purpose of their shroud cycle really was.
3, 2, 1, go!
Get this fucking AI out of here, bruh. And I pray that it is AI, because if it's not AI, God help me. God help me if those are real people who are looking that idiotic.
As the dragons use their shrouds, their bodies become hotter and hotter, as well as coated in more and more blast powder. After now,
Okay, so this is definitely going to be a weakness we'll talk about later, but his ultimate move can only happen Teostra specifically. Because Lunastra, I'm not sure if this is a game mechanic, but Lunastra, when you flash her in world, she could do her supernova. So maybe that's something. But with Teostra 100%, it's a phase thing. He doesn't just like enter the fight and he could do it immediately. He needs to build it up. Right? It's not going to take even a minute. It gotta build up. Right? So it goes from flame. I think it goes from flame to blast, I believe. And then maybe flame again. And then I think blast again. And I think he can do it. But at least it has to take flame, blast. At the very least. Has to at least do those two once. To even have a chance to do this ultimate attack.
cycles,
So that's definitely a weakness, but we'll get to weaknesses later.
these factors reach a zenith, at which point they can be unleashed as a devastating ultimate attack. Both sexes use this opportunity.
It's in rage phase and charge phase, like most monsters. But yeah, but like, it's a time thing. It's a time thing. Like, Teostra can't just like get mad at a monster and have some blast scales, some blast powder on him, and then do it like immediately within like the first minute of the fight. Like that just seems like that's not the case. It does seem like it is a build up. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Opportunity differently. The Teostra's method is blunt and straightforward.
Yo, cactus upscale. This cactus is gonna fucking eat that shit. Teostra literally has nothing on these little cactus guys.
Once it notices the time has come, it flies into the air and curls up,
I'm about to bust.
covering as much of itself with powder as possible, while also spreading much of it into the surrounding area. By spiking its body temperature beyond its usual limits rapidly, the Teostra ignites all of the powder at once, causing a chain reaction resulting in a singular, massive explosion. The guild calls this move supernova.
Okay, so we'll obviously have to write this down. The time has come, and I'm next. Okay. Viper over here like, hey, I go next. Teostra has a supernova where it unleashes all of its blast powder in an area to cause a giant explosion. You know what's crazy? We literally can't even quantify how big this, like, how strong this explosion is. This explosion never hits the ground. Well, it obviously hits the ground, but we never see it ever break the ground because Teostra flies in the air. It's obviously a strong attack. It's obviously a strong attack. We just can't quantify how strong. We just gotta say strong.
Is blunt and straightforward. Once it notices the time has come, it flies into the air and curls up, covering as much of itself with powder as possible while also spreading much of it into the surrounding area. By spiking its body temperature beyond its usual limits rapidly, the Teostra ignites all of the powder at once, causing a chain reaction resulting in a singular, massive explosion. The guild calls this move supernova, as it reminded many scholars of that most violent astronomical event. The Lunastra's approach is...
Do people in Monster Hunter know about fucking supernovas? It shakes the camera violently at that. But don't most explosions from Monster Hunter kind of shake the screen a bit? I guess you could say that it shakes the screen more. But is it fair to say that, like, okay, well, it's definitely stronger than, like, a Basil explosion, a Brachydios explosion, right? It obviously is. It's like how much, though? Like, it's screen shaking, you can't really quantify that. In a world that only happens with Zora, but does that happen as much in Rise or in the other games? I don't fucking... Even Uragon can shake the screen. Shaking the screen is just too dubious. It's not reliable. Again, you could say, like, oh, but that just indicates it's stronger than these other attacks from these standard monsters. It's like, yeah. I mean, we kind of already assumed that. I hope none of us thought that, like, a few Basil bombs equates to a Teostra supernova. I hope no one thought that. Maybe the Wyverians had some space tech to look up the stars. I don't know.
Guild calls this move
Alright, Oceans. Alright, Oceans.
supernova, as it reminded many scholars of that most violent...
I'm not gonna lie. When it comes to Teostra, like, being able to equate Teostra's, like, power output, we can just say, like, here's the thing. Like, saying it's something stronger than, like, a fucking Brachydios explosion, and it's hotter than a Rathalos fire. Like, we obviously know that would be the case. However, we just can't. We can't. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just don't really have any way of knowing, like, how much. Even saying that it uses the explosions to, like, carve out, like, chunks of, like, a cave to make, like, a cavern for itself. We don't know how long that took. We don't know how much chunk per little explosion does it take place. And we don't know how much explosions they use to do it. We just don't know.
Astronomical event. The Lunastra's approach is more sophisticated.
I would say it's close. I would say it's equal to a small eruption. Small eruption in what sense? Or for that matter, to Raging Brachydios crash out? Yeah. Oh, it's so weird because it's like kinda yes, but also kinda no. Because it's like we have to give the monsters something without being 100% certain. I mean, with a lot of power scaling, we can't be 100% certain for a lot of things. Like a lot of things. But like even with like this, like there are certain things where like you're just kind of like saying this monster has this. Just because it just might make more sense to compare it to this than the other thing.
As its body heats up, air pockets form around it as a nice area. As generally
I'm tired of people trying to do.
You know what? I'm tired. All these ads. That's what I'm tired of.
populated area, while both expand a slightly more
Oh, wait, what time is it? Oh, it's 4:30. Guys, I'm sorry. I know this is kind of like abrupt. Let me I got to go feed my cat and my bird. Just give me one moment. Give me 1 moment. Got to go feed them. Got to go feed them. Here, I'll rewind like a couple of minutes here. I say a couple, it's like 7 minutes. A couple minutes here.
but the flame dragon
Just so you can have something on the screen that we've already watched. We've already watched it. But a few minutes while I go do this.
find use for it all the same. Through the skin, the
Wait, did I fucking pause it?
powder is
There you go.
ejected
I
and
fucking,
accumulated
like,
in the
lift-
fur,
That's weird.
especially among
Alright,
the
now me.
tiny hairs that cover the underside of the dragon's wing membranes. Usually, this powder simply stays in the fur and passively falls off. To activate the blast shroud, the dragon begins emitting copious amounts of this powder, which begins floating off the body continuously. This powder is usually harmless, but when primed by the high temperature of the air surrounding the dragon, it becomes extremely explosive. The flame dragon can ignite this blast powder by creating a spark, using either its flint-like teeth, claws, or wingtips. Curiously, the male Teostra seems to prefer using its teeth more so than the female Lunastra. Either way, this gives the dragon a highly explosive offensive option. The powder can either be deposited nearby with simple body motions or spread across a wider area by flapping the wings. Once a spark is created, it ripples across the clouds of powder and ignites all of them. The specific application of their blast shroud is also where the two sexes differ the most. The powder produced by the male Teostra is light and floats in the air naturally. The male can thus create clouds of blast powder that hover around as time bombs, waiting for their master to spark them into detonation. The powder of the female Lunastra, meanwhile, is dense and heavy. Instead of floating, it falls to the ground in piles. When sparked, it doesn't merely explode, but alights into a raging spire of blue flame that lingers on the ground as the remaining powder burns away. The density of the powder makes the burning reaction much more violent, releasing huge amounts of energy while the flames linger. This manifests in wind blasts, which can prevent targets from moving and trap them in a blue inferno. What is consistent between the two dragons, however, is the incredible degree of control they have over their powders. Both the Teostra and especially the Lunastra can control the precise quantity, location, and even movement of their blast powders. How this is possible is unknown, but hunters have noted that as the blast shroud is kept active, the horns of the dragons begin to glow. Horns being key to an elder dragon's ability is a known pattern, and it appears that the flame dragons further confirm it. Curiously, the blast shroud is not just a combat ability. Researchers have observed flame dragons activating it in low-stress situations and simply detonating the powder near or even on their bodies. The current hypothesis is that this mechanism is originally meant to be used as a way of cleaning off grime and dirt from the dragon's shell, and that weaponizing it emerged as a secondary application. When fighting, the flame dragons will periodically cycle between their two shrouds. Why they do this was long unknown, since most enemies wouldn't live to see more than 1 or 2 cycles at most anyway.
I'm back.
It was only as the average skill level of monster hunters increased that hunting parties could push Teosta and Lunastra hard enough to witness what the purpose of their shroud cycle really was. As the dragons
Alright, do we count Lunastra as the same as Teostra? Not the same. There's definitely differences. Like, Lunastra's fire is 100% hotter. But, give or take the same power range. Give or take.
Use their shrouds. Their body
I was expecting a yell when you came back, but I didn't really yell. I guess I raised my voice slightly. But, yeah. Guess what I got, hunters? Guess what I got? I'm Bashadin maxing. I got some fruit. I got a plum. Can you... I'm smacking the plum. I can't, I'm not sure if you can tell. One hour of only oceans. Come on. I was expecting, oh. Can I just say how insane, it is that Risen Teostra instantly charges back after the Nova? That is crazy. The Risens really do get stronger. Which is crazy that fucking Magdamello ties or still fights them. It's a reused Surf War, but it's like, like, damn, you try to emphasize how strong these like, powered up Elder Dragons are, and you're like, yeah, no, Magdamello can still just beat their ass, yeah, sure. Shut the fuck up.
problematic creature, as it has, on occasion, wandered into human settlements looking to snack on their store of gunpowder, a delicious treat in the eyes of the flame dragons. In the old world, the Teostra is quite feared, as it will attack almost immediately upon spotting anything it perceives as worth fighting. Curiously, the Teostra found in the New World are much more relaxed, and generally more averse to open conflict with anything that isn't a fellow Elder Dragon. The female Lunastra, meanwhile, is a guarded, vigilant dragon, always on the lookout, bordering on paranoid. That is why Lunastra sightings are much rarer comparatively. Lunastra are also known to maintain their flame shroud at almost all times, even when not in overt danger, as opposed to the Teostra, which only activates it in response to a threat. When forced to battle, a Lunastra is more
We do not give a fuck about Lunastra.
Does your home gym look like this? Bulky.
Wokey, crowded, non-functional.
flame dragons, mostly because it was the first time a mating pair had been identified. While footprints and abandoned nests found on the eastern continent of Funron had long since confirmed that the Teostra and Lunastra do in fact mate,
Hey!
it wasn't until
What the fuck happened?
confirmed that the Teostra and Lunastra do in fact mate,
Alright, so that's the video, not me. Okay, got it.
it wasn't until 50 years into the New World expedition that the two dragons were observed pairing up. The resulting insights into their behavior and courtship rituals are to this day some of the most influential work the guild has ever compiled. Teostra and Lunastra seem to pair up for life, and their union is preceded by a meticulous courtship phase. First, the male Teostra must find a lava lake or similar location of sorts. Then, by carefully melting and then cooling rock and lava on top of each other, the male forms a sort of island in the lake, a rocky platform amidst the lava.
Oh, I was about to say, isn't that the shit in, World?
This arena serves as a proving ground for the male's control over its flame. A lava lake is unstable and chaotic, with random eruptions that rearrange the landscape constantly. To build a nest here and maintain it is the mark of a true master of flame, and the tidier and flatter this plateau is, the more attractive the Teostra is to any visiting Lunastra. The dragons then shake their manes as they inspect each other, and researchers have noted that Teostras with larger manes seem to have more success than those with smaller ones. Once the partnership
Does color matter at all? I'm not trying to be like a race thing. Because it's not. But like the color of the manes in lions do matter. Like it does play a part. So, like, lions with, like, really thick, dark manes, not usually, but seem more attractive to females.
Ship is established, the two dragons become inseparable, with the Lunastra surveying the skies while the Teostra prowls the ground. The most spectacular expression of their partnership comes when both dragons are engaged in a fight against a common enemy. The pair will synchronize its shroud cycle such that they both reach criticality at the same time. To the idea, as New World Flame Dragons displayed a few physiological and behavioral differences. The Teostra is better at flying, the Lunastra is more aggressive, both are more agile and both have more hair on their bodies, including a larger mane. These could be indicators of speciation or,
I'm gonna break now. Hello, Bracky.
at the very least, regional variation. However, a counter-hypothesis was proposed recently, one that has become quite dominant. The differences between Old World and New World Flame Dragons might actually be age-related. A more developed mane, a better grasp of one's physical abilities, a deeper expression of one's personality. These could be signs of more mature individuals of the species. The hypothesis thus postulates that the flame
Look at the form. Yo, look at the form. Tucked in, straight. Oh, yeah. This guy flying.
dragons of the New World are individuals that have reached sexual maturity. That would explain why no pairs were ever seen in the Old World. Those dragons are simply too young on average. Once they are strong enough to fly across the sea, they migrate to the new continent and meet up to begin their courtship. This might also explain why the Lunastra is so aggressive, as she might be affected by hormonal changes that are related to the mating season. This also fits nicely with the established fact that the New World's Elder Crossing tends to attract older dragons on average. Why the flame dragons would migrate instead of just pairing up in the Old World is, however, still a mystery, and no convincing theories have thus far been constructed.
Okay, I'm not gonna. Oh my fucking. Yo, Oceans, what's up with your videos, man? How many ads are you gonna give me? That was like 3 ads in the span of like, what, 6 minutes? I'm not gonna lie, this video did not
Thank
really.
you all.
This video was not as, like, insightful. Well, probably because half of it was about Lunastra. We're not caring about it. But, we'll watch the cutscenes of Lunastra and all this. But, I mean, Teostra. But, honestly, it's like, I'm not really seeing much here. Like, I'm not saying unimpressive. I'm just saying, I'm not just seeing much here. Do we do Kushala yet? No, Kushala's going to be last. We did Camellios. We're currently doing Teostra. Next will be Kushala.
In the halls of Inferno, roam the restless
I'm going to close my eyes. The next thing I know, it's going to be the end of the stream.
souls. The lone monarch approaches with the fire.
I mean, could we say that, like... Could we say that... Okay, but if I say that as a strength, that doesn't really help it in... How do I... Oh, you know what we could say? We could say that Teostra and... Well, I was going to say Lunastra too, but who gives a fuck about her right now? Teostra's, like, shelling and defense is so good because... It's really good. I'm sorry. It's really good because it has to withstand its own Nova. Supernova attack. What do we think? I mean, that's true, right? Same thing with Bragadios. Bragadios has to be able to withstand its the slime blasting. And same thing with Basil. Whenever Basil crashes down and explodes too, he has to be able to eat that. So Teostra being able to withstand the force of the explosion is very impressive. It's heat resistant, yeah? Well, no. Not exactly, right? Because think about it like this. The force behind an explosion, the heat and force of an explosion are two separate things, right? The heat generated from it and the force behind the explosion. When Brachydios killed Agnactor, Agnactors can swim in lava. It literally has lava on itself. However, even when the lava cooled, the blast and the force of the Brachydios slime was so strong, it killed Agnactor. But again, Agnactor swims in lava. That means swims in, well, it's underground, so you could argue it swims in magma. Magma in lava, right? But the thing with Brachydios is that it's not about the heat that the slime does. It's about the force that the slime produces because of the explosion. And the same could be said here. Yes, I agree that obviously heat resistant. Obviously, it has to handle its own heat. Obviously. But its body has to be able to withstand basically its entire, like, its entire body basically exploding. And it comes out unscathed. Obviously, it uses all of the blast powder, but it comes out, like, not harmed at all. He's at the very epicenter of the explosion. Exactly. So, I wouldn't say it's purely heat resistant, but because, again, if this was purely like what I would say heat resistant, I would say that with Lunastra. Because Lunastra isn't blast. Her supernova isn't blast, it's fire. That I would say heat resistant. However, with Teostra, it is specifically the blast powder he's using for his supernova. And with how violently it explodes, his body needs to be able to handle that. The explosion goes out, not in. It doesn't, well, okay, here's the thing. It doesn't matter if it goes out, right? Because that's how explosions work. Explosions are center and outwards, right? Explosions don't go, it's not an implosion, it's an explosion. So even though it's at the center, yes, and it's an explosion, it is going outwards, that's true. His body still needs to be able to handle the force of it first starting at him and then going outwards. Like, who said it? Who said the epicenter? Zilla said it. Oh, hello, Zilla. I don't think I ever said hi to you. Hello. It doesn't detonate against, it doesn't detonate against him. Oh, are you saying that, like, there's, like, a gap between his body and the blessed powder? So, like, his hand, the powder would be floating above his hand, and then it explodes. And you're saying that's happening rather than it exploding on his body. Is that what you're saying? Hi, I'm a power scale. Is that what you're saying? Because here, we can look at this again. I hope I still have the video up. Yeah, I do. Okay. Is it here? It's here, right?
Two sexes differ the most.
Yeah.
The powder produced by the male Teostra,
and also, I mean, we just
sexes differ the most.
That, like, he causes the explosions and he goes into the explosions. Like, he's not affected by it. You know, like when a shockwave hits you, it's coming towards you, but in the Nova, it moves away from Teostra. Oh, okay, I get what you, I understand what you mean. Okay, I'm sorry. I understand what you mean. What do you call it? But I understand when you talk about shockwave. However, that's still not... I mean, the shockwave is a product of the Force. That is true. However, because he's so close to it, this doesn't actually really matter. Like, it's so violent. Wait.
In a singular, all of the powder at once.
Like, keep in mind, the powder is coming off his body. The powder is surrounding him.
Causing a chain reaction.
Right? So, the powder is coming off him. The powder is on him, and then it's coming off him. But it is surrounding him. And then it all explodes. So, you could argue that, actually, technically, all of this is in a sense, a chain reaction. Let's see this, actually. Yeah, look here. You can see an explosion here on the left, and you can see an explosion here on the right. It doesn't all explode in one area. And then you see one right here, you see another one right here. Because of all the little blast powders, these are basically a bunch of smaller explosions combined into one. Oh, I'm sorry. It's a bunch of smaller explosions happening together at one time to create a big explosion. Although, I will say this, you could actually see a ring. Like, have you ever seen a planet explode and, like, that ring of the explosion happens? You can literally see that right here. You can literally see, like, a ring around him happens. Is that something we can use? I think Teostra is the explosion himself. Well, not just himself. He's producing the little bombs around him. But yes, he does explode. That's why I'm saying it is very impressive. It is very impressive that he can withstand this. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to give him a strength here, Viper. We don't have that much. But yeah, am I tweaking? Or that's a ring, no? Like, you can see right here form. You can barely see right here form. And then it comes out. And it's like blue. The ring's blue. Is that an actual phenomenon with, like, explosions? Can someone look that up for me? I don't know how to articulate this, so I can't look it up. I mean, I do think he has the best armor in the trio. Do you mean design-wise, or do you mean, like, functionality? When it comes to functionality, I would agree. Although, but I'm not gonna lie, out of Camellia, I think Kushala has, like, the worst armor. When it comes to, like, low rank and high rank, well, not low rank, but, like, high rank armor, he has, like, the worst looking one. I'm sorry, Kushala, I love you. I like his weapons a lot more design-wise. But his armor design, I should kind of ask. It's often related to the force of the shockwave. Yes, but is there basic... Whoa, that's really cool. That's really cool. That's really cool. It starts after existing for billions of years. But, like, in order for this ring to happen, what's like the minimum, like, force of this happening? Like, right? Can we find that out? And by we, I mean, can one of you guys look it up? The visuals are based on actual supernovas. So we couldn't create something similar to this in our real life, at least in something of similar visual effect. That might be plasma. I think I've heard you say that like a few times.
The guild calls this move supernova, as it reminded many scholars the chain reaction resulting in a singular massive explosion. The chain reaction resulting in a singular massive explosion. The chain ignites rapidly. The Teostra ignites all of the powder at once, causing a chain reaction resulting in a singular...
I'm just trying to see. So I can say, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. I can say that it's very impressive that Teostra is able to withstand its own supernova with, like, 0 casualties. Like, Like, other than, like, it losing the blast powder, he doesn't get weaker, he doesn't, like, stagger, he doesn't get tired. Like, literally, like, he's fine. Like, he's A-okay. I could say that, but how strong is the supernova itself for me to actually be able to realize how impressive this is?
Massive explosion.
So calling this a nuke would be an understatement? Well, no, that'd be an overstatement. Calling this a fucking nuke would be an overstatement. Even the smallest nuke is way fucking bigger than this. And also more powerful.
The guild calls this move
Not even nuclear explosions do that. I think there are actually 2 rings, actually. Are there?
the Teostra ignites all of the powder at once, causing a chain reaction resulting in a
Okay, so here's the thing. How does this ring
singular,
thing even happen?
massive
How does the ring thing even happen? Well, he definitely takes it better than Primordial does his. Yes, that is true. Is at least small building level? Oh my god, don't fucking say that shit. Teostra is like bigger than a whale. Well, like, not like small crown, but like an average and large crown. An average Teostra and a large crown Teostra are like bigger than like a whale. So yes, him being able to do this is definitely large building, if anything, but... What the fuck?
explosion.
Damn it. So what's the minimum... What is the minimum force needed, or even heat needed, to produce a ring around an explosion? What is this? It's like an X? Oh, you mean like, I think it's like here, right? So like this is the first ring, and I think it's like right here, I think? Like over here, upper... Or no, it's right here. It's like, yeah, it's like an X. It's like right here. It's hard to see. Kushala high multiversal for real. Okay. To be fair. Oh, hello, Ricardo. To be fair, we can argue that he has thick scales like Vaso Magmella that protects him against the extreme heat and blast, which makes sense for his scales to evolve to withstand such abilities. Yes! Again, the thing about Teostra and a lot of Elder Dragons, in fact, we don't know how strong they are unless we see them interact with certain things. Like, here's the thing. If we see, like, if Kushala here, I'm sorry, I said Kushala. If Teostra here were to do this explosion, and then, like, a piece of the cave gets destroyed, that would be something to base off of, right? But considering in every single Monster Hunter, we just see a giant explosion, but that's it. Maybe there are some parts of the Nova that have more heat than other that causes the ring. For some reason, the laws of physics have to be different in Monster Hunter. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, monsters can have, theoretically, like, unreal power. Like, Fatal is having hotter than the sun fire, right? Or hotter than the sun heat and fire, yeah. But, you know, that's not crazy. Like, the Earth's core can produce more heat than the surface of the sun. So, it's not like something can't be hotter than the sun. But it's like, Teostra? Like, that'd be interesting. It's just that pressure vortex, the shockwave is so potent that it makes blue plasma for a second. Okay, so that's something. Okay, that's something. We can say that. We can say that. Here, let me put down the thing. Cause of giant explosion. The explosion is so violent. that it creates creates blue plasma for a moment. Two plasma rings. All right, we'll say specifically two plasma rings. It's very Teostra also has to be, because like think about it like this, right? Like we say Valstrax's durability is really good because it's able to consistently be fine with landing into the ground, causing a giant dragon explosion, going at Mach speeds. And we say, hey, that's very impressive for Valstrax, and it is. But we gotta say the same thing for Teostra, no? Being able to just eat this, like this. It is doing this right on top of its own body. Heck, it is probably the explosion itself. And like later, completely fine. Not exhausted, not limping, not, a bit like overheated. No, nothing. Like completely fine. And that is impressive. That's very impressive. How does this compare to Seething? I think it's more impressive than Seething's. I think it's more yeah, in terms of pure force of the explosion, it's more impressive than Seething. The thing about Seething is that he could probably have like a larger area of effect for his supernova, but like the power, I would probably just put like Teostra over that. Teostra has to be durable enough to, and by the way, can I just say this, not trying to like glaze myself too much here, but like what Monster Hunter power scaler is literally going frame by frame to look at certain attacks to like actually like analyze like how they work? Who's doing that? People are just gonna say, hey, Teostra, big strong explosion. Teostra, lore-wise, could do this. I'm actually over here fucking hyper-analyzing things. Because I'm anything. I'm sorry, how does this thing go? I'm nothing... Wait, no. Anything but? No. I'm nothing but... thorough. Teostra has to be durable enough to tank its supernova even after the supernova ends. Teostra is fine and takes 0 damage or repercussions. Not repercussions. Not reproductions. There you go. Or, I'm sorry, it's probably like pushback. 0 damage, 0 pushback. Alright. Negative. There we go. Not gonna lie, I would love to see a monster from Monster Hunter to be in a death battle. I would love to. I would love to see how people would... like, genuinely, like, some of the bigger people to, like, genuinely power scale certain things for Monster Hunter. I would love to see that. Like, Death Battle and Goji Center. Like, I love seeing Goji Center. Like, I wish Goji Center did more, Monster Hunter. I really wish they did. I really, really wish. Oh, hello, Vipori. I was gonna say Hunter. Hello, Hunter. Vipori. Alright, my break is over. See you in about an hour and 30 minutes. Okay, bye, Brecky. He already probably left. And I was too late to say bye. I'm sorry. Now, this is also super fucking crazy because that means that Flaming Espinas, the force behind Flaming Espinas's fireball was so strong that it literally took down Teostra. Now, did it kill Teostra in one go? We technically never see that. But it definitely knocked Teostra out the fucking sky. Like, again, Teostra can do its own supernova on top of its body, be fine. It takes one supernova from, Flaming Espinas to bring him down. Again, we don't know if it killed it. We don't know if it was defeated after that. But it definitely hurt Teostra, which in any case is extremely impressive. Hey, where does Ultra scale to? Don't know. Don't fucking, probably I don't know, fucking, probably around Black Dragon level if I had to guess, but I'm literally just flinging that out there. What if Tio just ate it? That could be the case, but considering the narrator specifically said, it was a decisive blow to end the battle, or something around that line, it is implied that this attack that was going to hit Teostra was going to defeat Teostra. You know, we can actually just look that up. Because Teostra is in the Flaming Espinas. Is in the Flaming Espinas cutscene. So we can look that up. We can also see how how Teostra fights in the air. So this isn't just for nothing. It's a slight deviation, but this is in line with our research for Teostra, funny enough. It's Flaming's cutscene. I know, but Teostra is in it.
As the battle escalates, growing fiercer by the second, the struggle comes to an end.
You know, we can put this just from this.
As the battle escalates, growing fiercer by...
I will say, you can literally see Teostra push Espinas away.
Growing fiercer.
Like right here. Like you can see literally using its two legs right here to push him away. Pushing him away isn't impressive. It's more impressive to see his fighting capability in the air. So Teostra, is not a slouch when fighting in the air. Favorite monster is Xeno. That's not a bad favorite monster, I'm not gonna lie.
Struggle comes to an end, and the conqueror to be proclaimed. But both sides...
Damn, okay. Okay, Teostra. I see you. Yo, look at this. It was like 1 millisecond away from hitting Teostra. Let me mute this because it's gonna be kind of annoying. Bam! Just straight weaved it. Like, he didn't actually start weaving it until it was, like, right in front of him. Like, right here. Like, he did pivot, but he was able to dodge it. That's pretty nice. Okay, Tio subsonic reaction. That's fun. Espinaz ain't the easiest to handle. No, he's not. Yeah, no, he's not. Not any monster can handle an Espinaz, especially flaming Espinaz. Is the magnetic dragon from Frontier on your profile pic? Oh, you're talking about him. Is he magnetic? I guess I just never assumed that he was. I wouldn't call this subsonic or anything like that, but I would just say he has good reaction time. Has good reaction speed. It's hard to really quantify this, but again, is considering how late he decided to dodge out of the way, means that he has pretty good reaction time.
But both sides hold on to their courage. Who is the victor here? For one of them has been storing a trick up its sleeve, and it may strike a decisive blow when least expected.
She does say may strike a decisive blow. I thought it said and it would strike a decisive blow. Sorry, I guess I misremembered. My fault. In my opinion, it's between Kushal and Teostra. Camilla's, as far as I'm aware, has the least showings and can't really do much to the others. Oh, Hunter, you'd be very surprised. we power scaled him for like 2.5 hours because there was a lot of shit to talk about. There was a lot of stuff to talk about. Now, I will say that, I mean, he has, like, violet fire from here. How hot is this? I can't tell. This actually might be cooler, technically, than blue fire. But I'm not sure. Damn! I will say this. Okay, so funny enough, the explosion in the cutscene is way bigger than the explosion in gameplay. That's probably because if it was actually the same explosion, it would cover the entire arena. That's the poison. Is it the poison? It might be the poison. Well, no, it looks like flame, no? And whenever Espinaz has poison and it's on the ground, it looks like fumes. It looks like fumes, but this looks like just straight up like flames. Maybe it's fumes. Doesn't glow. Okay, whatever. So first off, immediately, this right here is literally just as big as Teostra's explosion right here. If we, God damn it. That's right, this is technically on Bing, so I can't, like, fast forward it like the other things. Alright, here we go. Oh. Where is the audio, good sir? There's the audio. Here we go. Okay, I think we can freeze frame this. Okay, so we can see that right here. So the fireball itself is, like, bigger than his head. Bigger than Teostra's head. So, like, right here, we can see that it doesn't overcome Teostra, alright? So it's still smaller than Teostra's flame aura, or supernova. This is getting close to it, but I think it's still slightly smaller. This is 100% bigger. That's way bigger. That's way bigger. That is way bigger. In fact, you literally see rubble, which I didn't even catch the first time. The rubble from this right here, the rubble from this, like the stones from down here, is getting kicked up because of the explosion. Hello, Kubi. Hello, Kubi. How are you? Look at this. Look at this. It is 1,000% stronger than Teostra's Nova. Which, again, this is not the same Nova explosion as Flaming Espinaz does in the game, because if that was the case, the entire arena would get hit. And the arena is pretty small in general. Do we even see Teostra? I don't think we do? Like, Teostra would still be here. I don't think we do. I think Teostra got taken down. Now, again, killed, we can't be certain. But considering... Oh, Teostra's not there anymore. Teostra was right here, no? I watched your Asalos versus Raidal vid, and I have an objection. Oh no, what's your? I can show you that Raidal can't win. Oh, okay, okay. I'm pretty sure Kushella's not. I mean, not Kushella. Teostra's not there. Am I tweaking? Hold on. So if we put our mouse cursor about right here, this is where he is. No, he's not there. Oh, what the fuck? Oh my goodness, look, Mari's life. No, he's not there. He's not there. You'd be able to see, like, his wingtips and other stuff. He's not there. Yeah, he's not there. Gone, reduce the atoms. So we know he has a limit. Obviously, he has a limit. But he's not there anymore. Again, did it kill him? We can't be certain. Did it knock him on his ass at the extreme least? Yes. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. The plum came back with a vengeance. Okay. So the main argument for Raidal is not only his physical strength, but the fact that his ability to absorb lightning makes all of Astalos' range attacks useless. However, well, that wasn't. So there were 3 reasons for why I said Raidal would win. 1, being able to absorb electricity, which included a lot of Astalos' toolkit, not every single part of it. His physical hits wouldn't really would be still a good use to them. His railgun attack would just kill Astalos. I believe that, especially if hit in a vital area. And yes, I do. He is physically stronger. Yes, I do believe that. But Teostra's limit is being smacked 200 times with the bone armor. That's funny. Isn't the smoke coming down from Teostra falling? No. What the fuck was that? Did I just see him fall? What was that? Look down here. Look down here. Am I tweaking? I might be tweaking. Oh, no, never mind. I think it was this piece of rubble. I think that was it was that piece of rubble that I saw. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's that piece of rubble. Well, the thing is, the smoke coming down could just be from the ground, because again, this is literally so strong that the rubble, the rock, the buildings, or the structure, I should say, the structures and all here are getting hit with it to the point where, like, it's kicking up the rocks and being superheated, see? So I think the explosion, or the smoke and all that, is from, like, below the explosion, because it also got hit. Also, sorry, QB, I got distracted. We only ever see Radal absorb regular lightning, and Aslo's lightning balls are at least a good bit stronger than regular light. Those wouldn't fly towards the camera, though. Well, maybe not. With how it is, maybe not. But it could be just like, well, obviously, when something hits when, like, the waves of the ground get hit, it gets kicked up and it gets flung into the air. So, yeah. Also, did you just say that... Okay, hold on. Kubi, did you just say that Astalos' lightning, well, it's not real lightning, by the way. It's, like, his thunder, but we'll just say lightning. Oh, wait, no. I'm sorry. Astalos' lightning balls are at least a good bit stronger than regular lightning. How do we agree about that? How do we agree, Hunters? Do we agree that the ball of electricity that Astalos produces is stronger than a normal lightning strike? Well, it's a ball of lightning. Come on. It is not... I have to clarify this. You're saying lightning. When it's not lightning. Okay? It's not. It's electricity. Alright? It is bioelectricity. It is not naturally produced lightning. But you also had more to say, and I didn't read that, so let me read that. Well, my point is that Radal wouldn't be able to absorb Astalos' lightning, given Astalos an edge when they aren't close to each other. Okay, here's the thing. Even if you want to believe, even with your own line of thinking, that the ball of electricity is stronger than a lightning strike, which it's not, but even if I give you that line of thinking, I give that to you, that still doesn't mean that he can't absorb it. Radal is a monster that is repeatedly absorbing multiple strikes of lightning in its body. So even if you say that his ball of electricity is worth 3 strikes of lightning, that is still something Radal would be able to absorb. Even using your own logic, which, again, I don't think is right. I wouldn't say that. But still, if his electricity can make him that much stronger faster, it's probably stronger than regular light. Okay. Kubi, I do understand what you're getting at. I do understand where you're coming from. And I'm not saying this like, I'm not trying to be rude when I say this. You're just wrong. And we're not talking about that right now. We're talking about Teostra. It's already 5 hours into the stream. And we're only getting through Teostra. We spent 2.5 hours on Chameleos, for God's sake. $5 hours? Well, the stream's been 5 hours. But that's what I'm saying. It's been 5 hours and we only gone through one monster and half of another monster. So, yeah. All right.
He controls. He's here to judge the wicked who sully his domain.
Fucking, he's over here like, God damn it, y'all scared the huzz.
Oh, yeah.
Viper with the 10 arrows. Viper, you specifically should not be giving me money. And we both know why. But I really do appreciate it. Thank you. We're going to have an extra hour of stream. Everyone in type W for... Everyone say W for Viper. Type some W's. Radal also just physically stronger than Steve, who's relative to Astalos. That's not great to say. So I'm here late. Oh, Miles, hello. I'm sorry I didn't say hi to you, Miles. I'm sorry.
To damn them with his rage to eternal pain.
Like here we can see that he can put up a giant area of this. Like you can argue that like half like a locale, well, not half a locale, but like half of an area. So let's say area 1 or something. He could probably like he has to actively like try to do this, but I think he could put like half of the area in just like blaze powder. Blaze powder, saying that again. Blast powder. Said he can control it. Yeah, I know he can control it, but he can also, well, actually, I did put that down, did I not? Unironically, I did, right? It is... Joshua can control the precise quantity, location, and movement of the blast powder. Okay, yeah, so this isn't anything new. We do technically already have that kind of an art.
Swift as wind his punishment, absolute his reign.
Ampler of flame. Aren't the Elder Dragon trio supposed to be like rock, paper, scissors, Tio, beats Camila, Camila beats Kushala, and Kushala beats Tio? I always thought that's how it was intended. Yes, it's a rock, paper, scissors situation. However, that does not mean that there is not a objectively stronger dragon out of the 3. So, like, I mentioned this when we were talking about Chameleos, but out of the 3 Elder Dragons, Kushala, Tiashra, and Chameleos, their, like, signature, like, way of attacking, right? So, Kushala's wind, Tiashra's blast and fire, and Chameleos' poison. Out of the 3, which one of those specialties of each monster would affect the most and do the most damage to the majority of in general monsters? So, like, every Apex, every Elder Dragon level monster, like, all these monsters, who would be the most affected by their specialty? Wind, fire, blast, or poison. And with how crazy Camillus' poison is, Camillus' poison just takes the cake. So, while, yes, Tiashra is a pretty good counter against Chameleos, Chameleos' poison just is so much more lethal than Tiashra's fire. Even with us power scaling Tiashra right now, I'm saying it right this instant. In terms of lethality, Camillus' poison just takes the cake. There are way more fire-resistant monsters than poison-immune monsters. That's true. And not only that, but even when it comes to poison-resistant monsters, well, okay, there's no such thing as immunity. Well, poison immune, I guess you could say that, like, poison immunity, well, I guess Chameleos has immune. Because here's the thing, you wouldn't say Tiashra is blast immune, because obviously a strong enough blast would take Tiashra down, as we saw with Flaming Espinas. It's just that I don't think we have a case where someone has strong enough poison to fucking overpower Chameleos. But theoretically, I guess it's not impossible, but we just don't have a monster where that would be the case. So, Chameleos is the ceiling. But that doesn't mean that something couldn't be made in the future of Monster Hunter that is stronger than Chameleos' poison. Than his, like, toxins. I guess for now we could say immune, because we just haven't, he is the ceiling. And he has so many different toxins that I think I'm fine with saying that. But it does irk me a little bit to ever say immunity when it comes to Monster Hunter monsters. You already know what I mean. Hello, Elaine.
In the halls of Inferno.
How are you? I'm good. How are you? Thank you for asking. Something I thought of, Kushala could blow all the poison breath away while channeling wind. That is true. Specifically the mist, Kushala could just get rid of the mist. That is true.
Roam the restless souls.
Are we arguing that Camillus is stronger because he's my man, my number one favorite Elder Dragon, but most genuinely considering him to be one of, if not the weakest elders? He's definitely one of the weaker elders, 100%. But weaker in the same sense as low-tier Elder Dragons. Like, I've already said this, I think Teostra is the weakest out of the three. But that's why we're kind of power scaling them right now. We're power scaling them right now, so I can be fair. So, with Teostra, man, the amount of strength for comparing Teostra to Camillus is staggering. So, for Teostra, we have a few different things. I'm gonna read them all off in case people weren't able to, like, see. Also, real quick, let me put... I guess I'll put the Ocean's video while muted in the background, just so you guys can, visually see something. And, okay, so I'm gonna read off what I have for his strengths, and let me know if you think there's something else that we should, include, if I'm missing something, for his strength. Because if not, then we're going to move on to the weaknesses. Alright, so here we go. Oh, you know what? Here, let me drink some water first. Some water. For strength, he has a fire cloak that can burn victims when close to Teostra. It can also repel projectiles. Yes, if a projectile is coming towards Teostra, it can repel or in some way deflect the projectile. At least to a certain degree, depending on how fast the projectile is going. But considering it can project a bowgun projectile to the point where it just doesn't hit him or it burns, that's very impressive. The thing would have to be going super fast for that to even... for it to not work. Produces so much heat that any locale he goes to instantly gets significantly hotter. Blast Cloak A. Who the fuck said... What in God's name? I don't want to see any of you have any thoughts of that. Blast Cloak can have Teostra covered in bits of blast powder and send a large amount of this blast powder to an area, exploding using in different parts of his body. Basically, if he sets out a giant wave of blast powder, he can detonate it by, like, crunching his teeth together. I mean, we saw that with the intro. Teostra can control the precise quantity, location, and movement of the blast powder. Teostra has a supernova where it unleashes all the blast powder in one area to cause a giant explosion. The explosion is so violent that it creates blue plasma for a moment, specifically 2 plasma rings. Teostra also has to be durable enough to tank the supernova. Even after the supernova ends, Teostra is fine, takes 0 damage or pushback or anything negative. Teostra is not a slouch when it comes to fighting in the air, has good reaction speed. That's what we have so far. Let me know if I'm missing something. Sorry if I'm interrupting, but I recently had someone say base Nergigante slams Shagaru, and I thought that was BS. Any thoughts on that? So when you say base Narky, I'm assuming you just mean regular Nergigante, and not, Ruiner. And, no. I'm sorry, no. There is a case to be said that Nergigante wins, but to say that Nergigante slams Shagaru is pretty fucking crazy. Like, to say that Nergigante slams Shagaru, or Shagaru slams Nergigante is crazy. Because they are way... Theoretically, if we... I'm going to be talking about Shagaru in a video that I'm currently making. In fact, I already actually talked about him. His segment's done. But basically, it's hard to kind of quantify a lot of his strengths because it's a big, like, toss-up in the air on a lot of things. But to say that either one of them just outright dominates the other is fucking crazy. Now, to say that to say that Teostra... Oh my god, I've been saying these monsters' names so much. To say that Nergigante beats Shagaru, or that Shagaru beats Nergigante, is fine to say. It's a close match. But to say that either one of them slams the other, that's crazy. Well, okay, like, Hunter, you saying Nerd gets destroyed by Shagru? That's crazy. Why are we asking whom is better overall, element-wise, out of the three, right? Personally, I'd say that Teal, as having both blast and fire, covers several monsters' weaknesses. Well, we're not saying whose element is better, because, well, Kushala does use the dragon element, but it's in a very limited way. So in terms of element proficiency and use, yes, Teostra takes that. But it's about, like, potency with their specialty, that being wind, fire blast, and poison. But Hunter, I want to ask. You say that you feel like Shagru is stronger than base Nerg, and Ruder and Shagru is 50-50. I want to ask you something, Hunter. What makes you think that Shagru is stronger than regular Nergigante? What has Shagru shown you that makes you believe that he's physically stronger than Nergigante? I'm just curious. This isn't like a bit or anything. I'm just curious on your opinion. Or on your thoughts, I should say. So, like, what have you seen? What, like, cutscene? What monster interaction? What gameplay feat, I suppose you could say, tells you that he is, in fact, stronger than base Nergigante? Chester is probably the best brawler out of the trio. I could probably be down with that. I could probably be down with that. Yeah. Considering we see him fight against Kushala himself, we do see that he does like getting, when it comes to Teostra versus Nergigante, we see that, unlike Kushala, who flies in the air and then slams down, Teostra is just straight up ready to just, like, immediately brawl. Like, just straight up throw hands. So, in terms of, like, who's the physically best, like, fighter, in a sense, not strength, but fighter, I would probably give that to Teostra. Shaggy's yellow. His threat level in Monster Hunter Rise is higher than the Elder Trio. The Elder Trio is on Nerg's level, so I'd say Shaggy. Whoa, Kubi. Whoa. Hold on now, but come back here. Get back here. Saying that the Elder Trio is on Nerg's level, it's a bit crazy. That's quite a large statement, considering we literally see Nergigante slam and overpower Kushala, Teostra, and Lunastra. Nerg draws against the Elders in Monster Hunter Turf Wars, no. Okay, here's the thing. In terms of, I believe, how Turf Wars work in well, no, I guess because it technically differs from Rise and World, yes, and even, I believe, Wilds. But, they both do take damage. That is true. However, I don't see Teostra or Kushala throwing Nergigante across the pavement. I don't see them doing that to him. We actively see Nergigante overpower Kushala and Teostra and literally skip him across the floor. Yeah, it's a draw. Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Let me genuinely ask you this, Kubi. If I were to punch Mike Tyson in prime Mike Tyson, if I were to punch Mike Tyson solid in the face, right? He gets a bit of a bruise on his face. A little bit of a bruise. Right? And then, so he took damage, and then he punches me in the face, and I get knocked out instantly, get put to sleep, and I'm missing some of my teeth. But it's a draw. because I was able to bruise Mike Tyson, right? So it's a draw. So we'll just chalk it up to a draw. Right, Kubi? Correct? Using that own logic, if simply taking damage from your opponent means that it's a draw, that is how that works, no? Also, Hunter, you said something up here, and I didn't read it, I'm sorry. Shagru, in my eyes, a monster on the same footing, a bit weaker than Shara is... Okay. Shara Isvalda. Hey, why are we getting ads? Hey, did you just put a speaker inside that bowl? The fuck's wrong with you? The water changes. Don't fucking piss me off. A weaker than Shara on footing, or a bit weaker than Shara Isvalda, including his overall power, and he has that wing arm strength as well. Runer is that same-ish level. Okay, Hunter. Okay, God, I can't. We might have to do an entire stream where I just go over your guys' takes on certain monsters and see if I disagree or agree. I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting fucking haymakered by Kubi over here and Hunter over here saying some crazy things. I'm getting double teamed right now with rage bait. Oh my goodness. Okay. So, I'm going to address this once, and then we're going to get back on topic, okay? I'm going to address this one time, get back on topic. I'm going to address Hunter's thing first, and then I'm going to address Kubi. So first off, Hunter, I have no idea why you think in terms of power, Shagru is on par with Shara. I just don't understand how you got that. Right? Shara can literally shift and break mountains using vibrations. And you're saying in terms of power, he's on par. Or maybe even slightly weaker. I just don't understand that. Right? I truly don't understand that. But, again, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, Hunter. This is why I asked you specifically this. You said, I feel that Shagru is stronger than base Nerg, right? And then you said Runer versus Shagru is a 50-50. I asked you, Hunter, to provide me why you thought Shagru is stronger than regular Nerg. I asked, and then after I said that, I asked you to provide evidence in game, through a cutscene, through monster interactions, basically just anything to support your case. But instead, you said Shagru in my eyes, which kind of tells me that you can't find anything to support your case in game because it's not really like that in reality. Well, in Monster Hunter reality. And you're just kind of going off vibes, which if you're going off vibes, you could say that. But that's just not how it is. How we power scale here is that we literally look at the evidence and we gauge the power. So, again, I asked you, and I'll ask you again, Hunter, if you could provide me any evidence for the claim that Shagru is stronger than regular Nergigante. Again, cutscene, gameplay, monster interactions, anything to support that claim. Not in my eyes, or I think, or in my opinion. No. Can you show me instances where you were led to believe that? Because you can't do that, then it's just purely based on vibes. We don't do that around here. Well, we do kind of do that around here. But, like, we don't take it seriously then. Because it's based on vibes. I'm starting to feel a little bit
The
anxious
flame
because I'm not
dragons
hearing
also
anything.
become more proficient at using their fire breath.
And
while the
then
flame
Kubi,
dragons attack.
comparing Shaggy to
As the
Shara
body heats
is
up
kind
and
of
the
crazy.
cloud becomes stronger, the rune of the flame
You know what's
dragon
also
glows
crazy, Kubi?
intensely,
Saying that the
indicating
Elder Dragon
of their
trio
power.
is on par with
The
Nergi.
second
That's crazy.
indication of the flame
You know
dragon's
that
power
scene where
is
Gaisman
called
gets
the
hurt by a
blast shroud,
Dragonator?
and
Never seen
utilizes
Poogie
the
Poogie get hurt by a
powder that is
Dragonator.
left over at
Do we
the
now?
furnace
And
as
Poogie
it
Poogie
pours
slain.
into gas. This
Kubi,
powder
you're not off the table.
a waste
You're not off the. You're not.
but
You
the
better get back here
flame
too.
dragon use for it all the same.
What makes you think?
The
What
powder
evidence
injected
have you
and
seen
accumulated in the fur,
that
especially among the
in
tiny
game
hairs that cover the
and through
underside of the
cutscenes
dragon's
or
wing
anything
membrane?
that they are on the same level?
This powder simply
Not
stays in
well.
the
They
fur
could
and
hurt
passively fills up.
Nergigante, but Nergigante is going to have to try tooth and nail putting that grime, putting that elbow grease
This powder is usually
to do
harmless,
it.
but when primed by the high
To
temperature
literally
air
stalemate
surrounding the
Nergigante.
dragon, it becomes extremely explosive.
Their turf wars was
The flame
officially
dragon
considered a
ignites this
draw,
blast
though.
powder by
It is
creating a spark,
considered a
using
draw
either its
through the
flint-like
turf war
claws
system,
or wingtips.
not what is shown.
Curiously, the name of
Nergigante
Teostra
is
refers
literally
using its teeth
has been
than the
stated
female Lunastra.
again in canon
By the way,
to
this
predate
is
other
the
elder
highly
dragons
explosive
like
offensive
Kushala
option.
and Teostra.
The powder can either be deposited nearby with simple
He
body
has been
motions
shown
or spread
in
across
game
a wider area
to
with
overpower
simple
them.
motions. Once a spark is
He
created,
takes
it
damage.
ripples across
Yes,
the clouds
he
of
does.
powder and ignites
It
all
would
of
be
them.
ridiculous to ever
The
say that
specific
Kushala can't
application of the
harm
blast
Nergigante.
shroud
That
is
would
also
be
where
ridiculous to
these
say.
sexes differ the most.
But again, I'm
The
using my
powder
Mike
produced
Tyson
by the male
thing.
Teostra
If I can
is
hurt
light
Mike
and floats
Tyson,
in the
does that
air.
mean I'm relative to Mike
The
Tyson?
male can thus create clouds of blast powder that hover around as time bombs, waiting for their master to
If he's
spark
that
them
much stronger,
into the
why
future.
isn't it considered a win?
The powder of the female
The turf wars
Teostra
in World are not the
dense
best. It is
and
why
heavy.
they first ever did that
Instead of
situation.
floating,
I want you to
it falls to the
I
ground
want you to
in
remember, World
When
and
sparked,
Iceborne
it
are the
doesn't
same
merely
games
explode,
that
but
reuse
alights
a
into a
ton
raging
of turf
spire
wars.
of
They
blue
are the
flame
same
that
games.
lingers on the ground
Those are the
as
same two
remaining
games
powder
that make
burns away.
Bragadios not use his slime. That makes
The
Galavinus
density
not
of the
use his
powder
tail.
makes the
That
burning
makes
reaction much
Volcana
more violent.
tie
This
with
interaction
Rajang, despite
energy
Volcana
energy
literally
is
being
dangerous.
an advantage,
This
having an
manifests
advantage
in
over
blue
Rajang in
traps,
almost every
which will
scenario.
prevent targets from moving and trap them in a blue inferno. What is consistent between the two dragons
So,
is the
as I said before,
incredible
I'm just going to bring it up
control
once,
they
and then
have
that's it.
over their powders.
No.
Both
Kushala and
Teostra
Teostra, the Dragon
especially
Trio,
Lunastra,
is not
can
on par
control
with
the precise
Nergigante.
quantity,
No.
location, and
Can they
even
hurt
movement of
Nergigante?
their blast
Yes.
powders.
Again, it's ridiculous.
How
It
this
would
is
be ridiculous to say
possible
that they
is
couldn't
unknown,
hurt
but hunters
Nergigante.
have noted that as the blast shrouds
But
become
to
active,
say that they are
the
on
horns of the
par
dragons
and they
begin
are
to
equal
glow.
to each other, that is incorrect.
being key
Considering,
to another
again, it
dragon's
has been
ability
stated
to
multiple times that
signal
Nergigante
pattern. It appears
predates.
that the flame
Not,
dragons further
maybe if
confirm
I had the chance. No, will go out of his way
the blast
to
shroud is
brawl
not
and
just a
physically
combat
beat
ability.
down a Kushala
Researchers
Teostra.
have observed
But we
flame
haven't seen him.
dragons activating
Chameleos isn't in
low
world,
stress
except for he
situations
is
and
because
simply
he's invisible.
detonating the
But you get what I
powder
mean, right? He's been
opening
shown
on
to
the body.
physically overpower these monsters.
The current
While the
hypothesis
same
is that
case
this
cannot be said for the
mechanism
other
is
monsters to
original,
overpower
meant to be
Nergigante.
used as a way of cleaning off grime and dirt from the dragon's shell, and that weaponizing it
Rajang
further
ties with
as a
Volcana.
secondary
Yes, he ties.
when fighting.
He literally
The
ties.
flame
It's a
dragons
reused turf
will
war.
periodically
That's why I'm
cycle
saying the
between
turf war
different
aspect in.
rounds.
That's why I only use unique turf wars. I don't use reused turf wars. Because in every, like, Orochi Kirin is literally the folly to Rajang. Yet apparently Volcana ties with him.
Only
It's
as the
ridiculous.
average skill level of monster hunters increased, that hunting parties could push Teostra and Lunastra hard enough to witness what the purpose of their shroud cycle really was.
So there, I addressed all of that.
As the dragons use their shrouds, their bodies become hotter. And
I just all
as
that.
well as coated
We're
with
good.
more and more
We're
blast
good. No
powder.
more. We're good.
After enough cycles, these
By the way, I'm not sure if anyone. God damn! Stop looking at me. The fucking. The devil when I sin. Calm down, man. Are we done with his strengths? Because then we can get on to Teostra's weakness, and after Teostra's weaknesses, we can talk about Kushala.
factors reach a zenith.
Camillus beats Nerg beats Nurg because I like him more. See, Gooby, that's fine for you to say. Funny enough, I'm fine with you saying that. Saying, well, me personally, I like Seregius more, so he just solos fiction. It's it's fine to say that. It's fine to say that. Because it's not based on anything like substantial. It's just vibes. And obviously, we're fine with saying just vibes. That's why people say the greatest Jaguars wins against everything. Because he low-key does. Except for Seregios. Because he's the GOAT. And he's better than the greatest Jaguars. See? It's fine to say that. But saying like... but when people say... I'm not saying you guys are saying this. But when it's like, you're wrong... because I said you are. Can you provide any evidence? No. Because I think this... Shut the fuck up. Again, it could be Hunter. I'm not saying you guys are saying that. I'm not saying any of these guys are saying that. I'm more kind of venting because I've seen people in my comments say that. Like, you're wrong. And I'm like, any evidence? No. Well, okay, then shut up. Can the powders stick to other monsters? We had this discussion before. If I had my evidence, but it was wrong. Oh, I had my evidence, but it was wrong. Okay. Well, that's true, right? Something that you think is evidence to support your claim might just straight up backfire on you. We did say that, like, when you walk through the Blast Blight, or when you walk through... Let me get this off the screen. When you, go through the, like, powder and all that, you get hit with Blast Blight. So it does stay on you.
Method is blunt and straightforward.
So it does stay on you, yes. So, I mean, I kind of just assumed that was like a given, but I could write that as a strength, I suppose. If a monster if a monster were to go through the blast powder, massive explosion, they would be afflicted by of that most violent astronomical blast blight. The Lunastra's approach is more sophisticated. Not blast light, blast blight. Air pockets form around it as a result of slash when the time is right. Blast the powder ignites its powder like the Teostra, but instead of having it detonate on its body, it forces just open Pinterest and someone ripped a foot callus open and put Tic Tacs in it. Help. Hyland, you're gonna have to... Hyland, I'm currently doing something right now. I'm gonna need you to worry... I'm gonna need you to... figure that out on your own. Maybe, like, close Pinterest? Kushal is better than Seregios because I like him more and Seregios is the worst monster. Exactly. It's slander, but it's like meme slander. Does the frenzy virus affect elder dragons? No, it doesn't. You know, I'd be really... You know how... It's really surprising how many people actually don't know that, or say that it's not canon, that the frenzy virus doesn't affect elder dragons. It is genuinely surprising, like, how many people... Well, okay, one, how many people actually still don't know that, and then two, how many people say that it's wrong that it doesn't affect them. Aggressive and violent towards any kind of opponent, they express it in different ways. Haven't played For You, LARPers? I technically haven't played For You. But I know that because I do research on these things. Kushella beats Seregios because he's better at it. Okay. Okay, that's funny. So we're done with the strengths. I don't think there's much else. Overall, I'm not as impressed. I'm way more impressed with the Cumulus portion. But so far, not bad. Weaknesses, everyone. We need some weaknesses. I'm gonna need some weaknesses. Give me some weaknesses. Curiously, the Teostra found in the New World. I'm gonna put down when he does his supernova. He uses all of his blast powder, and in a sense, powers down. Also known to maintain their flame shroud at almost all times.
even when not in overt danger.
Powers
as opposed
down,
to
but
Teostra, which
he's
only activates
not
it in response
fatigued.
to a threat.
I need to like
When forced to battle, a
I need to, like,
Lunastra is
clarify that.
more
There you go.
ferocious than her partner. Its
looking at
vigilance
things
blossoming
again
into
and really
cruel
putting
wrath.
deep thought. I can admit I was wrong. The fact alone that Nergi
Lunastra
is
were,
just
however,
gonna
also
poke
known
Shaggy
quite
whenever he
skinny.
does something. That is
During the
something a
fight,
lot of people, whenever I've seen, because Shaguru Magala versus Nergigante is a very funny debate because I've seen people like bring it up a lot. It's a very popular one. It's so funny because people are like, Shaguru has big, strong arms. It's like, you do realize that Nergigante literally has a fucking defense against someone trying to grab him from on top. It's called his spikes. Either it completely cushions the blow of Shaguru, or it just straight up stabs Shaguru whenever he tries to forcefully do that. Basically, try imagining you putting a knife upwards, and then like you trying to like break the knife with your hand slamming down on top of the knife. That's basically what's going to happen to Shaguru. But a lot of people actually don't think about that because they're not really power scalers. You know, it's all about vibes, right? And I'm not, I'm not trying to like bring people down or anything like that, right? But like I'm the person who does all the research and stuff so that you guys can get informed without having to do the hours of research. We are 5 hours into the research for these two guys.
Drag on. The female dragon would often flee instead of prolonging the encounter. A calculated move to
Can get stunned
minimize
easily.
damage
Okay,
on
we'll
her
put that.
part.
Can
The guild even had to
can
establish a rule at
get
one point that
stunned
only one hunter may
easily.
face a Lunastra at a time.
Oh,
since
excuse
a
me.
larger group would scare the dragon away.
Is it just me? Is it the model? Is it just me, or is the crest bigger here? Does Luna? Is that angle? That might be the angle. Is that just me, or does Lunastra have like a bigger crest here than she does in World? Am I tweaking? The main is smaller?
Since a large
Does the main smaller make... No, I swear that looks bigger. Am I fucking tweaking? Hold on.
minerals the dragon consumes are processed in the body
Bless me.
into two components. A highly the
Bro.
dragon are
It might be the angle. It might be the angle. It's probably the angle. It's probably the angle.
in a singular massive explosion. The guild calls this supernova.
There gets a porcupine.
and
He
reminded
is
many scholars
a very
of
powerful
that most
porcupine.
violent astronomical event.
The blast
The
powder could be
Lunastra's
blown away by
approach
wind
is
pressure.
more
Probably no.
sophisticated.
Oh,
As
that's
its volume
interesting. The
increases,
powder,
ice
unironically,
pockets form
would
around
still
it
be in
as a result of
effect.
temperature gradients. When the time is
It
right,
would be in
the
effect, but
Lunastra
it would be
ignites the
dissipated.
powder
So
like
instead of being
lava,
concentrated in
but
one
instead of
area,
having
the
it
blast
detonate
powder,
in its body,
it would be like spread
it
out.
forces the
So
powder
it'd be like
into the air
very
pockets,
small explosions
which
still
bursts
happening,
outward in the
but they
process.
wouldn't be like, they won't like
The
combine into one
result
big
is a
explosion.
massive wave of
But it
blue
does still
flame,
affect
as
the blast
burning
powder, yes.
is accelerated and dispersed by the bursting air pockets across a wide area.
The Nova
creating a
takes
sea
approximately
of
forever to
blue
wind
fire
up
that
to
emanates
and is
heat
telegraphed
and
as
pulses
fuck.
with wind pressure.
It takes like
Guild
3
hunters call
seconds.
this
No,
effect
it takes like, it only
as the
takes like a
deepest
little bit,
depth
right?
of
How
the
long does the
fire.
supernova
Quite
take?
The powder can either be deposited nearby with simple body mode
Is it here?
application of their blast shroud.
I think it's
and
here.
also worded is
it here?
would struggle to burn into their powders have no with only generally to battling in the main.
No, I passed it. How long does it take? In game, how long does it take? It's like over here? Damn, where is it? Oh, it's right here.
At once,
Right here.
causing a chain reaction,
So, sorry, here, so, 16 seconds.
resulting in a singular massive explosion.
Okay, it takes like 3 seconds. It takes like 3 seconds. That's not bad. That's about the same charge up time for Radao. Well, in-game Radao. He's number one. Nargate's a porcupine. But also have. I love being wrong. Don't worry. Keep me from doing more research, which is fun. All right.
The guild calls this move Supernova, as it reminded many scholars.
Dragon damage can get rid of the charge state. Ooh, good to. Well, considering the hunters don't use a massive abundance of dragon energy to still do dragon seal. Kushala's dragon actually might be enough. At least when hit enough times.
But instead of having it detonate on its body,
dragon
the powder into the air pocket,
energy,
which burst outward in the process.
Or you say dragon damage, but I'm just gonna say energy. Can get rid of the I said off. Whoops. Of
creating a
the
of blue fire
charge
heat
state.
With wind pressure.
Estate.
Guild hunters call this attack Hell Flare, as the deepest depths of the Inferno must look
oh yeah.
to the aftermath of this move.
In order to do the supernova, in order to do the supernova, Teostra has to charge it up in a way by going through
one can observe slight behavior
by going through
while both
different
are extremely aggressive and
phases
any kind of opponent
of his cloaks.
The male Teostra is proactive and curious.
It takes time
surroundings. This makes it a slightly
to it takes time
creature,
to
as it has on occasion wandered into human settlements looking to snack on their store of
charge up
gunpowder,
the
a delicious
nova.
treat in the eyes of the flame dragons.
By the way, you think you've heard the worst takes? Have you ever heard Arkveld beats Safi Jiva because Arkveld absorbs Safi Sob? I did. Okay, it's funny you say that, Hunter. I kind of felt like I was being called out here. I did say in my illegal monster matchup video that Arkveld could beat Xenojiva. I did say that Xenojiva could also easily kill him. But specifically because being able to drain a monster's elemental element, throw a giant dragon element explosion back at it. So basically they get weaker, you get stronger. Zeno is very clumsy, doesn't know how to use its power. It's also somewhat sluggish. And Arkveld literally has the tool in order to, like, actually beat Zeno. But with that being said, Zeno could also easily kill, Ark. He could easily kill Ark. But I've also said that out of the Elder Dragon level monsters, like Devil Joe, Rajang, you know, Basil, Magnum, like all those other guys, right? Arkveld is the one who has the best chance against someone like Zeno. Which is crazy because, like, we're not talking about, like, mid-tier Elder Dragon either. We're talking about, like, high-tier Elder Dragon. Zeno is a very strong monster. Which is why the, like, power discrepancy, I put Arkveld and Zeno as a matchup in that video. But Safi? No, that's crazy. No, that's a bit flagrant.
Are much more relaxed and generally more averse to open conflict.
Did we mention it's not free to melee Teostra? Well, if you're talking about, like, the Flame Horror and stuff, yeah. I did mention that the Flame Cloak can burn victims, and the Blast Cloak can explode people. I did say that. Is that what you mean? That's the one, though, saying that pisses me off. Oh, hello, Monster. Welcome back. I saw that, but you gave a reason to why Arkveld can lose easily. Yeah, because he can lose easily. That is the dumbest take I ever heard. Wait, the Arkveld versus Zeno thing, or the Arkveld versus Safi? Arkveld versus Safi, that's dumb. Arkveld versus Zeno makes more sense, but he could also die. But I could see a timeline where Arkveld wins this. I could see it. Specifically because Arkveld has the toolkit. Has, like, not even necessarily an advantage, but has the... That is the ugliest fucking...
Since a larger group would
bro's having the piss particles. What is this? What the fuck is this?
scare the dragon.
Literally the fucking the pyrite fake gold nonsense. Arkveld versus she sharded. Arkveld versus Safi take. Yeah, no, that's dumb. Yeah, breaking the horns will mess Yashua's charge. Oh, yeah, I gotta mention that.
This behavior is completely absent in New
breaking
which will always stand their ground.
Teostra's horns. Oh, that's not Teostra's horns. Will affect how he charges his supernova. I think he could still do it, but it would just take much longer.
That the two dragons were observed pairing up.
Do you think that the heat from Teostra could neutralize some of Camillus' poison? No. Well,
the guild has ever compiled.
Well, okay, that's a very interesting point. So the natural ambient heat that Teostra puts off, how would that affect the mist and the, like, poison clouds that Camillus does? I'm not talking about Teostra breathing fire onto the mist or onto the clouds. I mean, I'm talking about, like, the ambient heat and, like, the fire cloak. Can't use blast and fire at the same time. Unironically, that is low-key a weakness. Well, I wouldn't just call it, like, a pure weakness, but it's definitely, like, a... You know what I'm saying? Like, it's definitely, like, not something in your advantage that you can't do them both at the same time. Can't, do blast and fire state, not stare, state at the same time. Is Camillus at the bottom right now? I'm not gonna lie. No. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think so. Can't use both blast fire at the same. There's also a big AoE attack, so hiding doesn't help Camillus. Yes, sir. Can we get a honorable mention for his breath range in a world cutscene? Ooh, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, because that's like Loki, he did that like really far, no? Like, he did low-key do that really far. Teostra cutscene. Damn, you got better quality, gang? So this is towards the entrance, or I guess exits, towards the opening here of this hole right here. And Teostra is... I think in the middle? Yeah, Teostra is like in the middle of this. But keep in mind, where the blast was coming from, he was back here. He walked over here, but where he got hit by this, well, he didn't get hit by it. But like, where he is right here, he's way further back. I'll just say I will just say that his breath attack can have a can reach a long distance as a strength. His fire breath can reach a large distance. Basario slams Theo because rock is super effective against fire types. What? Oh, I get it. Okay, that's funny, Kubi. You're talking about like Monster Hunter. Or are you talking about like Pokemon? He was willing to fight Nergigante while he was weakened. I don't know if that's resilience. That's literally like, if I don't help fight, I'm going to fucking die. That's like it's more like an animal being cornered, if anything else, and deciding to fight. Like, while Elder Dragons do think about, like, weigh pros and cons, they're not a bitch. Notice every single Elder Dragon is very prideful in their strength, and they're not going to, like, lie down and take it. Another honorable mention, Kushalla's tornadoes catch fire in contact with the flames. I have seen that. It's really cool. It's really cool. But I don't know if you would really it's just like a power interaction between the two monsters. It's not really a strength weakness or for either. I think his bite would be nasty because of those gnarly Flintstone-like teeth. Viper, I brought this up, and Viper also made a good point. Like, they could probably leave a pretty nasty bite. But the thing is, like, he doesn't move his mouth big enough. Like, his mouth, in terms of, like, how much he can actually open it, compared to, like, a lot of, like, monster parts, like a tail or something else, isn't really that, like, effective. Like, he wouldn't be able to get good leverage on it in order to bite and crunch. I mean, it would probably be like, how do I say? Like, if Teostra tried biting onto a Rathalos tail, it wouldn't be able to put its entire tail in its mouth and get a good bite. That's like your mouth being stuffed. And you can't, like, bite correctly or as, like, properly as you want to. Now, if he could fit it in its mouth, probably. But a lot of monster parts are not going to be small enough. A lot of monsters are not going to be small enough to the point where it's going to be devastating. Like Uduna? No, he's not going to be able to bite that much. That's why he actually doesn't bite. And a lot of cutscenes, a lot of things, he doesn't bite. He just kind of, like, throws hands. It's like, damn, you fucking this up for me. Lunastar's supposed to be here right now. Why you fucking this up? She can't see that I'm fucking with you, gang. Joshua bites a lot because that's how he uses the power. Oh, well, okay. Don't be annoying, Viper. Obviously, Joshua bites a lot. I meant, like, bites other monsters as a way of offense. As a way to, like, take down other monsters. It doesn't bite. He does try to bite. That is true. But, again, how good would that have been against, Nergigante? Probably not. That's a very cool cutscene. Okay. So what do we think about... Did you see I'm trying to get a girl? Yo, you're fucking up my whole flow. So what do we think about Tiasha's weaknesses? Is there anything else we want to say? Yes or no? Because if not, we're going to be moving on to Kushala. No, excuse me. Couldn't the crest be used like a ram? He does do that. In some way, yeah. But like the crest isn't really used for ramming because that's not really how they're like positioned. But I mean, he could. It's more like he has like a hard head, like his skull is like kind of like reinforced, so he can headbutt someone and he would probably be able to do like a decent amount of damage. In terms of awareness, what do you mean? If you splice Tiasha with heavy mud, I doubt it could use its flame cloak. Unironically, I think the mud would fucking burn away. Like, if Almadron threw mud at Tiasha, I think the mud just, like, starts, like, almost evaporating. Or turning into, like, fine powder because all the moisture is going away. Intelligence senses, there isn't anything to say that he's, like, intelligent in terms of, like, how we were saying for Chameleos. There isn't anything. We would just say that he's, like, standard Elder Dragon, like, not dumb kind of thing, right? But senses, maybe? Okay, here's the thing. I can't tell if Tiasha was purposely attacking the hunter when that fire was coming out of the cave, or if that's how Tiasha was currently making the platform, and because of how much heat Tiasha was putting off, it also came towards our hunter. I just can't, it's too hard to tell. I think you can use water moss to flinch him, not gonna lie. Well, that's pretty dumb. That wouldn't work. He was waiting for us, it seems. Was he waiting for us? I don't know. I think he was, like, there. And I think we intruded. So he, like, squared up. Tiasha has some brutal-looking wing spikes that aren't used. Oh, yeah, not at all. That's just purely for, like, aesthetics. Doesn't Tiasha have bad vision? Its vision is, like, binocular and has, like, a big mane and horns from sight, so it probably doesn't see a lot. I suppose, but that's not so much of a weakness as it more is an observation of, like, would you say that, like, because of how eyes are, like, it's because the way that your eye placement is makes it so you see better than if someone had a different, like, you're better at seeing straight forward than we're better at seeing straight forward than we are at seeing at the side of our heads. But that's just because simply that's how our eyes are positioned, right? That's what makes chameleons' eyesight pretty good. Well, it's not eyesight, but their range of how well they can see and look around them. Yes, the worst range of sight of the trio. That I could probably agree to. But range of sight, see, the thing is, like, the range of sight thing might not be the biggest contributing factor with a lot of these things, so I don't want to say that. However, if I'm power scaling, if I'm putting him against another monster 1v1, I would be considering this. Again, there are a lot of things that I would be considering and we would deep dive even more with these monsters. However, because I have to power scale 3 monsters this stream, I can't go into that heavy of detail. And also, I just don't think it would be as important for what we're talking about in the stream. I'm wondering how the Tiasha would changed. Yo, I'm thinking about getting some spicy chicken. All right, but I think we're done with Yastra. Are we all good? Is there anything else anyone wants to add? Anything? I'm fine with adding more. Oh, excuse me. I'm fine with adding more. But are we good? Is there anything else you guys want to say? Yes, no, maybe so. Oh shit. Oh my god, there's marathon news. Oh, I wanna read it right now. I'm so curious. But we're doing some Monster Hunter, so we can't. Move to my go. I think we're fine. Time for my ascendant. Oh, are you leaving, Monster? Are you leaving? If you're leaving, bye. Thank you for coming by. Does he have a particular weakness? Oh, well, he's weak to, well, actually, that's a good point. He's weak to water and dragon, I believe. We didn't even talk about that. Is he weak to water, or is it ice? No, Mr. Ascendant. Oh, okay. I want to see Marathon. Do you really want to see Marathon, Viper? Do you really want to see that, or do you just want to see it because I want to see it? For in the middle, in terms of for HP, guy, we do not care for like in-game like health pools and like damaging stuff like that. Okay, we do not care for that. He's weak to water and ice. Okay, well, I'll just put that down. Elemental weaknesses are water and ice. We did actually already mention the dragon thing. We did mention the dragon, right? Dragon energy can get rid of its charge state. Yeah, we mentioned that. Nah, Marathon, it's time for my glorious king, Kushala. Okay. Kushala the Aura has the easiest to predict monster for the DLC. Or was the easiest. Well, kinda, yeah, if I'm being honest. Afflicted Rathian over Fatalis because she has more HP than Fatalis. Yeah, see, Hunter gets it. Okay, let's start with Kushala. Let's get this party started right. Kushala Monster Hunter cutscene. I'm curious, does Ocean have a thing on Kushala? He does, and it was 2 months ago. Well, it's a re-release. 33 minutes? God damn, bro. God. Ugh. That's Kushala. Gotta leave a like on all these. Guys, go support Oceans. He's a great Monster Hunter content creator. My mustache is getting kind of long. I need to trim it. I don't know why I had to throw in that random fact. Sorry. Mr. Elder Dragon himself, literally. When you think, when I think of Kushala, like, when I think of an Elder Dragon, I think of Kushala. When I think of flagships, Rathalos, Kushala, Seregios, and Nergigante are, like, the first ones to, like, the first, like, group to pop into my head. Can we peep the Mustache King? No, you may not. The Dragon of Steel? Okay. First, downside for Kushala, the general community hates him, so we'll find more downside for Kushala. That's true. That's true. I think Kushala is, like, maybe the top 3 monsters where, like, I didn't like him at first, but the more I started, like, to, like, look into him, research him, fight him, view his armor and things like that, and start, like, fashion hunting, the more I started going, damn, this guy kind of goated.
In the modern era,
This guy just keeps on fucking popping up. This guy just keeps on fucking popping up. He popped into the Tiasha video. He's popping up into this video. Bro, we already did you. Skedaddle.
elder dragons such as the Chameleos are synonymous with power. Even those living in civilized regions, far away from the wild frontiers
We
of the world,
will bring up the Ascendance thing. We will bring up the Ascendance, Kushala a little bit. Now, there isn't too much to go off of. It is mainly speculation, but we will at least address it when we start getting more into it.
know of the mighty dragons that shake the earth, poison the air, and command the thunder.
This right here is gonna go.
I should. Psst. I can't say that.
But these days, there is a certain casualness to it. Elder dragons are just
That is so true. That's what I really want Ascendants to, like, bring back the hype of Elder Dragons. Even, like, Elder Dragons like Kushala, I want them to bring back the hype. You know, I want them to bring back the sauce. You know what I'm saying? I really do.
another branch of
Will you power scale Runer versus Crimson Glow? When you say power scale, I low-key power scaled Durgigante already. I have a VOD on that. I did a stream on that. But did I ever talk about Runer? I think I did. I'm pretty sure I did. Valstrix I have yet to power scale. In a deep way. Like, deep dive into his power scaling. I have surface level power scaling, but that's it.
life, and while powerful, there are many stories of them being bested. Some might even know hunters who have seen or even repelled elder dragons. While they are still feared and respected, as they should be, they are also more understood as natural parts of our world. That was not always the case. In a time before the Hunters Guild, before monster hunting had really even been a way of life,
Oh my god, is that John Hunter? Is that John Hunter? Bro, who is this?
anyone imagined. In a time so ancient, only the oldest Wyverians recall it. In such a time, elder dragons were already feared beyond measure. Back then, even regular monsters were
Who the fuck is that? Who is that? There's no way that's Fatalis. There's no fucking shot. Who is that?
unstoppable forces that regular people could only try
Rathian? Oh shit. Yo, why she look different?
to avoid and escape from. To have an elder dragon appear near your hometown must have felt as if all the forces in the cosmos were conspiring against you. Even as
I'm not gonna lie, I would normally skip this because of time restraint, but I'm not gonna, like, Oceans is cooking so much with, like, the presentation here, we gotta watch it.
monster hunting started to slowly develop as a profession, elder dragons still remained unknowable and unbeatable. This was not just due to their power, but also because they were unpredictable. Most elder dragons are highly intelligent, and all of them can turn an ecosystem upside down on a whim. It would take a massive, systematic effort
Man, I'm dead.
to counter that, and in those distant times, there simply was no such thing. Up until a few hundred years ago, the only tool civilization had to somewhat manage the Elder Dragon threat were the Dragon Diviners. These Wyverian
Hello, Polygon. Hello, welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for stopping by.
polymaths
Or thank you for coming in.
used observational and spiritual methods to roughly predict when and where an elder dragon would appear, and warned the surrounding people accordingly. Wyverians are said to be descendants of dragons, a lineage parallel to how humans developed from primates. It is known that they
Yo. Can we find the ancestors of Wyverians? Can we get, like, the halfway point between dragon and Wyverian? Yo, that shit would straight up look like a spliced DNA mutation, like, hybrid from Jurassic Park. What the fuck?
are extremely attuned to the
What is that? Oh, that's a car outside.
flow of nature, and some have even theorized that under certain conditions, Wyverians can even sense an elder dragon's intentions through some sort of ancestral link.
Literally was never this was never explored, by the way. If they went harder into this, I think that would have been way cooler. Just never went into this. It's like, oh, it's the dragon. What do you mean you're talking as the dragon?
That is merely speculation though, and either way, the accuracy of these dragon diviners was far from perfect. But what truly held them back was that they were scattered across the lands, and that they were inherently disorganized and erratic. There was no protocol, no order, no study to their craft. They merely warned citizens in their vicinity whenever they thought an elder dragon might be near. It was better than nothing, but still not enough. In places where dragon diviners were not available, the people often turned to religion, building entire systems of faith around the worship and appeasement of elder
We're already like 4.5 minutes into this. We could have literally skipped all of this, but you know what? Fuck it, I'm in.
dragons. For what else could they do in the face of such absolute power, but pray that its wrath does not descend upon them? Then, finally, change came at the hands of the great elder of Dundorma, known as His Immenseness by some.
The fucking, the power, the size.
Frustrated with civilization being constantly on the defense
Next one, Allmother, Narwa versus Narwa slash Allmother Narwa versus Amatsu. Both lose. Both lose.
against elder dragons, the great elder summoned all dragon diviners and dragon scholars from across the continent to Dundorma. With them, the great elder established the Elder Dragon Observation Center, an organization that would rely on empirical, scientific study of the elder dragons and compile all knowledge regarding them in an effort to finally push back against the threat. The Great Elder then seized Dundorma's prayer hall and converted it into the Elder Hall, the beating heart of all Elder Dragon research.
Long forehead, head ass. What the fuck? Boy got that 10 head. Not even a 4 head. Not a 5 head. That man got a 10 head.
This paid off tremendously. The observation center focused on compiling records.
Okay, as much as I'm into this, if you, Oceans, if we are about 6 minutes into this video, if you don't even talk about Kushala within the next minute, I'm skipping.
Knowledge regarding elder dragons and similarly powerful monsters. By combining the efforts of diviners, scholars, and hunters, Dundorma's Elder Dragon Research Center became a vital part of preventative and ecological research. Using their dragon balloons, scholars observe elder dragons from afar and report all of their behavior and movement back to the center.
Is this about Kushala? Kushala Deora. It is,
birds.
okay.
The center then analyzes the findings, using them to warn settlements ahead of time if an elder dragon appears to be going in their general direction, as well as educating hunters on how to deal with them in the wild. This organized, free flow of information, as well as meticulous record-keeping, has proven immensely useful, and similar organizations began appearing almost
Okay, it's been
immediately.
Here we go.
asked a random
The first full
Oh my god. I skip and I get punished. Yo, I don't care about this shit. I'm not gonna go on a tangent, but like when people are like, "Oh my god, look, my chair can like hold up my feet." My chair, it can go back. It's like, brother, I'm either just gonna lay on the floor, on a couch, or on my bed. I don't be needed to do all this shit.
an elder dragon. Most would probably end up reconstructing the Kushala Daora. A slim figure consisting of 4 legs, 2 massive wings, a tail,
Massive? Say that again.
and a horned head. It is the spitting image of a traditional depiction of a dragon. Then again, many of those traditional depictions probably originate from prehistoric Kushala sightings anyway, so that is not surprising. Of all the known elder dragons, the Kushala Daora is perhaps the best studied one, mainly because it tends to appear near human settlements somewhat frequently. It also has an extremely wide habitat range, appearing all over the old world and even in some areas of the new world. And, uncharacteristically for an elder dragon, it is a
Damn, that big boy. Big boy. Big boy. Good heavens. Is this a gold crown? What the fuck?
fairly calm creature most of the time, tolerating the presence of animals and even humans much more than most monsters. These factors make it easier to research than most other dragons. But even after having been studied for so long and seen comparatively often, the Kushala Daora is still a fascinating, mysterious creature. For one, it boasts one of the most unusual defensive adaptations ever seen in the animal
Oh, here we
kingdom.
go.
A skin made of metal.
Metallic skin. Now, what kind of metal? We can't particularly say. But am I willing to bet that it's stronger than iron? I'm probably willing to say that. Probably more like steel. Like, keep in mind, this shit was so strong, I think... Okay, I could be lying, but did not the ancient civilization, did they not literally use Kushala Daora, like, skin as a way to, like, build some of their buildings and structures? Steel specifically. Okay. Has steel skin as armor.
Animal kingdom. A skin made of metal. The entire hide of the Kushala Daora is metallic, akin to steel in its composition. This hide protects the dragon from all manner of damage. It can't be cut or broken through, and it repels most projectiles, man-made or otherwise. Only extreme heat, such as that emanating from lava or created by fellow dragons, can seriously compromise this armor's integrity.
Brother, we are, like, only a minute or so into the, 2 minutes into the actual Kushala talking part. No way you just presented me with a weakness. Like, we're going over the strengths, please.
This ultimate defense is probably why Kushala Daora are sometimes seen just strolling around among other creatures. They have little to nothing to fear, since their hides are essentially impenetrable. It isn't just an outer
It's impenetrable? Alright. I've heard enough. Make him fight Safi. I've heard enough.
layer of metal either. The skeleton of the Kushala Daora is fused directly into the skin, with external bones mirroring the internal ones, directly into either.
What?
The skeleton of the Kushala Daora is fused directly into the skin.
Is that fucking true? It's fused? So the what? There's a yeah, the steel is not just outside. That's so like bro is all steel? Oh fuck. As armor. As armor, but not just as armor. Even inside his body has steel. Like his bones. Okay.
with external bones mirroring the internal ones. Initially, this was believed to be an exoskeleton.
Farewell gang. Oh, bye monster. Everyone say bye. Bye monster.
But it has since been discovered that the
Now
Kushala
imagine the whole molting thing. Oh, so he's even way weaker when he's currently molting.
aura does have bones on the inside of its body as well. This double skeleton probably aids with stability and movement. The inner bones keep the body stable, while the outer
Bro doesn't have an interskeleton. Bro doesn't have an exoskeleton. Bro has double. He has dose skeleton.
bones force the heavy metal hide to move by expanding and contracting it. Studying the anatomy of a Kushala is, however, extremely difficult.
I mean, you could actually argue he has a exoskeleton and a regular skeleton. Like, yeah.
Even if an intact specimen is recovered.
Kushala Daora anatomy. One major hurdle in researching the Kushala Daora is its bizarre internal anatomy. Due to the dragon's wide habitat and repeat encounters with humans, the guild has accrued a decent collection of Daora samples. Those samples are impossible to analyze due to the structure of the beast. The inside of the Kushala are a mess of steel and flesh, soft tissue fusing into metals. I thought it said scam. Seamlessly and near randomly. This makes any kind of progress quite slow and is likely to consensus on the biology of Kushala will continue to change. All these samples are analyzed.
The insides of the dragon are an unintelligible mess of metal fusing and mixing with flesh. So guild scholars have had a hard time making sense of it.
You give me a piece of a Kushala, I look at it, I'm like, what the fuck is this? Why did you just melt this steel? Why did you melt the steel onto this monster part? It's like, no, that's just how it comes. Huh? What do you mean that's just how it comes?
It is, for example, still not known how this hide develops in the first place.
I think Kushala Daora is the best Western dragon design ever. I'm not gonna lie, I think I have a soft spot for Rathalos and Safi. But Kushala, I unironically like Kushala's design more than Fatalis. That might be a hot take. And if it is a hot take, damn it, I should have fucking saved it for when I have to say it hot take.
Like many elder dragons, the Kushala Daora has been observed eating ores, and nothing else. So perhaps it derives its metallic armor from a
Yo, fucking Kushala killing an Uragan and eating his back like, why is it's a little bit sweet, a little tangy even. What is this? And the Kushala's like, please. I mean, the Uragan's like, please kill me. And Kushala's like, shut up! I'm trying to enjoy my food.
its diet. Another theory is that it might be able to accumulate metallic aerosols from its environment, similar to how the shell of the metal rafts is believed to have evolved. Either way, through some mysterious process, the Kushala Daora can metallize its tissue and reinforce its body. One interesting discovery that was, however, made is that the tissue in the various recovered Kushala samples was inconsistently metallized. Some only had metal skin.
Wow, that's a beautiful dragon.
While others had a thick layer of metal underneath the skin.
I as well will leave now. Okay, bye Prime. Everyone say bye to Prime.
Some had metal teeth.
Can Teostra's breath melt steel? I could see it being a possibility, but we've never seen that.
The few even had traces of metallization in the heart and the stomach. Mysteries still surround this discovery, but some scholars have proposed a daring theory. It could be that as a Kushala Daora ages, whatever process allows it to turn soft tissue into metal begins malfunctioning. This would, in principle, be akin to what we call old age in humans, previously vital bodily functions gradually degrading as a result of an accumulation of errors across a long lifetime.
Damn.
In the Kushala Daora's case, its life would end naturally when it accidentally metallized its internal organs, its body shutting down as its heart gradually turns into solid steel. Some have even extended this theory and suggested that the Kushala Daora found in the New World might be feeding on the crystals in the Elder's recess specifically to prevent this from happening, as the bioenergy contained in those crystals reinvigorates and maintains life functions, such as their metallization process. This is, however, at this point, entirely speculation, and more research remains necessary. While it may spell its death in the end, potentially, during the Kushala Daora's...
Oh, by the way, hunters, I ordered food, and it'll be getting here, I think, somewhat soon. It'll be getting here in like 10 minutes, okay? So when this happens, we'll just kind of like take a break. You know, we'll take a break.
prime, this metal hide serves it well. Not only is it impenetrable, it is also extremely heavy. This gives the Kushala a solid stance that cannot be easily broken by even floods or landslides.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening for like the last 15 seconds. What?
Hide serves it well. Not only is it impenetrable, it is also extremely heavy. This gives...
Okay, well that makes sense. If it's literally steel, then that makes sense that it's heavy. I mean, that just makes sense, but I'll still pull it down. Because of the steel on and inside its body, it's a very heavy dragon, which makes it hard to topple.
gives the Kushala a solid stance.
Hello, I'm back just for a few minutes. Never mind. Bye. Okay, bye, Bracky. The Runenerg's steel spikes don't regenerate and is there after a long time. Yeah, but that's not how that works. Well, yeah. Wait, what'd you say? Kind of like how Nergigante, as it ages, loses its regenerate. Whoa! As far as I understand, Nergigante never loses its regeneration. Loses the regeneration? Loses, like, doesn't have it anymore. I don't... No. You're gonna have to back that up with a source, Hunter.
That cannot be easily broken by even floods or landslides. Its heavy body withstands those without moving an inch. And yet this weight does not slow the dragon down. The Kushala Daora has powerful, thick limbs.
God, I love how, like, you could see the oxidation on Kushala. Like, look here by, like, its, like, face and its, like, neck. It's, like, still, like, gray, right? Because it's, like, somewhat new. Or not new. It just hasn't oxidized really much yet. But then you look at its back and you look at its wings, and it's getting, like, way darker. Which means it's, like, on the process to becoming rusted Kushala. I just love that. Yes, to shed them before the oxidation's too much. Oh, I thought... Well, I guess there's nothing to say that he couldn't shed earlier before he fully oxidizes like Kushala. Or rusted Kushala. But I guess I just assumed that's kind of how it was. Like, he just kind of waits last minute.
And well-developed muscles that can move its heavy body with ease. In fact, watching a Kushala Daora pounce and run, one would never imagine just how heavy this slim creature actually is.
Okay, who's the heaviest? Who's heavier? Chameleos or Kushala? It's hard to say, but I might be willing to give it to Kushala. Because, well, I just need to see Kushala and Chameleos, like, next to each other. I just need to see them. Because Chameleos is thick with... No. Chameleos is not large enough to make up the difference of literally, like, Kushala being made of steel. Yeah, no, Kushala.
The result of having a heavy body that can be moved quickly is that the physical attacks of the dragon are devastating.
Damn, that's crazy. And low-key, Nergigante ate that shit. Like, Kushala, like, slammed into Nergigante. That boy did not fall over. He took some damage, obviously. Did not fall over. Immediately slammed Kushala into the ground.
Its claws can cut through nearly anything, thanks to the enormous force their weight produces. Some Kushala...
What in the fuck was that?
Thanks to the enormous force their weight produces.
Okay, just like a little freeze frame. just a little freeze frame. A fucking... Thank you for showing me this. I'm alive. Hello, Gnarly. Hello. After a long while in battles, all besides most, its spikes turn the Nergigante, and as the Iceborne book says, those metal spikes don't regenerate like the normal spikes after a long while. Well, you just said that they don't regenerate like the normal spikes, which I do understand that, yeah. But that doesn't mean that Runa Nergigante doesn't have the ability to regenerate at all. The momentum of dragon-shaped block of steel falling on you, just imagine that. Yeah. By the way, this is aura. This is aura right here. This looks like an added effect in Photoshop. I'm not gonna lie. The fucking lightning here, the red lightning. But that's just how it is.
Kushala Daora can even enhance this deadliness by imbuing their claws with dragon energy. Nothing is known about this ability and how it works, however.
Like, could we say that... I'll put this down. But can we just say that, like, Kushala striking down with its metallic claws being also powered, also being infused with the dragon element, like, there is, like, out of the trio... I'm sorry. Oh my god, I'm going to murder myself. Teostra and Chameleos. When it comes to those two, Kushala can just, like, rip just right into them, right? Like, I don't think... Like, Chameleos 100% doesn't got the defense for that. And Teostra, while having blast resistant, I just don't see... I mean, it's probably a better defense against Kushala than Chameleos, but, like... This is, like, really devastating.
The dragon's tail is also deadly.
Oh, I didn't write that down. Let me write that down. Has steel claws, and when paired with the force and weight of Kushala charging at you, plus being imbued with the dragon element, makes Kushala's claw attacks very dangerous. Okay.
Some Kushala Daora can even enhance this deadliness by imbuing their claws with dragon energy. Nothing is known about this ability and how it works, however. The dragon's tail is also deadly, able to kill large flying wyverns with a single swipe.
Where the fuck did that come from? Did he read that somewhere? Was that stated to have happened? Like someone saw it happen Can that kill a fucking Rathalos? Like an Azure Rathalos with one tail smack? Really? I don't... Like, could I see it knocking a Rathalos, like, rattling its brain by the sheer force and the weight of the tail? I could see that. Like Rathalos, like, fucking getting dazed and stunned. I could see that. Killing Rathalos in one hit? That seems a bit flavorful. I don't know.
Its metal hide has been the stuff of legends for ages. And even before the dragon and
I can't. I don't know. I get you don't. A lot of people don't like Kushala. I don't know how you can look at this dragon and go, yeah, it's a pretty ugly dragon. I just can't understand that. This is a beautiful looking dragon.
its biological peculiarities were properly studied, many of the civilizations that worshipped the Kushala Daora likened its skin to steel. In the modern day,
Kushala Daora scaled. Fragments of the steel dragon mighty hide are highly sought after by hunters and collectors alike. So natural, there is an entire ecosystem of swindlers around Kushala Daora materials. Forgeries of the scales are especially commonly sold since they are easy and cheap to produce. One can test the authenticity of a Kushala scale by gently hitting it. The genuine article will produce a high-pitched metallic ringing, as if from a small metal chime. Any merchant selling fake materials is to be reported to the guild corps of the local guild city. Hey! This motherfucker's selling fake Kushala Daora skin!
Fragments of Kushala skin and Kushala scales are highly sought after for their quality, and an entire market.
I'm pretty sure people hate the fight, not Kushala themselves. Oh, people just hate, like, Kushala. But, yes, I think they hate the fight more than the dragon itself, but, man, I've seen some nasty hate comments on Kushala's design, like, as a monster and ecology.
Has emerged, focused on selling fakes. Between chunks of regular steel or hastily painted Kutku scales, the markets of Dandorma and Minegard are full of charlatans.
Charlatans!
An easy way to tell the authenticity of a Kushala scale is to gently hit it. A real scale.
Really? Yeah, and it's all, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of it comes from, like, world Kushala hate. A lot of it comes from world Kushala hate. People just don't like Kushala. And don't get me wrong, I understand. I really do. But, like, people are like, it's impossible. He's so annoying. It's like, brother, I can fight him easily. And I'm a gunner. You understand that, like, if I shoot Kushala's body, like, almost at any time, you're going to see a 0. You're going to see a 0 number pop up, which is heartbreaking. Even I don't find him annoying to fight. Okay, well, he can be annoying. But just get better at fighting him, forehead.
Will produce an eerie, high-pitched ringing, like a metal bell. This metal hide raised many questions.
I think he definitely got a glow up in Rise and Sunbreak.
One burned especially hot in the minds of early researchers. The Kushala Daora is incredibly heavy due to the metal. So heavy that no amount of muscle mass should allow it to fly. Its wings may be massive, but they themselves are also covered in heavy...
Yeah, if this guy is, like, just made out of steel, this guy should not... 1, he just shouldn't be moving. And 2, he most certainly should not be flying.
Metal plating. And yet, the dragon is often seen flying near effortlessly, gliding through the air as if it were light, like a bird or flying wyvern.
God, just look at the fucking detail. This is Rise, by the way. It's also, well, Rise, Sunbreak. Look at the fucking detail, the fucking grooves. Like when you see when metal is being forged, it has these little, like, imperfections. Oh my God. Well, it's not one solid piece of metal. Oh, I know that. But... fuck. This is... I will always be a Kushala supporter. I'm not gonna lie. I'll always be a Kushala supporter. I think he gets overhated. I think that's undeniable. I think Kushala gets overhated. Now, does Kushala deserve criticism and even a good, like a decent little bit of hate? Yeah, sure, but so does every monster, realistically, except for Seregios, because Seregios just the best in everything.
Was unexplainable, until the observation center and the guild once again swallowed their pride and lent an ear to rumors. For a long time, people had spoken of the Kushala's ability to control the very—
Hey! It's the fucking thing I brought up! I recognize— I was like, why does this look so familiar? This is the fucking thing I used for, like, my, Wilds theory bullshit a while back. Oh! My food's here. I'll be right back, hunters. Give me 1 second. I am back. I is back. Hello, it is me. Your favorite gunner, of course. Of course your favorite gunner. Who else would it be? Alright, we're going to take a... We are going to take a break. Okay, hunters. Okay. We're going to take a break. Because I gotta eat. Just give me 1 moment. Take a little breaksy break. Despite Kushala's heavy ass, Espinaz still manages to absolutely launch him like goat to the end. That is true. Despite like how heavy he is able to like literally pick him up and throw him overhead. Wait, he does that, right? I believe he does that. Boo! Don't fucking boo me! You're gonna get your power scaling in a little bit. Or maybe we watch Mari? Mari's currently live. But I don't wanna... Nah, I won't. Nah, we won't watch Mari. Not because I don't think her content's good, bad, or anything like that. But like, I don't want to just like have her stream up and stuff like that. I mean, maybe if like we were like talking to each other, like on a Discord call, and I had her stream pulled up while we talked, like that's different. I've done that with Tiger. But by the way, do you guys see? Yo, Mari's growing. Like a good bit. I'm so like it's okay, it's kind of weird to say I'm proud. But like, you know, like she's growing a good little bit. I believe like what was it? Like a month or 2 months ago she was like 2000 like 20 subscribers. Now she's almost like an additional 200. That's good. That's really good. Nergante takes the down slam on Kushala, which is extremely impressive, not gonna lie. Well, it's way more impressive to pick up something than to slam it down, right? Because you do, like, gravity help you with that. But it is still impressive for Nurkigante, yes. Okay. We are going to watch... Well, okay. Would you guys be okay with watching some Marathon? It's just it's like an update on Marathon. Because the Marathon is having like an update of sorts. Like a end of season update. Again, this is just for when I eat. This is just going to take like 20 minutes. If that. Or would you want some Monster Hunter content? Because if you do want some Monster Hunter content, I have to find something. Because I'm not sure what the fuck to look for. Hey, look, it's time for another nap. Gnarly, I swear. Okay, we're gonna watch some Marathon stuff, which Marathon is an extraction game made by like the Bungie studio, the people who made Destiny and Halo. We're gonna watch like 10 minutes of this by the guy who named Glorp. We watched a few of his videos before when we first ever started playing Marathon. We're gonna watch it. If you guys do not care for Marathon, don't want to watch it, don't want to see me react to someone doing this while I eat, I understand. Come back within 15 minutes from now, okay? I saw this one Vic, I think meant vid, that looked interesting, asking what's the funniest Monster Hunter game. Send the link to the Discord. That sounds interesting. Yeah, but Kushala resists the Kushala down slam. That is a down slam that is associated by gravity. Oh, well, yeah. Time to do a marathon to watch this marathon video? Okay, gnarly. Alright, you think you're so funny, huh? Because yes, you are. You are hilarious. Alright. Now, here's the thing. You might be saying, this guy's going to be looking over the notes of the update. And you might be thinking, well, Spottable, why don't you just look at the notes? Why don't you just look at the notes? Well, that's because I'm going to be eating. And it's going to take me longer to eat and read and to talk about it. So instead, I'll have him talk about it. I'll eat. That way we can get through it faster. That way we can get back on track. See you, peep? Peep, peep? Okay. Alright, cool.
We have brand new, hot, breaking information about tomorrow's marathon update. Ordnance.
It's tomorrow? Oh, shit. It's already about to be the 18th? Fuck. Wait, I didn't even realize that. Yo, I'm not gonna lie. I'm so into my work right now. I legitimately thought today was the 16th. I thought it was gonna happen on, like, Wednesday. Fuck. Okay, well, I guess I gotta really keep track of time, man. Time just, like, gets away from me.
Heist is the headline. Like this banner here, Ordnance Heist, Season 2 Nightfall. Presumably, this is going to be the gun we're seeing tomorrow. For a limited time, runners will be tasked to take down UESC enemies during the Ordnance Heist, a new PvPvE experience built around a multi-run chase across different zones. What?
That sounds really cool.
Is this going to be like Tarkov, where the zones are going to be connected, like you exfil and it goes to another map?
I'm not sure if that's what it's saying. I think it's like different. Well, it says zones. Unless they are mean POIs. So like points of interest, which are like different points inside a map. Which I think that's the case. Because they didn't say maps. They said zones. So I'm assuming it's different areas in one map.
Hunt through different zones, earn UESC manifests, and spend them on fresh Mida and Traxxas rewards while you work your way towards the hottest prize in the system, the Firestorm. Oh, shit! It's a new gun! Just remember, the UESC won't go down without a fight, and neither will rival runners. The hunt will run from August 18th, 10 a.m. Pacific, to September 1st at 10 a.m. Pacific. What is that, like?
Why do you say it like that? 10 a.m. Pacific. 10 a.m. Pacific. Mr. Krabs.
UESC
I can't make fun of anyone's voice. My voice is mad annoying.
won't go down without a fight, and neither will rival runners. The hunt will run from August 18th, 10 a.m. Pacific, to September 1st at 10 a.m. Pacific. What is that, like 2-3 weeks? 18th to the 1st, that's 2 weeks. This event is going to run for 2 weeks. Char. Honestly, this game has been needing something fresh. The original plan was that tomorrow I would pull up, check out the update, get the new gun, and probably call it. Honestly, just from the sounds of this, we might be playing this for a couple days. The Firestorm, once acquired, the first power weapon of its kind, can be used for the remainder of a run to rain hell over your foes, converting into credits upon exfil. Okay, so it's I saw people speculate this on Twitter. It's like an old school Bungie weapon, like a power weapon, where you're not able to get it consistently. You're not going to be able to exfil this from a run and put it in your vault, but if you obtain it in a run, you're going to be like super OP.
Yes, and I'm really curious on how many credits it give. Because I'm not gonna lie, in every single game I play, I love getting rich. I love getting that money, that cheddar. You know what I'm saying? That bread. You know what I'm saying? I love getting money. I don't care. I could extract a marathon with not really good stuff. But if I have like a 10K profit, boy, I'm breaded up. I'm breaded up. So, if this can even give me like 5K, which it should realistically give you more than 1K at the very least. So I'm thinking like 5K to 10K, it will turn into credits. That'd be great. That'd be awesome. Like, it's like I get to have fun with the gun, and it'll turn into credits, which means I can, because you need to, like, put, like, valuable items in your inventory, and then extract with that to get the money. But if this already gives me 5K, right, like 5K credits, that means I don't have to waste space in my inventory for things that would give me money, because this item will give me money, you know? So I can have salvage, I can have an extra gun, oh my god, this sounds great.
That's a really interesting game.
Oh, hello, Phoenix. What's happening here? This doesn't look like an Elder Dragon. It doesn't. It's a green alien cat. It's a little chibi alien cat. I'm currently eating food, and Marathon, which is this game, it's a game that is going to come out with an update tomorrow, and I just wanted to hear, like, the news and stuff. So, I'm gonna eat, take about like 15 or so minutes, and then we'll get back to the discussion. Well, we are currently talking about Kushala. We have finished talking about Camillus' strengths and weaknesses. We are done with Teostra's strengths and weaknesses, and we are on Kushala's strengths. We haven't gone to his weaknesses yet, but we're on his strengths.
How OP is it going to be, though? Because one of the things that Marathon is struggling with right now is that when you're OP, it's oppressive to everyone else in the lobby. Like, how much of a discrepancy are we talking? Are we talking like old school biotoxic disinjector? This sounds cool on paper. I am afraid it might be too strong, but I don't know. Nobody's used it yet.
If you got a pair of D's or a pair of D's, but one pair of D's or D's, but can't make it to the gym, just grab one of this and do 20 for the lower.
How about a pair of D's? How about a pair of D's nuts in your mouth?
A hunt! Your first task will be to hunt down enemies on perimeter, earning UESC manifests and key templates. The tougher the foe, the better your odds. Just be sure to make it back to exfil to secure your loot. So just based on this alone, this makes me feel like there's going to be some sort of point system where killing normal UESC bots is going to give you points, but if you kill players or wardens or commanders, you're going to get significantly more points. Unless, perhaps, it's going to be specific enemies. So like a specific warden, specifically killing a player, specifically a specific number of commanders. I'm interested to see what this is. Key template is only the beginning. Complete its embedded objectives on Dire Marsh, day or night, then exfil with the finished template to convert it into a Firestorm locker key. That'll bring you one step closer to acquiring your newfound tool of destruction. To boot, exfilling while using a Mida or Traxxas sponsor kit will grant an additional 15 UESC manifests. Okay, so instead of being a specific mode...
Oh, that's really cool. So your first task is to hunt down enemies on perimeter using NSC manifest and key templates. So it's not just a mode. It's like you take steps in other modes to then enter this thing to get this gun and to even use the gun. That's awesome.
Manifest. Okay, so instead of being a specific...
What's your opinion on Metallica? It's okay. I'm not really, I'm not the biggest fan of, like, that type of genre of music. It's alright. I can listen to it every so often.
Mode? I think this is like a more general, like, objective, based on the way that they're describing it here. So, it sounds like... Is it? Just based on the way that they're describing this here, it sounds like you queue into perimeter... You get this new currency, the UESC manifests and key templates, and then you roll for these this currency and the key templates. You exfil, and then now that you have the key template, you go and you can queue to Dire Marsh, and then you can complete the objective there to convert it into the Firestorm locker key, which you then bring to Outpost. So instead of being a specific mode, this sounds like they're just turning this into like a multi-map objective. Like similar to how key templates, when you get a key template, you can't... I mean, I guess you can. No, so for a key template to convert it from a key template into a key, you complete the objectives within the run, then you exfil, then you can use the key once it's converted into an actual key. It sounds like it's something similar. This is not going to be a new mode. It's more of a new way of playing. The locker. 3 Firestorm locker keys is the magic number and the number you'll need before the final stretch can begin. Once you've earned a total of 3, bring them to a Firestorm locker on perimeter. Wait, what? On any map?
Wait.
Was I wrong? Bring them to a Firestorm locker on perimeter Dire Marsh or Outpost and get ready to turn a long hunt into a very loud opening ceremony. So is this going to be like an XXL...
Wait!
Like, what do we mean a very loud opening ceremony? Is it going to spawn a bunch of butts? Let me see.
Is it just going to be like a giant, like, hey, they over here, get their asses.
The catch, you won't be the only runner who knows what those keys are for. Other crews will be hunting for the same locker, the same loot, and the same chance to walk away with the Firestorm. Move quickly, keep your eyes open, and be prepared to negotiate if someone else gets there first. Nobody is going to be negotiating. I guarantee you right now, everybody is going to be murdering each other so they can get the cool new gun. I don't even know why they're even still trying to pretend like people negotiate ever in this game. Find the locker, use all 3 keys, and claim the Firestorm alongside a haul of valuable loot. The UESC won't be thrilled about this development, of course, but just remember, the Firestorm cannot be retained. If you exfil with it, the weapon is converted into credits, so spend the magazine before you lose the chance. Then get out with whatever you can carry. So, this brings me a couple questions. So is the Firestorm going to be like the compiler trace, where if you exfil it, it's like a 40k valuable for everyone on your team? Because if not, I don't really see the point of people going for this beyond just going for the new gun. Unless there's other good loot with the Firestorm. Maybe the Firestorm is like the equivalent of like a purple or a gold key, a gold key, and there's going to be other loot next to it. If it's going to be like a, let's say, a 20k valuable where only the holder gets the credits, I don't see this keeping people playing, but I'll be very interested to see. We're going to test it tomorrow. The Firestorm. This is a cool thumbnail. This is actually really fire. The Firestorm is our first power weapon system to enter the roster, built on a heavily customized hardline Wait, what? Heavily customized hardline HPR frame. What the fuck is a hardline HP? We know about the hardline PR. Is this supposed to be like a variant? I don't think the hardline PR has like this grip thing going on.
Hardline HPR. So hardline PR stands for precision rifle. So like hardline heavy precision rifle, like how there's a heavy machine gun. So MLG is light machine gun. HMG is heavy machine gun. So is the hardline HPR hardline heavy precision rifle? That seems to be the case.
Firestorm comes loaded with 3 custom contraband mods. Features a
Me
sniper.
when I have no idea what any of this means. I'm sorry, guys. This is more for myself. But I hope like the enthusiasm of this guy and me can at least somewhat keep you entertained, even though you don't know what's going on.
Scope that gives precision rifle. The precision rifle is extended reach. Okay, so they meant to say PR. Maybe there's a typo. Its weapon chip turns every round into an incendiary explosive that detonates upon impact, dealing serious damage and generating heat against runners. This is not a subtle weapon. The custom magazine only holds 6 shots. So how much ammo do you get? The hardline heavy pulse rifle, heavy precision rifle. Okay, interesting. When you exhaust the magazine, there is no reload waiting for you, and additional ammo isn't available for you to play. Okay, that answered my question. That limited supply is part of the point. Firestorm is tuned to be our first experimental power weapon, delivering a sharp spike of power when you need it most in both PvE and PvP before eventually going out in a blaze of glory. My analysis, unless this comes with other loot in the room, I don't really see much of a point of doing this. I mean, I guess maybe if you're able to use these keys in ranked, this could give you an advantage in ranked. But let's say, just based on the trailer we saw, let's say it's a 2-shot kill for purple or gold. So you only have 6 shots. And if there's no other loot for it, and if only the holder gets the credits, this doesn't sound very useful, but
I will agree. If it's only the credits for the one guy who holds it and it exfils with it, and you can only probably get, like, it being generous, 3 kills, or 3 at times in order to kill. So again, like 2 shots breaks a purple or a blue shield, then that's a kill. Since it's splash damage, it could be like a rocket launcher, so you can get like 2 kills in one. But like the max amount of kills I can see you getting with this is like 6 kills, which isn't anything crazy. That's 2 teams. But like you have to, like, that's like being very cherishable. In general, you might just get like two kills.
We'll see.
And only getting 2 kills, working so hard for a weapon, and then only you getting, like, none of your teammates get the credits or anything like that. It's definitely not as good. But I'm hoping that's not the case.
Once you've spent those 6 shots, exfil with Firestorm to convert it into credits, or leave it behind once it has done its job. After the Ordnance Heist has ended, the Firestorm will persist as a possible drop in supply drones on zones that feature them. What?
Wait. Run that back? The Firestorm will persist after the Ordnance Heist has ended. The Firestorm will persist as a possible drop in supply drops? Supply drops! Those things, those, like, borderline useless crates that almost no one goes, actually, like, gets loot from unless there's, like, literally nothing else to do. And there's, like, no one else in the map. So after the 2 weeks, so this event is called Ordnance Heist. That's what the event is called. That's what this little update is called. After this ends, the Firestorm weapon, which is a power weapon, will drop in supply drops. Holy fuck. I know you guys are listening to this like, wow, that's crazy. No idea what any of this means. For me, that's crazy. That's insane.
Possible drop in supply drones on zones that feature them. What? So is the ordnance? Okay, I'm maybe they're gonna clarify this. Is the Ordnance Heist like a mode? It sounds like a multi-map event based on how they described it. But what do you mean after the Ordnance Heist has ended? It will persist as a possible supply drop on the zones that feature them. It sounds like it might be a rotating mode.
If you're building a home gym right now, you probably think that you need dumbbells, barbells, squat rack, all this.
I don't know how he's getting this confused. No, it's not a multi-layer, or it's not a rotating mode. It's not. It's just once this event, which is Ordnance Heights, once it ends, then the weapon won't be locked to the heist and all this mumbo jumbo that you had to do to get to the weapon. It won't be there. It'll just instead be a part of the regular loot economy in a map, but specifically for supply drops only.
different stuff, but after coaching
The plunder. UESC manifests are the engine driving your progress throughout the hunt. Each day, you'll be able to purchase up to 2 key templates, one in each armory for Mida and Traxxas. Okay, so the USC manifests are going to be like this is how you get the key templates, and then I'm guessing the third key.
Holy fuck. Manifest God. Synapse cubes? Fucking God. Wait, how expensive is that? I mean, it's great. It's going to flood the economy even more.
Template has to be acquired in run based on what they said. You get UESC manifests and key templates. So unless it's just 3 key templates overall, or maybe they're each a different item. Additionally, UESC, to clarify what I'm saying. So Mida will have a key template, Traxxas will have a key template, and then the UESC specifically have a key template. So I think they're all going to be different items, and you have to have all 3 to get it. Here's a preview of some of the new superior implants and chip mods that will be available for UESC Manifest and the Mida and Traxxas armories. Okay.
Oh, cool.
Oh, pardon me. I skipped this.
Cool.
Additionally, UESC Manifest can be spent on Mida and Traxxas, where specifically designed to keep you on the hunt with items like sponsor kits, implants, and weapon chips. Based on this screenshot, it looks like, I'm guessing you can buy Synapse cubes, and you can buy purple gear and purple sponsor kits. So what are these new implants and chips? Head implant, backdraft. You deal increased damage to overheated hostiles. Okay, this is going to be a counter to all the people abusing the circuit breaker overheat mod. That's really good. I like this. Torso implant, chain reaction. Defeating an overheated hostile creates an explosion that overheats nearby hostiles. Okay, so these are all... Okay, so if one person has the Firestorm, you can have your teammates equip these implants and chips that will complement its power. Okay, chip mod, nervous energy while under the effect...
When it comes to overheating, there are certain items, and implants and chips that make your character overheat or make other characters overheat. So, unironically, this is great. You could make this into like a niche build that's very strong. But of course, you need the right chips and materials and stuff like that.
So cardio kick, eliminations, and downs grant a stack of ADS speed, reload speed, and equip speed. Ego challenge improves range, accuracy, and ADS speed as the magazine empties. This sounds like it's going to be really good for the bully and the D54. Actually, this is just a really good chip. Holy shit.
It is.
I don't see people really using this much, but I mean, maybe. But if this ego challenge chip, this is going to be a really, really strong chip. Get in, get the keys, and try not to let somebody else leave with the locker you worked so hard to find. See you on Tau City. Before even touching the game, I think that this is a neat mode. I don't think this is going to help the player count a lot. I think people are going to stop giving a shit about this mode within like a week or 2. Because you can't exfil with it. It depends on the credit reward. If it is...
You know what's funny? If people stop giving a crap about it and stop caring about it after 2 weeks, guess what, Buttercup? The mode's only here for 2 weeks. That's fine. And they don't care about the mode after 2 weeks. Because the mode's not going to be here. The event's not going to be here. But the weapon will stay here. Again, I don't think Glorp understands it. Am I tweaking unders? Am I misreading that? I don't think I am.
Similar to a compiler trace, it might be worth doing. But just based on how all the hoops you have to jump through in order to get this thing. Good, because this shit is only around for a week. Yeah, I think they're going to find that people... This doesn't really do much for the player count. Because, yeah. Also, this is going to be around for 2 weeks, Agent. This is not going to be 1 week. This is going to be 2 weeks. If they want player count, I feel like the F2P is the game. Listen, I'm not just speaking specifically about, player count go up, but I'm saying as far as like getting people back into the game. Like me, for example, I've not played the game in the past month. And to me, this mode seems cool. I'd like to try it. But just based on what they're describing here, this sounds like I'm going to play it. I'm going to complete whatever thing within a day or 2. I'm going to use the gun. I'm going to find out that it's not that useful, or even if it is useful.
Again, I don't... Oh my god. I'm gonna sound like a broken record. Excuse me. It's not so much as a mode, because you're not like going into the game and you're clicking on a mode like Halo Infection or Fortnite Save the World or whatever. Right? You're not going into a mode. You're not going into Call of Duty and then choosing Battle Royale. That's a mode, right? This is an event that spans multiple maps. Once the event ends, the event and the things that you have to do to get the gun end. Yes. However, the gun itself stays in the game and will be able to be accessed through supply drops.
You can't obtain it consistently enough for it.
I'm saying all this like he can fucking hear me.
To be something you can really plan around. I don't know. Overall, I'm excited to try the new gun. I think it looks really cool. I want to check out this new skin.
I'm not gonna lie. Tomorrow we have to play Remnant with Viper, but we might play some Remnants to start it off. Because remember, Viper. I mean, I say Viper. I'm sorry, Viper. Tiger doesn't get on until like 3-4 p.m. our time.
But I really don't see this doing a whole lot for the player base. I mean, it's more world loot. I mean, it's a cool concept. It is a cool concept. I like the fact that it's a power weapon. It's like a one-off. You can't exfil with it. It converts into credits. But just based on how they describe how to earn it, it sounds like it's a bunch of hoops you got to jump through to get it. You're going to have to fight for it. So there's going to be you have to fight everybody else in the map who also might be going for it. If you do obtain it, it only has 6 shots, assuming there's any teams even left, right? Because as they said, other players are also going to be trying to get it. So assuming there's even a team left to get this thing, like you're not going to have anybody to use this on. Bro, and if you don't have a team that's bad.
That's fair. That's very fair. So the optimal way in my head to get this gun is you're going to activate the thing. It's going to send out a loud noise, meaning everyone is going to come towards you. You are going to have to kill basically everyone on the map to get the gun. Right? Or you're just going to get shot from behind. And if you kill everyone on the map and then get the gun, I mean, all you have left is just to, like, maybe shoot their teammates or shoot the bots. Right? I mean, if there's a warden on the map, that could be cool. That'd be really cool. But that's true. Now, this is to say that like every single player will fight you at once. There could be a team on the complete opposite side of where you're getting the gun. So even though they might hear the, the dinner bell, oh, there's someone doing the event, right? They might not have enough time to get to you before you're able to get the gun. So then you can shoot them, that team that got there last, right? But I do agree that I think a lot of times people are going to beeline it. It's going to be a bloodbath immediately. You're going to get the gun, and then you're not going to have anyone to shoot at it with, right? I do think that's more likely to happen, but, we'll see how it plays out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't think people are going to be able to solo this. I mean, maybe you're going to be able to do this in solo queue, but from the sounds of it, you're not going to. Taking his shoes, except all that's left is a smoldering crater. Yeah, as far as like the current issues with Marathon, I'm going to keep it a buck. This is neat. This is not going to help the game in the way that it's struggling right now. I think it's a cool experiment. It's not going to save the game. And that's kind of my takeaway. Anyways, it is no secret that Marathon is struggling right now. We've been talking about it for weeks, okay? The player count going down.
Marathon failed because of its core game design. All right, let's see this.
We're hemorrhaging players.
I'm still eating, by the way. But I'm almost done.
Like I said in the last video, talking about the SteamDB player count, the player count is more important to focus on the consistent players that are dropping off as opposed to the players that dropped off in the like weeks following the past big update. So far, week over week, we're losing a significant percentage of the player base. And it's looking pretty bad right now, to say the least. So there's a lot of discussion online in the fan base. Today we're going to be checking out the Reddit. You can see here, this post kind of popped off. A lot of discussion going on here. 650 upvotes, almost 400 comments. Marathon failed because of its core game design. And this is not the Marathon Hate subreddit. This is the Marathon official subreddit. So I'm guessing the moderators of the subreddit cull a lot of the forced hate stuff, because if you go over to r/marathon hate, there's a lot of unemployed people and losers who obsess over the downfall of the game.
Yo, I've seen that subreddit. Holy fuck. What a bunch of actual losers. And I don't say that lightly. Like, I don't even use the word loser. Like, loser isn't even, like, a part of my normal vocabulary. But that's, like, the best word to describe the people on r/marathon hate. Not because they're hating on the game I like, but because their arguments aren't even arguments. Here, I took a screenshot. Not on my PC, but on my phone. Let me see. Where can do I have? Let's see this. There was a post that said this was the title. With sub 4K happening, which is like sub 4K players on Steam. Again, on Steam. Happening, just take a moment to think about how angry our joy is making them. That's some loser shit. One, your thing doesn't make me mad. It just makes me sad. I'm sorry. It's like, I can't believe you're actually spending time doing this. It's crazy. Spot this place reeks of failure. There's another post that said, only 380 losers left now. Good chance we go under 3K next week with Vault Breakers done. Then it's road to sub 2K before Season 3 launch. Nothing but constant winning for us hate chuds. Am I tweaking for saying that's some loser activity? Just like the sentence. Just like saying that out loud. That's some like hate. That's some like, that's some loser shit. But yes. So when he says that like when he goes like unemployed people in the Marathon hate community, again, keep in mind, people hate this game so much. People hate this game so much that there are 50K people who go onto a Marathon hate subreddit and just say, oh, the game's doing bad. And then just calling people slurs. Just like anything, right? It's horrible. Hi, I'm back from dinner. Okay, hi, person. I'm just going to finish up eating. We're currently watching, like, Marathon news, kind of, right now, because Marathon's going to have an update tomorrow. And while I eat, and I'm almost done eating. So, don't worry about it. We're going to watch this for, like, another 5 minutes.
Forced hate stuff.
By the way, it's been about 15 minutes, so this isn't actually that far off when I told people to, like, start coming back.
Because if you go over to r/marathon hate, there's a lot of unemployed people and losers who obsess over the downfall of the game.
Literally. And again, if you don't like the game, you don't vibe with it, you have genuine, like, issues with the game, that's fine. You hate the game, that's okay. Right? I like the game, and I would give reasons as to why maybe you should maybe like give it a second chance or consider it in this light or something, right? I'd be willing to have a conversation. Those people don't care about anything. They're not even trolls. Because here's the thing, trolls don't believe in what they do. Right? Like, trolls don't try to hurt you and do it by accident, if that makes sense, right? They do it on purpose. Wait, I think I said that wrong. Oh yeah, trolls don't do it by accident. So these people aren't just saying this because it's like, well, this is my genuine opinion. It's like, no, they're just doing it because they, well, no, okay. No, they're actual trolls. Never mind. Using my own thing. Because what they do is, they don't believe in what they say. They just say it because they want a reaction. That is what a troll is. Never mind. Never mind. They're the opposite of a troll. My fault? I'm sorry. Well, could you react to the video I said in general? No. Because we are coming in close to the end of the stream, and we haven't even finished Kushala yet. We have to finish Kushala. I want to finish eating. That's that. I'm sorry, Atomic. We do not have time. It is about coming on 7.5 hours right now of stream.
These are people who actually care about the game and its future discussing why it's struggling right now. And I'd like to take a look here and see if we can sort of get a...
Memes, though? Maybe we'll look at a meme. Is your video a meme? Like a 20-second meme? Or is it like an 8-minute video?
A glance at how the community is feeling about the game and its future. So this was posted 4 days ago. Marathon failed because of its core game design. In short, Marathon plays like a pseudo battle royale with all the punishments that come with an extraction shooter and none of its alleviances. A pseudo battle royale because the game encourages high octane PvP and makes it difficult for more than one team to extract through small maps with fast movement. The only loot worth taking is concentrated in 1 to 2 places of interest on each map, if that, and generally, it's just way more profitable to get loot off of dead players. This is absolutely true as we get late into the season. Guys, I can't speak German! Stop speaking German in the chat! What is this, du hast? Du hast nicht? Fucking, I don't, look, guys.
I've seen plenty of power banks over my 15 years of reviewing tech, but this Ridge one quickly became a favorite. So this?
It reminds me when, like, YouTube wasn't allowing you guys to type in English. You guys had to, like, type in different languages? This is what it reminded me of. I said memes in the meme channel. Oh, okay.
Only other language other than English you're allowed to speak in chat starting now is Mandarin. I will start timing people out. Yeah, this is generally true, okay? Especially as we get into the late season. Early in the season, everybody has dog shit, and that's intended as such, except for the start of Season 2, which they totally botched, okay? As you get later into the season, most people who are consistently playing any extraction shooter, this goes for Tarkov, most people are going to be geared out. And a lot of the good...
That's true. So when they say that it's a pseudo-BR, high-octane PvP and all that stuff, and the only loot worth taking is between 1 or 2 PIs of each map, and even then, it's more profitable to take a loot off dead players, that's true for late game. Towards the second half of the season, that is more than likely the case. The beginning of the season, brother, no one has anything. You're gonna kill a guy to get, like, a bunch of other gray items that you also have? No, you want to go loot the good buildings and all that stuff because it has a bunch of good stuff, because you're kind of broke right now because a new season started. But towards the end, and especially where we are right now, yes, it's like high PvP. High PvP. But things like key rooms and stuff are still, like, really good loot.
Loot is going to be on those other players. This specific game design has a lot of issues for Marathon specifically. I'm sure as we get into this Reddit post, he's going to discuss it. But so far, Bungie has yet to play with a lot of the dials for loot as a season progresses and as the general player base gets higher, like a higher standard of gear. In my opinion, I think that over the course of a season, Bungie needs to be dialing up the drop rates for gear and set, like, as we did for last season, where we increased the base free kit from a gray kit to a green kit? Did we eventually go to a blue kit for free? Increasing that baseline was super important to keeping people geared up and at a competitive level with people who were already totally kitted to the teeth. It doesn't help. It's not like a huge help, but it's definitely... So the difference between having a gun with some minor attachments and...
All right, I'm done eating. I am done eating. If any of you guys are being like, oh, can we, like, is he done yet? We are done. We are back. Let's do some more Kushala action, baby! Yeah! Whoa!
Wind itself, its roar commanding the heavens like a chained dog. For a while, these ideas were dismissed as mere sensationalism. But as guild hunters and observers encountered the Kushala firsthand again and again, it became obvious that the rumors were true. The Kushala Daora can indeed control the wind, and, by extension, the weather. It has since been found that this wind control...
Well, yeah, okay, so he doesn't control weather itself. He's not like Storm. But he can control the wind, which means he can control the weather by approximate. Right? Which, okay, I'm okay with that.
Is what enables the Kushala to fly. By creating and manipulating updrafts under its wings, the dragon can force itself into the air despite its weight and ride air currents of its own making. As per usual with elder dragons, this answer simply raised more questions. How does the Kushala control the wind? The precise mechanism is still not understood, and due to the dragon's bizarre internal anatomy, the only real way to unravel this ability is to simply observe it. The Kushala Daora can produce winds from within its body, which are emitted directly through the hide.
Ah, yes, the wind mantle. Ah, yes. The rodent. The wind mantle. Okay, cool. Can make a wind mantle on itself.
These winds can range from small breezes to tornadoes to atmospheric zephyrs that change the entire climate of a region.
Damn.
In fact, it has been noted that the mere presence of a Kushala tends to alter the weather, causing storms and gales in the area. Since the winds seem to emerge from the body...
How it feels to chew 5 gum head ass. What the fuck? What the fuck? Alright, so let's say it can make a wind mantle on itself to deflect projectiles.
It is likely that the dragon has an internal organ that can produce them. No such organ has ever been recovered or found by hunters, though. The wind...
The fuck? You can't say, oh, well, it's most likely produced by an organ. We just haven't found the organ yet. Bitch, 100% y'all have killed a Kushala and dissected it. If you can't find the organ responsible, there is no organ then.
No such organ has ever been recovered or found by hunters, though. The wind may even be produced by the hide itself. The handful of armors made from Kushala Daora skin...
Oh my god. Like, the weapons are so sexy looking. The armor, pretty mid to even, like below average.
Still emit a light windy breeze and aid in the wearer's movements. Another key observation in this matter was that whenever a hunter managed to damage or break the short horns on the Kushala's head, its proficiency with its winds drastically degraded, leading researchers to believe that the horns control the winds once they are produced. How exactly they do this is unknown. Some scholars believe that the horn...
Well, this is a point for the weakness area, for the weakness thing, but, yeah.
Horns use electromagnetic waves...
We're not on the weaknesses yet.
...manipulate the paths of air currents, but... that is mere speculation at this point, and nearly impossible to test. However it may function, the fact of the matter is that this ability is what makes the Kushala Daora a walking disaster, more than worthy of the title Elder Dragon. Its winds come in many forms. At its most basic, this ability manifests as a shroud of gales surrounding the dragon. This wind aura allows the Kushala to fly, but it also offers an additional degree of protection surrounding.
Since fire is very light, wind is able to move it very easily. So since Kushala Wind Mantle is strong enough to blow away hunters wearing armor, Teostra would have a hard time hitting it with fire. It would have a hard time hitting it with, like, projectile fire. However, we do know that whenever Teostra's flames come into contact with the Kushala's tornadoes, it creates a fire tornado. So, there is that.
Its most basic, this ability manifests as a shroud of gales surrounding the dragon. This wind aura allows the Kushala to fly, but it also offers an additional degree of protection. The wind around its body repels projectiles, deflects physical attacks, and even pushes enemies back if they get too close.
Okay. So, Wind Mantle can deflect projectiles, push back enemies, and deflect, or, what do you say?
Degree of protection. The wind around its body repels projectiles, deflects physical attacks.
Oh. Repels. Wait, on itself can repel projectiles and deflect melee attacks. Okay.
And even pushes enemies back if they get too close. Another immovable shield on top of an already impenetrable armor. This aura holds deeper significance still.
Holy fuck, that's aura. That's a nice looking dragon right there.
Its power surges as the Kushala's rage grows, and the strength of the wind aura influences the strength of all of its other winds. It is thus reasonable to conclude that its other wind abilities all derive from this aura. The Kushala Daora can use its winds to change the weather itself, presumably by using its aura as a conduit to force its will onto the atmosphere in its surroundings. This is a devastating ability, as it can cause massive storms, tornadoes, typhoons, and even sandstorms. In one well-documented case, a village was beset by snowstorms for weeks without pause because a nearby Kushala had been upset by some unknown factor.
Okay, that's a strength, 1,000,000%. So, an enraged Kushala can make a large storm happen for days on end. That's crazy. Listen, Teostra might make the entire area hotter, but fuck me, like, the entire area is going to be covered in a storm. Back to Kushala, nice. Yes, we are back to Kushala, and we have a few extra points that I have made.
This is a devastating ability, as it can cause massive storms, tornadoes, typhoons, and even sandstorms. In one well-documented case, a village was beset by snowstorms for weeks without pause because a nearby Kushala had been upset by some unknown factor. On a smaller scale, the Kushala Daora can create wind blasts around its body and from its mouth, spewing out pressurized air like other dragons would spew fire.
Okay, I could just say it's the Floridian Elder. Is literally the Floridian Elder. On end. can create 3 large tornadoes that have a large pull and pressure, being able to lift a baggie despite not coming into contact with the tornado.
Mouth of the Kushala has indeed developed to be a sort of wind cannon.
Oh, yeah, it's fucking ultimate. It's giant wind cannon thing from World.
With a long snout lined with special tissue that compresses its wind further and further as it travels through it. Even its
Alright, I'm off work now. Hello, Brecky. You missed me talking about marathon and stuff.
teeth are in service of this, being small and angled such that they form a guiding canal. The winds from the Kushala's mouth vary greatly in strength. They can be mere gusts meant to deter attackers, or they can be missiles of destructive air that rip targets apart. Again, the power of this particular application of its wind depends on its wind aura and its rage. A full-power Kushala Daora wind cannon is among the most destructive single monster attacks ever recorded, and is
So we're just saying, yeah, but get the fuck out of the way, Safi. Get the fuck out of the way, Fatalis. Yeah, but just okay, that's a bit of glaze right there.
the most destructive single monster attacks ever recorded.
Now, I won't lie, it's definitely devastating. It's one of the most devastating we've ever recorded. I don't know about that, brother. Unless, like, the attacks from a Fatalis, Safi Jiva, or any of the other ones haven't been recorded. If they've never been recorded, then technically you can maybe argue this. But unless you say, like, Shara's not recorded, Guys McGorm's not recorded, All Mother's not recorded, Lakarkos' Final Blast isn't recorded, like...
And is entirely unstoppable, as it pulverizes solid rock instantly.
Last time I joined, as soon as I got on, I got called to do something. That's crazy, yeah. Yeah, I remember, you said, I'm back for a few minutes. Oh, wait, never mind, bye.
With its wings, the Kushala Daora can produce swirling gales that combine into raging cyclones and twisters. These wind beasts broil and seethe, destroying all that they encounter while also hiding the dragon from sight. The Kushala seems to be able to control their paths, and some especially skilled individuals can even force 2 small twisters to combine into a massive one. These attacks are devastating.
Was that a tempered Kushala? Who did that?
And can even be enhanced by the environment. When used in snowy regions, many of the Kushala Daora's winds carry ice and frost with them. And on the very rare occasion that a Kushala ventures near lava, its cyclones can sometimes catch fire and turn into infernal hurricanes. As already mentioned, as the Kushala Daora grows angrier, its winds become stronger. When its rage reaches its apex, the wind undergoes a peculiar...
Damn, he kind of has that fucking... It's not even a gut, it's just like his chest being really extended.
...transformation. It turns pitch black. In this state, called Dragon Wind, the gales of the Kushala Daora are so powerful that they can cleave enemies in half easily. The Kushala's Dragon Wind is rarely seen and impossible to defend against. One can only watch as the black storms rip apart all that stands in their way.
So everything we've been talking about so far hasn't even been considering this Dragon Wind. Okay, so has a powered up mode, and he uses something called Dragon Wind. which is the strongest version of his wind attacks and abilities. Which, yeah. Yo, I'm back. Yo, what's up, Luna? Or you said Luca. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I said, Luna. You're Luca. I'm sorry. Hello, Luca.
No wonder your breath stinks so bad.
Damn!
But you're using American mouthwash. That does nothing for you.
Damn! Damn, no wonder you fucking smell. Dude can get straight up, actively control where tornadoes move. His area control and denial is ridiculous. Kushala Madriga. My interpretation of Dragon Wind is that it's just super strong wind that some dragon element BS thrown into it. Well, it turns black, not red. So I'm not sure if any, well, actually, we were told, I think, Viper told us that he was able to implement the dragon element in some of his winds in older gen. Of course, I need to ask Viper if that's true, or if I misunderstood what he meant.
2 layers of unrivaled defense and an offensive ability that is nearly unstoppable. That is the power of an Elder Dragon. Repelling a Kushala Daora is thus extremely difficult, and for a time, the knowledge gathered by the Elder Dragon Observation Center did little to aid in the practical reality of fighting such a calamity. But then, finally, a weakness was found. The Kushala Daora is extremely weak to poisons of all kinds. Why this is the case is still up for debate. One leading hypothesis is that the process by which the dragon metallizes its tissue requires its immune system to be quite accepting of foreign materials entering the body, leading to a severely lacking immune response in case of poison. Whatever the case may be, poisoned weapons and
Luca, love some Monster Hunter power scaling at 4 a.m. into Italy's time. Damn, that's crazy.
arrows can incapacitate the Kushala reliably, and they seem to especially disrupt whatever organ it uses to produce its winds. For hunters looking to face the steel dragon, poisoned armaments are therefore indispensable. And so, time marched on. Hunters, with the aid of the observation center, pushed back against Elder Dragons, and fought many battles against many Kushala Daoras specifically. Over time, research on the creature progressed, and more fascinating details came to light. One aspect of the dragon that beckoned
Are we gonna talk about Rusted? Yeah, we're gonna talk about Rusted.
clarification was the matter of its species. Numerous hunters remarked that across their encounters with these
Oh, you know, I should say it's a good flyer. Like, Kushala is a good flyer. Like, he's not the best flyer. He's not the most nimble in the air. But I would at least call him, like, a decent flyer. Like, he's definitely better than Camilleos. And with the help of constantly being in storms and stuff, I would argue he's a better flyer than Teostra. Now, in the air combatant, physically, Teostra probably takes it. But, like, a flyer, I would probably give the 2 shots. I'll say that. Is a good air combatant. And is a decent flyer in general.
dragons, they seem to vary greatly in color. Some wear a brilliant silver, others a dull gray, and some even a dark brown. Did this genus simply have an abundance of subspecies? Closer investigation revealed that no, the genus Kushala was a
By the way, wood.
did monotypic genus a genus that only includes a single species. The actual reason for its color variation was much stranger. The hide of the Kushala is made of metal, and as such, it is not immune to the wear and tear metal experiences.
If we're talking about oxidation, then I think we are fine. I don't think there's anything in particular, because we're not talking about rusted Kushala. We are just talking about regular Kushala. So I think that's fine. So hold on, if I do Monster Hunter Rise Kushala cutscene. Boss fight database, here we go. So we're gonna watch this opening because I'm not gonna lie, I don't think there is a I think the Rise cutscene is better than the World cutscene, and the World cutscene doesn't really show too much that the Rise one doesn't also show. So
Dashing across a snowy plain, monsters nipping at the heel. Out of breath, limbs in pain, doomed to end as meal. One last stand, a final try to die a hero's death.
okay. So here's the thing you need to understand. This tornado literally wasn't even fully formed. This was not a fully formed tornado back here. Yet it was able to pick up a baggie like that. A partially formed tornado is able to pick up a baggie, or for reference, a human-sized creature without any issue. That is how strong these tornadoes are. Again, wasn't even formed. This isn't even formed yet. You want to see what it looks like when it's formed? Alright, bet. That's what it looks like when it's formed.
Then help arrives from the sky, like a divine breath.
That's what it looks like when it's formed. I think gets hit with his stick again. No. Okay. Here, I'll lower the volume. Okay. If he says you're going somewhere, you're going. I mean, it's not truly a bad, like, way of thinking that, like, he could just pick up Dashigumas. Now, we don't actually see what happens to the Dashigumas, so we don't know why they're in the air. It's very likely because of the storm. I mean, wait, hold on. Now thinking about it. Mount Haro Wilds. Trailer. When it comes to Ascendant, how the fuck are those Dashigumas falling? There's nothing in the Windward Plains that Dashigumas, like, go ever, like, high in elevation. They don't go towards the top of the folk, right? Like where, Raid Alceregios and Arkville go. They don't. They literally don't have anywhere that's high enough for them to fall.
Their presence.
So how are they falling? It would have to be the storm, no? I don't think Kushala's just picking them up by his claws and then just throwing them.
They can affect the environment with just their presence.
Like, where are they falling from? See, this guy... This guy just fucking fell. I'm falling, and I can't get up!
A moving natural disaster.
Oh, yeah, literally right there. Literally, we see him just in the air. Look at this. Oh, wait, fuck.
Too powerful to tame. Just their presence.
Watch. Let me try grabbing it.
Disaster.
Right here. This Dashiguma is just high in the air. So we'll put that, we'll make a slight caveat. There's no way, there's nothing. Look at this. There is nothing. Actually, that might be Kushala right fucking there. There is nothing for this person to be, or for this Dashiguma to be falling from. There's no ledge, mountain, hill, there's nothing up here. Unless you want to say he climbed this little needle. But let's all be honest, he didn't fucking do that. So, it had to have been winds. It literally had to have been winds. And considering multiple Dashigumas are falling at the same time, it can't be possible that Kushala just grabbed them all and threw them into the air. Using his physical, like, strength. Kushala wanted Dashiguma in the sky. Simple as that. Yep. Must have been the wind. It literally must have been the wind. Winds are strong enough to throw a large and heavy monster like Dashiguma. How high is that? What are we thinking? That's like 30 feet. It's like 20. We'll just say like 24. Those aren't small monsters. I know I said large and heavy monsters. That's why I said. That's what I said. A good 20 feet into the air. 20 feet is pretty conservative. Pretty conservative. I'm pretty sure this is literally him. Yeah, this is literally Kushala right here. This is literally Kushala right here. This is it's like, shut the fuck up. Get out of my way. It's literally Kushala right here.
Too powerful to tame. Too difficult to reproduce. Sounds like an elder dragon.
Okay. Oops. Okay. Has a air cannon that is one of his strongest attacks. Quite impressive. Again, Luca, I just talked about this. Literally, like, that baggie was being lifted into the air when a partially formed tornado was there. Not a fully done tornado, like, big and scary. No, just like, it started to form, and that baggie was already in the air. Can we address the Espinas versus Kushala Turf War to see the absolute impact Kushala can hit with? We'll see that. We'll look at that later. And by later, I mean like maybe in like, I don't know, 5 seconds. Like 5 minutes. I mean, Baggy can't be that heavy, right? No. Baggy's not that heavy. But, like, Baggy is, like, in similar size range to just straight up a human. Like, Baggy, not Great Baggy, regular Baggy, and the Raptor Wyverns are just basically almost the exact same size as humans. In fact, they are probably heavier than humans without armor. Bro, can I see the monster do something, boss fight database? I would like to see the monster do something. I would not like to see the monsters taint every 5 seconds because they're dual blading and trying to blender his ass cheeks. I'm not gonna lie, this gameplay's ass. Well, the gameplay isn't bad, but it's like, I would like to see the monster do shit, and I can't be seeing that. I'm about to bring out some fucking world footage. What the fuck? Is there anything we're missing in the strength department? In the strength department. As in, like, strengths and weaknesses. So, like, strength department. Baggy would be one of the heaviest terrestrial animals, IRL. IRL. Well, terrestrial just means on land. And if that's the case, no. Oh, it shows Kushalla's new ultimate form in Rise. It's comedically large tornado. I for real thought that Baggy were like the size of a dog. No. They are like the size of like legitimate Jurassic Park raptors. They are that big. Well, it kind of depends on which raptors we're talking about, but like the first raptors we see in the series. Like the first movie raptors, yes, they're like the same size. Let's watch the Kushala turf war. Espinas. Okay, flies down. BAM! Bitch! Holy fuck! Okay, but he gets right back up. And is able to flip him. Being able to pick up a monster like that is nutty. But holy fuck, that impact was crazy. BAM! Watch it again. Like, for reference, if your name isn't Nergigante, anything that's in the size range... Well, okay, if your name's not Nergigante, Malzeno, maybe even, like Narwa. If you're not those 3 monsters, and you're in the size range of Kushala, he's fucking knocking your ass down. Arkveld? No, I believe he'd be able to knock over Arkveld. Again, it's not about, like, taking him down, or, oh my god, he's now critically injured. It's about, like, literally pushing the person back and knocking them on their ass. Yes, I believe Kushala would be able to do that to Arkveld. Like this. Like, bam. Just, like, tackle him and push him down. Yes, I believe Kushala can do that. For a monster who mostly fights using projectiles and very rarely uses physical attacks, Kushala Duar is surprisingly physically strong. Well, here's the thing. Here's actually the funny thing. Kushala isn't really that physically strong for his size. It's mainly because, one, he's all metal. He is extremely dense and heavy. Right? So, think about it. Throwing a baseball... Like, throwing a baseball at me, and it hits my chest. Hits me right in the chest. Ow. That's gonna hurt, right? But you know what's gonna hurt even more? A steel baseball thrown the exact same speed, that might legitimately crack and, like, rupture something inside me. It could be, but listen, it was thrown with the same amount of force, but the material changed, which makes it hit harder. It's the same thing here. In terms of, like, physicality, like, Teostra and Kushala are about the same. But because Kushala is so heavy, and he has the dragon element on his side, and he falls down. Like, I'm not sure if you ever noticed, but he did the same move against, Nergigante. It's a lot more effective to hit someone coming from down to slamming down on them than just kind of, like, smacking them like this. Like, if he just tried to smack Espinas right here, it wouldn't hurt as much. What would hurt a lot is flying above Espinas and then crashing down as, like, 50 tons of fucking pure metal slamming down on Espinas. The fact that he is primarily metal means that the force behind his hits hit way more. But physically, he's not that much stronger than someone like Teostra. Or stronger, maybe just as strong as someone like Teostra. It's just that because of what he's made out of, he hits way harder. His striking strength, yes, that's impressive. His physical strength isn't that much. Mass times velocity, exactly. Like, out of the trio of Kushala, Teostra, and Chameleos, the one who is the physically strongest monster is Chameleos. Weird as that is to say. Weird as that is to say. Now, who would, like, if, like, Kushala and Chameleos were to go, like, hit for hit, like, so Kushala gave Chameleos, like, one good hit, and Chameleos did one good hit on Kushala, who would, like, hit harder? It's a bit hard to say. It might be about the same. Now, in terms of who it's more devastating of a strike, I would say in general Kushala, just because his physical hits can be enhanced with the dragon element, and because it's steel, his claws are made out of steel, which would pretty much go through almost any hide. Ah! He also tanks falling on his own wings. They don't break. Oh yeah, no. Well, they're actually decently flexible. It's not like Diamond where, you know, it's about hardness. So any specific high impact in one area would just shatter it. It's not like that. They're very flexible. Now, what I would like to say, right? What I would like to say here, which is something why I actually put Kushala above Chameleos in the beginning. Alright? Now, we might have to make a different argument here. But in the beginning, I said I put Kushala above Chameleos simply for the fact that Kushala can hang around someone who is his complete opposite in terms of, like, bad matchup. Espinas is a horrible matchup for Kushala. Because, Espinas' spikes could slowly poke and imbue the poison element on Kushala, weakening him. He has poison breath attack. He also has paralysis. He has fire. He has, like, every weakness. And he has the physicality, he has the size, he has the aggression. He has every advantage against Kushala. Basically every advantage. Not quite every advantage, but like a lot of good advantages against Kushala. Yet Kushala still ties with him and still puts Espinas on his ass. So, in my line of thinking, in the beginning of the stream, I was like, I would put Kushala over Chameleos because despite going against someone who is borderline his, like, worst matchup, he does pretty solid. And like, Espinasse doesn't have weak poison either. It's very potent poison that also has paralysis. Espinasse is the anti-Kushala Flying Wyvern. Exactly. It is like the worst matchup. Similar to how Archveld's the worst matchup for Rajang. Nergigante is the worst matchup for Archveld. And stuff like that, right? Espinasse is the worst matchup for Kushala, and Kushala still puts up an amazing fight. So saying he would do good against someone like Chameleos isn't like a hard, like, it's not crazy to say. Now that we have actually done a lot of the power scaling for Chameleos, I might be willing to take some of those things back. Because quite frankly, Chameleos' poison just completely outclasses Espinasse's poison. But, now here's the thing, but, I do think still, while Chameleos is a bad matchup for Kushala, Kushala could still put some belt to ass. Like, Kushala isn't going, he's not going to get poisoned and go, I've fallen, and I can't get up. No, he's fucking slamming into Chameleos, and it's going to hurt. But, you know, there's that. Here, let me do this. Now, memes. Atomic. No. So, are we good on the strengths? I think we're good on strengths. Is there anything else that I'm forgetting? Here, I'll list you guys off the strengths. We got a good sizable strength. We got a good sizable list of strengths. So I have steel skin as armor, not just as armor, even inside his body has steel. Like his bones. Because of the steel inside on and inside its body, it's a very heavy dragon, which makes it hard to topple. Has steel claws, and when paired with the force and weight of Kushala charging at you, plus being imbued with the dragon element, makes Kushala Deora's claw attacks very dangerous. Did you get his aerial control denial? No, but I'll actually write that down. Can create and control winds. I should go more into detail with that, but I'll do that for another point. Can make a wind mantle on itself to repel projectiles, push back enemies, and deflect melee attacks. An enraged Kushala can make... Fuck me, that was very bright. An enraged Kushala can make a large storm happen for days. Can create 3 large tornadoes that have a large pull and pressure. Being able to lift a baggie... Did I spell baggie right? Yeah, baggie, despite not being able to in contact with the tornado. And the tornado wasn't fully formed. Has a powered up mode, and he uses something called Dragon Wind, which is the strongest version of his wind attacks and abilities. So basically, take everything I said about how powerful and strong his wind attacks are, and then just upscale that. Because we were talking about all that when we weren't even accounting for his Dragon Wind, which again is the strongest version of his wind. That's when he's pissed off and he's very serious. Actually, we see it right here in this fight. He has Dragon Wind on right now. So everything we've been talking about with Kushala, just up it by like a good percentage. Because we weren't even talking about his Dragon Wind. Now, how strong is the Dragon Wind compared to his regular wind? It's hard to say. It's hard to quantify. But even just saying that it's stronger, and I mean, we could just say like 20%. Give it like a stat, right? 20%. That's still crazy to say. It could be less. It could be more. It's most likely more. But we can at least say 20% stronger, right? And that's like a very conservative estimate of how stronger something like Dragon Wind is compared to like his regular wind. Kushala is a good air combatant and is decent flyer in general. Winds are strong enough to throw a large and heavy monster like Dashiguma a good 20 feet into the air. Has an air cannon that is one of the strongest attacks. One of his strongest attacks. And then I'll put down here. Has great area control because of his wind attacks. Area control both in the air and on the ground because of his wind attacks. All right. Are we giving Kushala nearby storms or other things to use in battle? That's the thing, Atomic. Kushala basically makes the storms. So Kushala doesn't control storms themselves. He's not really like an Amatsu, right? But he controls and makes large gusts of wind that then become storms. And because he can control his wind, he, by approximate, can control the storms that he creates. But if there's a storm already happening, it's not like he can just control that. Does that make sense? So when you say we're giving him a storm, if he gets pissed off, I don't know, sorry, voice crack. If he gets pissed off enough, he's just making a storm. That's just something that happens. Chameleons can go invisible though, and Kushala's wind using becomes weakened when poisoned, so he can't just get rid of the fog. He can't get rid of the fog, but if he throws down 2 tornadoes, like look at this.
One last stand, a final try to die a hero's death.
This is 1 tornado. So think about 3 of these in one area. That's even weakened. That is dissipating most of the fog. Remember, this isn't like super duper thick fog. Like I can barely see 3 feet in front of me. It's more like general fog. It's like it obscures my vision a bit. Right?
Then help arrives from the sky like a divine breath.
I don't care how... Also, hello, Ricardo. I don't think I said ever hello to you. Editing's going well. Alright, good to hear. I don't care how agile you are. No regular monster is going to be able to compete with him in the air because he controls the air they're using to fly. I mean, you're not wrong. Like, I love Seregios. Seregios isn't doing much to Kushala in the air. I'm not gonna hold you. I mean, other things to imagine: being an invisible Chameleos and getting hit by a tree going at 80 miles an hour. Yeah. Viper, is there any... We are basically done with the strengths, but I wanted to know if you want to mention anything. I'm not sure if you were here for the whole time that I came back for Kushala. We have a good list. We have a very, like, solid list. I think it's slightly larger than Teostra's list. Like, slightly. I mean, we have, like, 2 points extra. Controlling the air is a crazy thing to do. Don't give that to Kushala. What do you mean controlling the air? Well, he's not controlling... He's not, like, air bending. He makes wind, and he controls the wind. But he's not, like, air bending. Right? So, I'm not saying that he controls the air. But, oh, Strange, that's why you're saying that. Strange is saying the air. No. Strange, just say, like, the, like, air current. Or, like, the wind. The wind is better than to say air. I was on podcast mode since the marathon stuff. Oh, okay. Y'all, I'm too tired to stay awake. Love y'all. See y'all later. Okay, bye, Phoenix. Everyone say bye. Thank you for dropping in. Really appreciate it. Kushala, the last airbender, is crazy. So are we good on strengths? Because if not, then if we are, then it's about time we get to weaknesses. His parts are harder to break than the others. So would it be good to say that he has the best defense out of the trio? Maybe I should, like, emphasize that. I felt like that was a given, but maybe I should emphasize that. Has the best defense out of the Elder Dragon trio.
This is the fake ad you see everywhere, right? But this is Ebony, a real game. Now I know what you're thinking. Aren't they exactly the same?
Shut the I think Joshua has better defense. Okay, well, let me ask you this. If Kushala were to smack down on Teostra, and Teostra were to smack down on Kushala, who would get more damage between the two? I think Teostra would. So I'm saying out of the trio, he would have the best defense. Do I have any more water? Oh, thank God I have one more water bottle. Thank God. Stay hydrated, everyone. I've been talking for 8 hours. Non-stop. Thank God the video that I'm doing right now doesn't involve me talking until, like, the absolute end. Teostra can melt through, and Chameleos can poison through Kushala regardless. Well, okay, when I say defense, I mean like impact. If you're talking about how their defenses meld with each other, then Teostra does probably have the best defense. But I'm talking about, like, if they all were to get physically hit by, like, let's say by, like, Nergigante, who has the best defense to, like, mitigate as much damage from Nergigante's hit? You mean physical defense? Yeah. Oh, hello, Art! Hello, Art! Great seeing you. Are we dropping them in 1v1s or a free-for-all because we're doing the last one so we know the Chameleons is busy camping in the Furious party? No. We're gonna have to do this a little bit differently. That's why I'm saying Kushala's parts are harder to break. So, but doesn't that mean he just has the best, like, physical defense? I wouldn't say Teostra can melt through Kushala instantly. Well, no, it's not that he can melt through him instantly. It's just that Teostra's fire is a good counter, in a sense. Sure, whatever. I'm back to editing. Alright, man, damn. Hello, Jin. Or it's Gin, because it's a G. Alright, well, it's time for strengths. I mean, it's time for weaknesses, everyone. It's time for weaknesses. It is time for weaknesses. So we're good on defense. I mean, we're fine on defense. The obvious poison, that's true, is very weak to poison. The question is, how potent is Chameleos' venom? Like, can the venom actually kill Kushala, or would it simply weaken him? Is it neurotoxin. Oh, it is specific. You know what's so funny? I can read you the exact symptoms and type of toxin it is, Ricardo. We literally went over this on the community's part. Here, I'll read it to you. But let me find it real quick. So it is neurotoxin, right? But if you want the specific toxins, I'm not going to tell you the names, but here are the symptoms. Camellius' toxin can afflict a creature with multiple debuffs. Corrosion of the skin, causing muscle aches that limit their movements and makes them tired faster. Highly deadly poison that can create a toxic gas in the air, become airborne, and causing swelling and paralysis of the vocal cords. And if that wasn't enough, it could be put so much into you that it'll just close your throat and you'll die from suffocation. Like, in terms of poison, no one outdoes Camellios. Are we counting their head breaks as weaknesses or not, since they all have them? We count it for Kushal. I mean, we count it for Teostra and Camellios, so we're just counting it for all of them. But it's more like a mute point, if anything. But it does different. It is different from how it works with each Elder Dragon, so that's why we're doing it. Like, with Camellios, it'll, like, damage his sensory organs. And it'll make him not be able to go invisible as easily. Or fully, completely invisible. However, it does not change the amount and the lethality of his poison. Breaking his horn doesn't change the poison at all. It just changes his sensory it damages his sensory organs, and it makes him not go invisible as well. Well, not as good as before. Whereas Teostra, I believe Teostra, it... Let me see. It affects the charge rate of his supernova. So it takes him longer in order to do his supernova. But it doesn't necessarily make his fire weaker. However, with Kushala, breaking his horns does make his wind weaker. So it is good to clarify how the horns do affect each one of them, because it's not just like, Camellios' poison gets weaker, Teostra's fire gets weaker, Kushala's wind gets weaker. It's not like that. Aren't the three supposed to be a triangle like Camellios Beach? Yes, it's supposed to be a rock, paper, scissors thing. However, there is very clearly a stronger one. We're gonna figure that out right now, Art. Did you mention the Dragon Wind? Yes, I did mention the Dragon Wind. I put it down here. I already put it down. Right now, we just want some weaknesses. It's really weak to poison. His thing, he's also weak to dragon and thunder. Wait. What's his what is his weaknesses? What's his elemental weaknesses? How many elemental weaknesses does he have? Because if fire, well, no. Well, he's weak to fire, but I thought he had thunder elemental weakness. That's why database guy over here is using thunder weapons. Thunder and dragon. Then what's the whole thing with the heat, with the fire? Hold on, I think I still have. Do I still have? Where is? God, I closed the oceans video. Oceans. Kushala. Fire's for Camellios? No. We like literally fire was brought up as a specific weak point for Kushala. But I'm trying to find where that is. Here.
Steel in its composition. This hide protects the dragon from all manner of damage. It can't be cut or broken through, and it repels most projectiles, man-made or otherwise. Only extreme heat, such as that emanating from lava or created by fellow dragons, can seriously compromise this armor's integrity. This
Oh! The integrity. Okay. Okay, so like when you heat... So it's like when you heat a knife, or you heat up a piece of metal and strike it, you can dent it easier. Oh, okay. So basically, it doesn't like hurt him as much. It's just that if he starts to like, if his metal starts to like heat up like a ton, it'll become softer. Makes it easier to damage, but doesn't damage by itself. Okay, there we go. Okay, because I was about to say, I was like, what's his elemental weakness? I'm like, does he have 3 fucking elemental weaknesses? But no. Okay. Well, that's definitely a weakness. That's 1,000,000% a weakness. But he did say, Oceans did say, like, Elder Dragon or just straight up, like, lava are the only things that can, like, compromise it. Which does make sense. So, like, a Rathalos Fire isn't going to do shit.
Protects the dragon from all manner of damage. It can't be cut or broken through, and it repels most projectiles, man-made or otherwise. Only extreme heat, such as that emanating from lava or created by fellow dragons, can seriously compromise this armor's integrity.
Exactly. Okay, so his fire can compromise, the fire, hold on, I should say, like, extreme fire. Or lava. Who is this? Oh. Okay, sorry. Someone messaged me. Extreme fire or lava can compromise the steel armor, making it softer. And give less defense. Okay. Just say blue fire? Well, I'm sure if Kushala were to go into lava, that would compromise it. And I'm pretty sure Teostra's fire... Unless we think Teostra's fire isn't hot enough to compromise him, but maybe someone like Lunastra is. We need to account that the fact that Kushala's armor isn't made out of... Teostra has blue fire. It's not like purely blue fire. It's not like purely blue fire. Like towards the outer end of the mouth, yeah, it's blue. But like you wouldn't consider it like purely blue fire, like the Metal Wraths or Lunastra. We need to account for the fact that Kushala's armor isn't made out of any metals. Based on biology, they become rust, which means his armor is made out of steel specifically, which isn't that durable. Steel is very durable. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, steel is durable. Is it the most durable? Obviously not. Oh man, Tiger just messaged. There won't be a stream today. Oh, that's unfortunate. Spot, should we count a tree coming as a weakness for Camellias? No, because anyone's weak. Everyone's weak to a fucking a tree going 80 miles an hour and hitting them. Oh, if his horns are broken, that makes his wind not as strong.
This ultimate defense is probably why Kushala Daora are sometimes seen just strolling around among other creatures. They have little to
DIY ballistic bolts, no atomic, because he would tank that.
an outer layer of metal either. The skeleton of the Kushala Daora is with external bones mirroring the internal ones.
Quaint, do you think he could be affected by high heat like just for supernova? Yes. Although the supernova itself probably isn't like at that much hotter. It's just the force behind the attack is much. My fucking thing was on auto on fucking. My phone was listening in on what I was saying, and it was typing out everything. Also, hello, Quaint.
Are an unintelligible mess of metal fusing and mixing with flesh.
With the Kushala winds cooled down TO. They might not cool down TO. Remember, when exposed to oxygen and normally wind. Okay, bye, Oregon. When it comes to that stuff, fire usually gets bigger. So long as it has fuel. So, unironically, no. I wonder what sound would be made if the Inimachi Kushala, I personally think Taco Bell sound. That'd be funny. You just got me Q. Love the channel. Hey, I appreciate it, Q. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. What other weaknesses do we have? We got very weak to poison. Fire, extreme fire, and lava can compromise the steel armor, making it softer and give less defense. His horn, if his horns are broken, then his wind attacks. His wind is not as strong. That also includes his mantle, so not just purely his attacks. I personally think that it would sound like when you throw an empty can of Pringles. That's okay. Dunk.
Whatever process allows it to turn soft
That's funny.
into metal begins malfunctioning. This would, in principle, be akin to what we call old age.
He needs his wings to form tornadoes to break them, and he'll struggle. Is that true? That if you break his wings, that he can't, he doesn't create as many tornadoes? Is that true?
Its internal organs, its body shutting down as its heart gradually turns into solid steel. Some have even extended this theory and suggested that the Kushala Daora found in the
Yeah, okay, Strange, well, you're the fucking one who said it, okay? So I don't need you to say if it's true.
specifically to prevent this from happening, as the bioenergy contained in those.
Yo, did you know I'm a billionaire? And someone asked, yo, guys, that true? And I go, yeah, that's true. Motherfucker, I'm not asking you if it's true. I don't think that's true. Viper says no. I don't think that's true. The wings obviously help with, not making, well, with making it, but just because the wings break a bit, I don't think that just, like, makes them not be able to make any more, wind.
This gives the Kushala a solid stance that cannot be easily broken by even floods or landslides.
You ain't specifying me, I'm a answer. Okay, but if you say something, and I ask, is that true? I would assume if you are saying it, you're going to say yes, because you're the one who said it. Do you think the high heat from Diashra might create updrafts that might throw off Kushala a bit? Probably not. Did you mention that he does what he does in Master Rank Iceborne? No, I have not. So Bambaro can technically solar Elo Dragons on Celia. Oh, the fusing tornado thing. Yeah, it was brought up, but I never actually wrote that down. Here, I'll write that down. I'll write that down. Of course I'll write that down. Let me write that down.
About this ability and how it works, however. The dragon's tail is also deadly,
Okay, merge two tornado attacks together to make an even bigger and stronger tornado. Also, no audio on the video. Oh, bye person, I have to go. Bye. Okay, bye person. There is audio. Look, see, it's just like it's very low.
Between chunks of regular steel or hastily painted
Because I'm more just using this as like background imagery.
Are full of
I'm just using this as like footage as I talk. That way you guys aren't just looking at like a still image.
Kushala scale is to gently hit it. Real scale will produce
everyone tweet to a trade comment 80. Does that not mean tree upscale? Okay.
But one burned especially in the minds of early research.
It seriously looks like Kushala is in the middle of a black flash when he uses dragon. Yeah, pretty much. And it's funny because I think what does the colors look like?
Nothing is known about this ability.
Well, it's kind of the same as a black flash. So the crackle is black and the outline is red. That's how it is for black flashes. If we thicken the lines of the like crackle here and make it like a thick black line or squiggle, it would almost look exactly as a black flash.
And how it works, however. The dragon's tail is also deadly, able to kill large flying wyverns.
What's with all the tree comments? Good question. Not sure. Atomic's just going crazy.
For ages. And even before the dragon and its biological peculiarities were properly studied, many of the civilizations that worshipped the Kushala Daora
Black Flash, the random judge.
In the modern day, fragments of
any more weaknesses?
Highly sought after.
Technically, we've like we've only added like another strength. We haven't actually added another weakness. I mean, I think we only had 3 weaknesses. Poison, fire, and in general extreme heat, and the horns.
An easy way to tell the authenticity of a Kushala scale is to
it's just like Kushala's not slow. Kushala's not a slouch when fighting up close. Kushala's a good air combatant.
Like a metal bell. This metal hide raised
like Kushala has really good area control and stuff. Like it's hard to say.
Researchers. The Kushala Daora
now I gotta see someone draw Kushala hitting Espinas with a black flash.
So heavy.
He's hated by half the community, so he will have a little more. Okay.
Its wings.
You forgot the tree. Atomic, please.
They themselves are also covered in heavy metal plating. And yet, the dragon is often seen flying near effortlessly, gliding through the air as if it were light, like a bird or flying wyvern. This was unexplainable.
Damn, I mean, he doesn't really have that many specific weaknesses, huh? Again, the horn, the poison, and like his arm being compromised because of it. I mean, I could put down elemental
for a while. These ideas were dismissed as mere sensationalism.
Weaknesses
but as guild hunters
are thunder
firsthand
and dragon. But that's not going to be applicable in this. I guess I'll just write it down for like taking care of notes for later. It loves to be in the air, so if force comes down, if forced to come down, it will not be in its element.
Updrafts under its wings. The dragon can force
I guess that's kind of a weakness. I suppose.
Of its own as per usual,
is more comfortable fighting in the air
the precise mechanism
than
is still not
fighting
understood. And due to the dragon's
on land.
internal
I mean, he does definitely
the
fight
only
on
real way
land.
to unravel this ability
You know,
is
he
to
definitely
simply
does.
observe it.
But like when compared to the other
when
the other two, Kushala, I'm sorry, Teostra and Chameleos, he definitely is the one who flies the most in the air.
Can range from small breezes to tornadoes to
Because again,
atmospheric
his whole thing is that he flies up and then he crashes down into you to then start like physically like fighting you.
presence of a Kushala tends to alter the weather.
He's
causing
clumsy if he
storms
can't
and
use
gales
his
in the area.
wings. Why wouldn't he be able to use his wings?
Since the winds seem to emerge from the body, it is likely that
Is it shape heat, toaster, and poison?
no such
Toaster?
organ has ever been recovered or found by hunters.
Can Rudin or Gigante solo a Shagru Magala?
By the
Yeah.
hide itself.
I would
The
say so,
handful of
yes.
armors made from Kushala Daora skin.
Wait, what do you mean
still
solo?
emit a light
Who the fuck is he gonna? Who's gonna help
aid in the
him?
wearer's movements.
I'm back. Hello,
Another key
monster.
observation
We'll
in this
find
map
out in the wilds.
was
You'll
that
see. I'm
whenever a
copying.
hunter managed to damage or break
Still on
the
Kushala. I
short
see. Well,
horns on
Kushala's the last
Kushala's
one,
head,
and we're on
its
his weaknesses,
proficiency
so
with its
that's almost
wings
it.
drastically degraded. leading
I
researchers
think we're
to
done with the
believe that their
weaknesses.
horns control the winds once they are produced. How exactly they do this is
In terms of sensory
Some
organ,
scholars
like
believe that the horns
senses,
use
he doesn't
electromagnetic waves
seem to
to
be anything
manipulate the
particular. In
paths of
fact, he
aircraft.
kind of seems.
But
Well,
as
he
years
does
speculate
seem
that
to
this
be able to
function
see
as
you
nearly
and know
impossible
that you're
test.
inside a storm,
However it may
despite
function,
not being
the
able
fact
to
of the matter
see
is
you,
that this
which is
ability
weird. We
makes
saw
the
that in like the
Kushala Daora
Dust
a
trailer,
walking disaster,
I believe, that he's
more
able to
than
like see you
worthy of
in the
title
storm,
Elder Dragon.
and then he's also able
Its
to
wings
see the
come in many
hunter
forms.
inside one of
At
his
its most
tornadoes.
basic, this ability manifests as a shroud of gales
So
surrounding
there
the
is
dragon.
that. So I don't think he has horrible senses.
This wind aura
It's weak
allows
to
the
my
Kushala to
blast
fly,
longsword.
but it also offers an
In these-
additional
okay.
degree of protection.
I
The
think we're
wind around
good.
Its body repels projectiles.
If anything else comes up, we'll talk about it. You know when I said I didn't want to be here for 8 or 9 fucking hours? I mean, we did get sidetracked, like, slightly. But I only ate for, like, 20 to 25 minutes. And we got sidetracked, and total that probably would have been, like, 30 minutes. So, I mean, it still would have taken, like, 6 to, like, 7.5 hours. Is the storm worth considering? Are you talking about, like, the storms that come with him? Like, he creates, like, he, like, updrafts and creates, like, a pseudo storm, or, like, an artificial storm, because it's, like, him that makes it, and not, like, a natural one. Well, too bad you want the job done right. You gotta do the work. It's about trying to help out. The rock. The background thunderstorm. Yes, we will count that. We will count that. We counted the mist for Chameleos. We counted the ambient local temperature heat for Teostra. We are counting the storms as a part of Kushala's thing. Kind of like Raid Owl. Low-key like Raid Owl, but not maybe necessarily like thunderstorms. Rain, sure. Because we saw in Dust trailer, like, there was just like a bunch of storms. Like, little rainstorms. And when it comes to inside a snowy environment, it'll be a snowstorm. Well, that's because all the wind that's being picked up and picking up all the stuff. So, yes, we will count the storm as a part of Kushala's thing. But it does kind of depend on, like, how pissed he is. Like, a very calm Kushala most likely isn't going to have a storm by him. Like, a very calm, chill, just kind of resting. Isn't really going to have, like, a violent storm, you know, by him. There are always thunderstorms because he's metallic. Well, not... Okay, when you say thunderstorms, when I think of thunderstorms, I'm thinking of, like, Raid Owl. There's always lightning fucking striking the ground. And in that case, I don't think it's like that. But the chance of there being lightning is probably certainly possible. Okay, so triple domain weather clash. These JJK references are getting out of hand. But, like, a very pissed off Kushala, like, a very mad Kushala, is creating, like, a giant storm out of fucking nowhere because of all the wind that's being kicked up. So... yeah. So who's the cursed spirit? Okay. Okay, well, we have all... Well, here, we have all the main bits of strength and weaknesses for the trio Elder Dragon. Or the Elder Dragon trio. Now it's time to put them in a list. I'm sorry, I know we kind of wanted to talk about Lunastra and Rustic Kushala, but this shit took way too fucking long. So, how I want this to go... Low-key... We can do this a few different ways. Well, no, not that way. We can do this two different ways. We can either make a list of 5 strong general monsters, so like Elder Dragon level monsters, or like other low tier Elder Dragons. And we make each Elder Dragon fight them and see who comes out with the most wins and the least amount, or the most wins and how many other losses. Or we put each Elder Dragon against Nergigante and see which Elder Dragon specifically does well against an Elder Dragon that is made to predate them. I think the most fair one would be kind of the first option. But maybe not. Nerg might not be the best, like, benchmark. But he is also not a horrible benchmark. Why not sub-Elder group? Joe, Basil, Espinasse, Rujang. Well, I did. That's what I said. That's what option 1 is. Guys, pay attention. I literally said that. 5 monster gauntlet? Okay, we'll do that. So, let's grab 5 monsters. The first one is fair, but you gotta make good picks. Devil Joe, Rajang, Basil, Valstrax, great. Okay, okay, monster. If all 3 of them were in the same location, would it be a toxic, smoldering thunderstorm? That shit would literally be ass from a... That shit would literally be ass. Well, it's Apex monsters could work too. Those could also work. But I think we're gonna just stick with other monsters. So, let's do... Let's do Rajang. I'm just trying to think. Let's do Rajang. Okay, wait, hold on. Who would you rather have, Rajang or Raidal as a combatant? Okay, let me put down a fucking list of the monsters instead of trying to... Let's see. Fuck. Who are good? Zhang, Basil, Nu Udra, Orochi Kirin, Valhazak. That's not actually a bad fucking list, I'm not gonna lie. Can we change Basil for Brecci? I think Brecci's, like, defense and explosions are more deadly. I'd be fine with that. I mean, we could do Basil too. How do you guys think about Viper's list? What do we feel about that? What do we feel about Viper's list? Oh, sure, I dig that. Okay. Great Out, Double Joe, Jindahad, Valhazag, Raging Brecci. Okay, you should be saying anything now. Okay, here, we'll do that then. We'll do Viper's list. So we have Rajang, Brachydios, regular Brachydios, new, not Moo, new, Udra, no, Udra, Orochi, Kirin, and Valhazak. Now, I will say certain monsters, like certain Elder Dragons, will have a better advantage than others when put up against one of these monsters, right? Okay? But it's because these monsters are so different and they're all powerful in their own right, that because they're varied and powerful monsters, this should be a good test. So let's start with Chameleos. Let's go by the order in which we made this list. So Chameleos versus all these guys. Who's he winning against? Excuse me. Who's he winning against? Who's he losing against? Better showcase the different skill sets and matchups. I mean, it's better to do that, yes, but I want you to remember, I don't have a ton of fucking time right now to go in depth with each fucking matchup for every single Elder Dragon. So Chameleos. Alright. Chameleos. Wins. Loss. Okay. So, Chameleos versus Rajang. Let's go first. I'm not gonna lie, I think Chameleos wins. That's what it does. That's what it does by default. My bad. Oh, okay, OG. Chameleos versus I'm not gonna lie. I need you guys like here with me because I'm gonna give my own I'm gonna give my own thoughts, obviously. But again, I would like to also know your guys' thoughts. So first off, Chameleos is running the gauntlet. Chameleos versus Rajang. I am more willing to give it to Chameleos purely because it's bigger and physically the strongest out of the trio. Its poison is really bad against someone like Rajang, who isn't even that big and doesn't have any particular weakness, resistance 2 poison. It can make Rajang hallucinate through the fog. Rajang has no way of clearing the fog. And we have no idea how Rajang can catch a Kirin, and Rajang is fast. But against a monster that can fly and go invisible, Rajang could have a hard time catching up with him. I think Chameleos mid to high diff. I say high diff, Chameleos. Like, Rajang, like, Chameleos doesn't have any particularly good defense, and Rajang could just smack the taste out of his mouth. The biggest thing for Chameleos to worry about is getting his horn broken. That's going to suck ass. But here's the thing. If Chameleos could get one good spray on Rajang, I need to remind you what his neurotoxins do. They debuff you. They corrode your skin. They cause muscle aches and limit your movements, making you tired quicker. It is airborne, and it can cause swelling and paralysis in your throat. Rajang, if he gets hit by it once, it's a race against time for Rajang. And there could be a case to be said that he might die even if Chameleos dies. I think Chameleos has enough bulk in order to survive, even if he gets his, like, sensory organs damaged and his invisibility, like, compromised. The poison is such a hard carry for specifically someone like who's someone small like Rajang that I believe this could be the case. It's literally the monkey and the lion meme. Well, I could see Rajang getting a hit or two, but I feel like Chameleos would win a war of attrition. Literally, I could see him winning a war of attrition. Achievement unlocked. How do I get... That's funny, Strange. That's funny. I get that. I wish each monster's poison actually had differences in gameplay. Well, in Chameleos' case, you have toxic poison. Isn't it like toxin? Like it's like deadly poison, no? Or it's like deadly toxin? I forgot what the specific name is. I just picture Rajang charging Chameleos up and making him invisible. That'd be... Oh, that's funny because of the electrical charge. That is funny. That's funny. That's funny. Okay. So, we give Rajang a win, right? We give Chameleos the win against Rajang, right? Difficult... But Chameleos has the poison and the moveset to pull one off on Rajang, right? He has the size, he has the strength, he has the poison, he has the invisibility, he has a lot going on for him for us to say that he would win. Chameleon wins? Yes. Okay. Next, Brachydios. I'm not gonna lie, I low-key think Bracky wins this. Now, Bracky, you in the chat, I don't want to hear your fucking compromised ass going, well, obviously, Bracky sows the entire fiction. I don't want to hear that. When it comes to Chameleos versus Brachydios, I'm not gonna lie. It's just the blast, the blast blight, or not even the blast blight, but the slime is so strong. And the idea of Chameleos licking, like tongue smacking Bracky in the face and getting that slime on its tongue is a crazy thought. And if he hits Chameleos with the slime, it stays on Chameleos. The slime's not going invisible if Chameleos goes invisible. That boy's going to be able to be spotted. How agile is Brachydios? He's not. He's more like a boxer, kind of like bobbing and weaving. He's somewhat agile, but he's not like Zenogre or like Fanged Wyvern agile. But as a brood wyvern, pretty decent. Not crazy, but that after 1 or 2 explosions, he'd be smart enough to stay back and outlast via poison again. Ooh, that's a good. So, do we think Chameleos would be able to last long enough against Bracky to be able to understand the dangers? The dangers of the slime. This is kind of a, if Brachydios can get enough slime on Chameleos to the point where it breaks his parts, it weakens him, and the slime just does enough damage. Is it raging or normal? I have said this a few times. It's normal. Isn't Brachydios not too weak to poison? That doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. Like, Chameleos' poison is so strong that even monsters who have poison resistance, not like the strongest resistance, but at least resistance, would get fucked up from Chameleos' poison. It's literally like the ceiling for poison in Monster Hunter. It's that crazy. I feel like he's durable enough to take a good hit and then vanish as long as his horn isn't snapped. And we decided Chameleos is very analytical, and Yellow Dragons are very intense, initially tanky. 1 or 2 is all it takes for Kimmy to catch on. That's true. He's 2-star weak to poison and Iceborne. So, he isn't particularly resistant. He's not resistant. In fact, we would just say he's average to maybe leaning more towards, not acceptable, but like, you know, being able to be poisoned. Is his poison a higher level? Well, yeah. Well, Chameleos' poison. Oh, also, hello, James. Welcome in. Chameleos' poison is literally like, it's like the strongest toxin. From what I understand. From base, Monster Hunter. Isn't Chameleos an ambush hunter? Yes and no, kind of. He specializes in ambushing, but he doesn't just purely ambush. Well, I mean, I guess you could say that Barioth is an ambush predator, but he does also very much get into frontal confrontations. Oh, question. This might be somewhat meta, but it's a genuine question. Do we think when Chameleos blast the liquid, like, spray, the giant liquid spray from its mouth of toxin, that it would wash off the slime of Brachydios? Considering water weapons also wash off the slime. Yes or no? How many punches to the head do you think it would take to break the horn? Probably either, I think 2. I think 2's a safe bet. Probably a little, but not very well. I kind of thought that would be the case. A water blast? No, it's just that the poison is like, at least 3 good ones. Really? Well, okay, I'm accounting for the initial hit itself plus the blast. That's why I said 2. If we're just counting the blast, purely just the blast, like if like he like nudged the horn onto one of the pounders, then 3. But I'm including like him taking the hit onto the horn and then the blast. Oh, hello, Marty. Are you done streaming? Oh my goodness, I've been streaming for 9 goddamn hours. Power scaling the Elder Dragon trio, Kushola, Teostra, and Chameleos. We're finally onto like the ranking part of the stream, but it's been a while and we've been just studying and taking notes of the actual monsters themselves. If it's a rage mode, it's probably still at least 2 good hits. That is true. Do we know Bracky would immediately aim for the horn? Bracky would aim for either the body or the head. Maybe not very specifically the horn, but the head is a good... I would confidently say that Bracky would aim for the head. Oh, you know what I just realized? Would it even be able to reach the head? So Brachiosaurus's like range of motion with how he punches, he's really good at punching down, but he can't really like uppercut. And when like Chameleos like kind of stands at attention, not like on his hind legs, but stands at attention, I think his head's like above Brachiosaurus, no? Brachiosaurus can uppercut? Really? I don't think I've ever seen that. Because I guess we're the hunter, so we always punches down. Yeah, I finished a little bit ago, since farming Galavinus was not it. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, Galavinus in O-Gen is not the funnest fight. I like it, but if you have to farm for him, he can get a bit tiring. He can really jump high for his size. Oh, that is true. Doesn't he uppercut in one of the turf wars? I literally don't think he uses slime at all in any of the turf wars. Now, the pounders in general and to uppercut, maybe? I don't think so, but maybe. Does Brachiosaurus aim at all? No, Brachiosaurus does aim a bit. Again, it's not like boxer level of trying to aim for your weak spots. But if given an opportunity, given an area to hit, Brachiosaurus would either hit like your chest, your side of your body, or your head. We see that he does that with Agnactor. He specifically goes after Agnactor's head when Agnactor is dropped on the ground. Has the ranking been going? I'm hoping my boy Chameleos is holding his ground. Chameleos is a powerhouse, in a sense. Chameleos is crazy. It literally took us basically 2.5 hours to actually power scale him. Which is fucking nuts. Doesn't he uppercut? Where you can uppercut. He probably aimed for the exposed chest first. I love Galavinus so much. Galavinus was so mean, I had to cut his tail off 1 million times and he refused to give me it. That's crazy. That's crazy. So, all of this to say, who do we think wins? Brachiosaurus or Chameleos? I guess it purely depends. Okay. I'm gonna have to change my answer. I'm gonna say Chameleos high diff again, because the only way I can see Bracky actually beating Chameleos if we say he gets lucky with his hits. If we say he gets lucky with the hits, he breaks the horn, he hits the head, Chameleos' head a few times, it explodes. Chameleos like licks the pounder by accident, explodes in his mouth. If like we give him like if we basically kind of just like give Brachiosaurus the benefit of the doubt, then yes. But if we're being realistic and we're trying to be fair, then Chameleos' poison might be able to work decently quick through the system of Brachydios. Somewhat quick. Because this is the best shot he has out of the trio? Damn, that's crazy. Well, no. Unironically, no. Unironically, no. But I know Bracky uppercuts in the kinship move in the start. Of course, the kinship, where he starts punching a bat, he starts lifting weights and shit. Of course, the kinship. Why didn't I think of that? Damn. Very calculated punches. If he breaks that horn, it's game over. I wouldn't say it's game over, because by now, okay, truth be told, by the time, even if Brachydios does break the horn of Chameleos, he would have got sprayed at least once or twice by the poison. Which, again, time's ticking right there. Again, if we give the benefit of the doubt to Brachydios, then I would be willing to say Brachydios. If we say that Brachydios gets like a good hit or two on the horn or the face, and then only gets sprayed, let's say, like once by the poison, I'm willing to give it to Brachydios. But if we don't say that, and he isn't able to do it, then I'd be willing to give it to Chameleos. What do we think about that? Enrage Brachydios? Well, I'm assuming the enraged thing happens later. I mean, maybe he could start the fight enraged. That'd be fine, I guess. Considering certain monsters enter their enraged modes in certain turf wars, so. Oh, hello, cool. It's good seeing you back. If you were gone. I'm not sure if you were just lurking. That's the explosive punches. Yeah, it's... I'm gonna put a poll. I can really see who wins. I can really see both winning. This is and unlike Rajang, who's like very small and not as defensible. Well, actually, you know what? No. I'm gonna put this down. However, we said it was the high diff for Chameleos for Rajang. Brachydios straight up is bigger, has better defense, and has a way to be able to counteract the slime or counteract the invisibility by literally putting the slime on putting the slime onto Chameleos and making the invisibility not work as well. If we do the same logic that we used for Rajang, Brachydios has a better chance at winning. Where we at? Yo, ready, what's going on? 50-50? Come on, everyone vote. Everyone vote. We got some people who's not voting. We need some votes. And on the ground slime, if trying to be stealthy, that's also true. I low-key think Bracky. Again, if we were willing to say it's a high diff fight, it's a hard fight with Rajang, Brachydios literally has more going for it for this specific fight than Rajang does. And if that's the case, I mean, you could still see Chameleos winning, but like Bracky He doesn't just win. It's still a high diff for Bracky. But I'd be willing to give the edge to Bracky than Chameleos. Hold up, I'll vote once I get some context. This is, can we say extreme diff? We could say Brachydios extreme diff. Again, the reason why I'm saying Brachydios is because we use Rajang. We said Rajang is a high diff fight. It's a hard fight Chameleos for Rajang. Brachydios, again, is bigger, has better armoring than Rajang, has Blast Slime that can both knock down that horn and can leave trails on the ground as landmines and can reveal Chameleos' location if the slime is on him. I think it's an extreme fight. I think it's an extreme fight. Is Bracky aware of Chameleos at the beginning of the fight? He doesn't see him, but he knows that there's a monster nearby. Let's say that. He's invisible. He can't see him, but he's aware that there's a monster nearby. How is Bracky going to land precise hits when he's hallucinating? It's not like super duper hallucination. It's more like, kind of like your vision being a bit warped and not being able to see, like, the best. But here's the thing. You don't need... Bracky, unironically, doesn't need to hit you in order for you to get, for you to get hit with the slime. Brachydios. Cutscene. We'll just look at this. Versus... Where's the fucking one with the Cantor? Or not Cantor, Egnactor. Whoa, Cantor. Hold on now, that might be above his pay grade. Egnactor. Here we go. Never mind, that's not fucking it. Yo, what the fuck? I used to be able to find this video super duper easy. Now apparently can't find it anywhere. I literally searched it up. Cinematic Monster Hunter. The fuck? Why can't I see it? There's a Tsukuyomi user. That's crazy. Apparently, the video doesn't exist. All of the internet took it off. Apparently. Some bullshit. Like literally. Why can't I find this? You know what? I'm gonna... Oh, don't piss me off. Brachydios. Cinematic? Here we go. There it is. Oh shit, Mari's here? Yeah, Mari's here. Say hi, Mari. look, he doesn't even hit him, but the slime's rubbing off because goddamn Agnactor's dumbass is actually rubbing on the slime itself. So he doesn't need to hit you. So long as you touch the pounders on his head or on his arms, you're getting hit with this. He gets hit there, and then he dodges this. Yeah, so he definitely aimed for the head there. That's why I'm saying, even if you want to say that he has to get lucky and get hit, like, he has to hit Chameleos, if Chameleos just, like, body slams on Bracky, the slime's just going to get on top of Chameleos. That was a devious headbutt. That was. I'm gonna end poll. I know most people said Chameleos. I know. And I think in some regard you're right. However, given what we said about Rajang and given what we said about his slime, I think I'm gonna give it a loss. I'm gonna give it a loss. You saw the poll spot? I know, but it would low-key be contradictory to how we said the fight would go for Rajang. Again, if we said Rajang was a hard fight, Brachydios would be an even harder fight for Chameleos. And honestly, it low-key might be a tie. This fight might drag on, like, long enough for the point where, like, for, like, the poison to actually have, like, gotten to Bracky, and he, like, actually dies. Like, later. But in the confrontation, like, right there, I might be willing to give it to Bracky, like, 55 out of 100 times. And 45 to Chameleos out of 100. Dog, you're giving Bracky a lot of leniency. I am, kind of, but again, okay, I'm basically just repeating myself at this point. But again, even if Bracky doesn't, like, directly punch Chameleos, if Chameleos just grazes the pounders, which that's the front of his body, he's going to be doing that. He's going to explode. He's going to get hit with the slime. That's not the same with Rajang. Right? And even if, like, here's the funny thing. Even if Chameleos, even if goddammit, even if Brachydios misses its hit on Chameleos and hits the ground, that's now a puddle of slime that Chameleos has to look out for. Is Chameleos weak to blast? He is! Wait, is he not? Wait, hold on. Weaknesses, good fire. Actually, did I say he's weak to blast? Yes, he is. He is weak to blast. That is his weakest status. It's blast. Fire and dragon are his weakest element. Good night, gang. Okay, bye, monster. Everyone say bye, monster. And his weakest status element is blast. Yeah, I'm giving it to him. I'm sorry. I'm giving it to him, and we're moving on. We can't be sticking with this forever. I have to stream tomorrow. And my sleeping schedule is low-key going to get fucked up right now. Alright. Next fight. New Udra. Chameleos versus New Udra. I'm just going to say it. Not a debate. Chameleos. there is nothing that Nuudra could realistically do to beat Chameleos. Like, I'm sorry for being, like, long question. I thought I heard something. Long pause. Like, he could strangle him. Like, I think Nuudra has the physical strength to actually, like, just straight up, like climb and start constricting and start gnawing on him. But that poison's no joke. The poison and the fact that, like, you would basically have to do a battle of attrition against Chameleos, which, good luck with that. Yes, he uses fire, but the fire isn't anything crazy. If I'm being honest, Nuudra's fire isn't, like, crazy. Probably the tree's not gonna help the big Nuudra on this one. Can Nuudra see him without the sentry tentacles? Without them, I mean, probably not, but with them, yeah. I mean, funny enough, Chameleos' invisibility doesn't even matter here. Because Nuudra can't even really, like, see, like, he can't see it like that. Okay, well, I shouldn't say it's like a mid-diff fight. Spot, Nuudra turns himself on fire. Exactly. He turns himself on fire, meaning Chameleos won't want to, like, engage in a physical confrontation, which means he's going to spam the poison even more. Again, like we said, Chameleos isn't an idiot. If there is a monster on fire who's trying to grab him, he doesn't want to be grabbed. He's going to literally try to stay away from Nuudra grabbing him. When did I say without? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Can Nuudra see him with the sentry tentacles? Probably. Who does poison affect? How does poison affect an octopus? That's a good question. Here's the thing. I'm sorry, but again, it's Chameleos poison. If we were talking about Rathalos poison, if we were talking about even Espadas poison, this would be a different story. Chameleos poison is a different breed. It is literally the ceiling. Can we move on? I have to wake up early with Waffle Halls and dentist appointment. Also, I have lived floors, so I'm going to throw a metal chair outside. Jin, I'm not gonna lie, or Gin, I'm sorry. I really want to hurry up. I'm not sure if you've been hearing me this whole time. I don't want to dawdle. I don't want to, like, you know, I don't want to be here forever on each one, because we still have, like, Kushal and Teostra. Oh my god. In a follow-up, it can, to my can he see him, does that mean he can sense him while invisible? Yes, he can sense him while invisible, most likely, considering he still, like, affects the area around him. I don't think Nuudra wins, I'm just curious. Yes, I believe Nuudra could still sense him. Neurotoxin can't work because of the cephalopod complex nervous system. Does neurotoxin not work on cephalopods? Hold on, let me look at that. Does neurotoxin work on cephalopods. Neurotoxins do not. Oh wait, no. Neurotoxins do work on cephalopods, but their effects depend on the specific neurotoxin and the species of cephalopod. Cephalopods, including octopuses, are known to produce their own venoms for predation. Many of these venoms contain neurotoxins such as tetrodotoxin, which contacts neurotoxin general inhabit. What about an octopus? Neurotoxin effect on the octopus. The slimy venom won't contact because of the oil coverage. I think it'll mix in with the oil, and it will stay on him, but like it won't immediately get in him, but it will stay on him, and I believe his skin will start to absorb it. The toxin is airborne. That is true. Wait a minute. Wait. Can produce a field of mist like fog. In the mist, it has neurotoxin in high doses is lethal. But in mild doses, like in the fog, it's more like a drug that causes hallucinations and disrupts sensory organs and perception. There's a chance that the mist in the air could mess with Nuudra's sense of like direction. Not in the terms of hallucination, but in terms of being able to mess with Nuudra's ability to sense with its tentacles. And again, this isn't even one toxin. This is like 5 different toxins in like almost one go. But Nuudra's brain is not like that of a vertebrate. I mean, that is true. But the fire dissipates the mist? Kind of. If it's spread in a long area. But considering how much, like, the absolute volume that chameleons can output, like, even if it were to dissipate it for like a minute, it would just easily just come back. Are they fighting in the oil basin? No, they're fighting in a white field. Because Nudra violates in the well, okay, in the basin. Of course Nudra violates in the basin. We're giving him whole turf at that point. We're not gonna do that. If anything, let's just say a cave. Let's just say a random cave. The cave that was in the 4 Ultimate, Chameleos thing. Like, cinematic. Let's say that cave. Just considering how much area coverage Nudra has with its arms, Chameleos ain't sneaking that motherfucker. That is true. I guess this really depends on how the poison affects, or the toxins affect Nudra. This kind of does really change, like, how does it affect, on cephalopods? Can we just, like, look that up again? Interfere with neuro, release. So it does work on cephalopods, but it's to like an extreme lesser degree. It's a sweep one way or the other, depending mostly on the poison effects Nudra. I mean, you can poison in a game, but obviously that's just a game standpoint. The cave area is like a crystal field desert. I never thought of how weird that area is. Yeah, it's weird. Nudra can hide in small cracks, ergo can go inside Chameleos's crack. Nudra wins, okay. Even the mouth of Nudra is covered and it doesn't have a nose. Well, it does have ports, and it does have, like, the pores of its eyes. It's not, those aren't, like, really its eyes, I understand that. But it's, like, he could still, those are still, like, areas where the poison can come into contact. Again, here's the thing, I would normally be fine with just saying the poison doesn't work for someone like Espinas. But, like, Chameleos has 5 different, like, toxins that all do different things. He's got airborne. He has globules. He has things that, like, basically give you muscle aches. He has something that closes your throat. The close of the throat one doesn't really matter for a cephalopod. I mean, this really just depends on how the poison works. Because if the poison is almost mitigated, then I would actually unironically be willing to give it to Nudra. But if the poison or the toxins do work, but just takes more toxins than any normal monster, for even someone like Chameleos, then I would actually give it still to Chameleos. Oh, hello, Reddy. Hello. Well, actually, no. Atomic. Atomic, have you been here for the whole time? Yeah, you've been here. Okay. I don't see this being shorter from a tie. I mean, it really just depends on how the fucking... Wait a minute. The only reasons why neurotoxins don't work on cephalopods in our world is because the cephalopods in our world produce toxins. Like, and they have venom. Does New Udra have venom? Is the oil toxin or poisonous in any way? And I don't mean poisonous in the terms of, like, if it gets in your eye, it'll irritate your eye. I'm not talking about that. No, it's because of its nervous system. Well, no, but then the only reason why cephalopods oh wait, no, it says are neurotoxins present in cephalopods. I didn't fucking ask that. I'm gonna start saying slurs. Not really, but can a cephalopod, like, I asked Google one thing and it gives me an answer for something I didn't ask. Can cephalopods be affected by neurotoxins? Alright, my phone is dying, so I gotta hop off, but I hope you have a good rest of your stream, and I hope Chameleon sweeps purely on whimsy and chemical warfare. Bye, everyone. Bye, Mari. Thank you for stopping by. Cephalopods, particularly colloids like octopus, squids, cuttlefish, can produce and be affected by neurotoxins. A sample containing Okay. Have a highly developed nervous system, which a large central brain, external services, controlling 2/3 of the mind. Really allows them to exhibit advanced behavior. Can be developed, can be affected by neurotoxins if exposed externally, such as though prey or external admiration. However, some species like the blue have yes, okay, so they can still be affected by it. It's just that if the certain species of cephalopod uses toxins or poisons, their body is pre-built with resistance to it. But considering Nuudra doesn't use toxin or poisons at all, its body wouldn't have a particular resistance to it. Because it specifically says that they're resistant because they are cephalopods that use it. However, they are still affected by neurotoxins. So if Nuudra doesn't use it, if Nuudra doesn't use toxins or poison in any real meaningful way, then it wouldn't have a resistance. And eventually, with the vast amount of different toxins and the copious amounts of it, and the fact of, in my opinion, if Nuudra's on fire, Chameleos is not an idiot. He doesn't want to get near that. So he'll just keep on spraying Nuudra with toxins and trying to, like basically kind of skirt around him. And we know that Chameleos will skirt around the creature it's fighting, because we see that in 4U. The immunity to venom and toxins, even in reality, is based on how potent said invertebrates' own neurotoxins are. Exactly. And Nuudra doesn't produce them, then he doesn't have a resistance. That means he is still affected by Chameleos' poison, which means we're giving it to Chameleos. God, fucking God. Although it's still like a Chameleos, don't let that octopus touch you. But that is a win. But like a mid to high diff fight. Well, nah, okay, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of these are just gonna be high diffs. I don't think there's a single mid diff here. Orochi Kirin. I feel like Orochi Kirin is way stronger than he's ever been shown, but if we are purely going off how Orochi Kirin uses the ice element when we fight him in game, I'm gonna have to give it to Chameleos, purely because we haven't seen Orochi Kirin do anything that crazy. So Orochi Kirin would use sight, so the hallucination of the fog would help it. Orochi Kirin is physically small and weak. Orochi Kirin doesn't have an element that Chameleos is weak to. Chameleos' poison, I think Chameleos. It's literally Kirin, but cold. Okay, so quick question, Viper. Is Orochi Kirin, in terms of ice potency, on par, stronger, or weaker than Velkhana? Based on the lack of info, Chameleos, I would also probably say Chameleos, actually, based on the lack of info. And even then, it's a Rajang situation. It's a small animal. It's even physically weaker than Rajang. And there's no real elemental advantage. I mean, it would still hurt Chameleos, but it's not an advantage type. You have to kill a Fatalis to unlock Orochi, by the way. That literally means nothing to me, Viper. Why is Orochi here? Well, to be fair, Orochi is a pretty strong monster. But this just might not be the matchup for it. I mean, it might have been better to say Kirin than Orochi Kirin, but I guess... no, because then we have Rajang for like a... No, actually, we're going to keep Orochi Kirin. His interactions with the other two Elder Dragons could be interesting. I might have to give it to Chameleos, though. One, two, three, four, five. So now we're on Valhazak. Could Jin beat the Elder Trio? He could beat... Theostra, maybe? I don't... Guys, you're asking me, I'm going on almost 10 hours of a stream of constantly talking. I'm sorry, my brain's not working as well right now. Let me drink some water. Okay, we're off Orochi Kirin. Is strong until I smoke him with my 287 different poisons and neurotoxins. Yeah, this is not a very good matchup against Orochi, or like this Chameleos is not a good matchup for Orochi Kirin. I'm just gonna say Chameleos. Again, there are certain matchups that favor certain monsters more than others. Like, I literally think Rajang does a better time against, like, someone like Kushala than Chameleos. But we would still have Rajang on this thing. Now, Valhazak's interesting. Because Valhazak could also litter the entire area with effluvium, assuming it's a forest. And he doesn't have poison resistance, I don't think. I mean, he's definitely not, like, he's not, like, really that much affected by normal poison. But again, this is Chameleos poison. How much... That is the question. How much effluvium are we giving Val? Because Val is heavily... Because if we put him in the forest, then he just turns into Black Veil. And that's just a different... like, question at that point. If we take... Here's the thing. If we put Chameleos in the Rotten Veil, we put him at a severe disadvantage. If we put Valhazak in a White Void, we put him at a significant disadvantage. This sucks. How about this? They fight in a grassy field. So we're using base Val, not Black Veil. Yes, that's what kind of makes this slightly annoying. How about this? We'll just say that Valhazak just has a ton of effluvium. Similar to Black Veil. In terms of, like, copious amounts. How about that? We'll just say that. It's regular Valhazak. It's not Black Veil. But we're gonna say that Valhazak just has a ton of effluvium. Who wins? In fairness, there isn't effluvium where Val lives. I mean, that's true. But there are monsters that still have effluvium on them, like the infected Gyroses, where he can take it from them. So there is that. Chameleos could just be down there. Fine, we'll just say Valhazak's layer. So, like, the very low part where there's almost, like, no effluvium. We're not talking about the middle or upper part of the Rotten Vale. We're talking about the low. Like, where the acidic blue pools, like, the blue pools of acid are. We're just gonna put Valhazak there, and we're gonna put Camelios there. Who wins? Unironically, I think the effluvium really fucks with... I think it really messes with... Camelios. Because it's literally flesh-eating bacteria. If that gets on Camelios, the pain is going to make him instantly come out of being invisible. Has terrible eyesight? No? Oh yeah, Val has shit eyesight. What's more deadly, the effluvium or Camelios' poison? And in a war of attrition, physically, Camelios overpowers Val. Like that's not even a joke. Camelios using his fucking tongue on Valhazak would be like tasting straight up sewage. It's just straight up ass. Would the poison kill off the effluvium? I don't believe so. Now, in some weird way, would the mist and poison, like, dissipate the effluvium? That's a big maybe. So, like, spread it out so it's not as concentrated? That's a maybe. That's a decent maybe. Get rid of the effluvium. I don't know about that. I'm gonna give it to Camelios. Weirdly enough, I'm gonna give it to Camelios. Mainly because of this one reason. I'm gonna give it to Camelios for this one reason. While if, let's say they both, like, Camelios shoots Valhazak with a poison breath attack. Valhazak shoots Camelios with a effluvium breath attack. The effluvium breath attack is going to give Camelios... Like, Camelios is going to be in a lot of pain because of, like, how the bacteria works. However, it's not going to do any long-lasting damage because it's not going to stay on Camelios. Meanwhile, the poison will stay in very slowly, maybe not even very slowly, but will slowly and steadily decrease. Will start to really debuff and mess with Valhazak. Poison can kill microbes too? Can poison kill microbes too? I thought it was just like extreme chemicals, not like poison. Well, okay, if I drink bleach, that is like poison to me. But you know what I mean. Camelios gonna be like when you try to speak with some powder in your mouth. Okay, that's funny. And drink Camelios of life? That's not how that works. It works like that with the Gyros because the effluvium is like completely inside their system, so taking it away kills them. But it's not like if he were to put effluvium on Camelios and then take back the effluvium, it'll drain the life out of him. That's not how it works. That's not how it works, Strange. Okay, how about this? How about we say in terms of deadliness and potency, the effluvium and Camelios' poison is the same. For argument's sake. Let's just say they're about the same, right? So they negate each other. Let's just take that out of the argument, right? They both use it on each other. it both hurt them, it both, you know, do something, right? Let's just take it out of the argument now. What else do the combatants have to fight each other with? Chameleos has smoke screens through the fog, which causes hallucinations and sensory, basically sensory fuckery. He's physically stronger. He can go invisible. And he is clever and analytical. Valhazak has a good protection using the effluvium. We saw that with the Dogron. He... doesn't have a good bite force. He doesn't have a strong tail. He doesn't fly very... No, that's it. I'm sorry. Like, even if you were to equalize the poison and the effluvium, like, Chameleos just has more. Chameleos just straight up has more to work with. Again, like, literally bigger, stronger, can go invisible, can mess with Valhazak's sensory, oh my god, senses by using the fog, and is genuinely analytical and will study you. If Valhazak does something twice, Chameleos is gonna catch on to that. Valhazak only has, like, decent defense using the effluvium. Everything else goes in Chameleos' favor. Into the bathroom, nice spot reference. Okay, Atomic, I see you. I see you, Atomic. That's funny, Atomic. A good little reference. Val just has better control over it. You could say that. Having better control over it's true. Now, again, this would be a different conversation if we were, like, in the mid-layer of the Rotten Vale, and we put Chameleos in there. That's a whole different... That is an entire different conversation. But, you know, if we don't... If we... Again, we are literally putting Valhazak in the Rotten Vale. He's already has slight home turf advantage. Are we assuming they have to stay in one zone? Well, they'll go between, like, Valhazak where he sleeps, where you first interact with him, and then the body of, like, blue acid pools. They'll go back and forth between those zones. Not the... So, still the very bottom of the Rotten Vale. But maybe they'll move between. I'm gonna say Chameleos wins. Alright, I'm back. Hello, ready. I'm gonna say Chameleos wins. Who says yes or no to that? At least Chameleos doesn't get to fly. Yeah, well, that's true. He doesn't actually really have a lot of room to fly. He doesn't have a lot of room to fly. Question is, would Val be smart enough to run to the mid-regions? No. Valhazak would not be smart enough to run to the mid-regions. I can confidently tell you that. Now, if he was like several meters away from the midsection, he could probably sense that and decide to go there instead. But he's not going to go from where he sleeps all the way to the midsection of the Rotted Vale, because he feels that he's in a type of disadvantage. Elder Dragons, most Elder Dragons don't work like that. They'll just straight up just run your fade right there and then. Against Valhazak, Charmy wins. You say Chammy. Oh, sorry, I said Charmy. That's the fucking Sonic character. We haven't factored in flying in these things much, have we? I considered with Rajang and Orochi the flying aspect. I've considered it with those two because they're smaller. So it'd be like how he flies against on one side of the area to another against us. So I've considered it for that. If we give Chameleos the win here, he has 4 wins. Chameleos then? Yes, Chameleos wins. If we give Chameleos this win, which I feel like we're all saying that, because it makes kind of sense, Chameleos has 4 wins out of 5. If anything, we could say the Brachydios one is such, like, half and half. It's so close with the Brachydios. We could even give a win to Chameleos, but we decided not to. Or I decided not to. Because if we did, then he literally just clears the gauntlet. And I feel like... Okay, well, here's the thing to say. A lot of these monsters who are on this list could just be Chameleos. But if we're not trying to downplay Chameleos, then we do think he wins basically all these. Just imagine, Chameleos snapping Val's neck like a spin-off and T-Rex. Val is almost immune to poison. What? Is Val almost immune to poison? Well, him being almost immune to toxins low-key does make sense. The thing is, it's not just like one poison. It's not just a rat poison. It's not even, again, I have to really clarify this. We're not talking about like mid-tier or even higher tier poison. We're talking about the ceiling, the highest of poison output in Monster Hunter, in base Monster Hunter. Like, would we say that Chameleos can, like, just straight up poison and take down Rathalos with poison, or Rathian? Yes, we would say that. I hope we would all say that. I hope we would all agree on that. Because that'd be crazy to say not, just because Rathalos and Rathian use poison. And they have, like, 1 star to poison. Of course, again, I'll be completely fine with saying that it would take way more amount of poison or toxins to take down Valhazak. But I'm not even saying that just purely the poison takes him down. I'm saying the poison is strong enough to like weaken him bit by bit. And since Chameleos is bigger and stronger and can literally go invisible, like, I just give it to him. Why are you killing the rats? I mean, dependent on the monster lineup too, but winning more than losing is still a good run of the gauntlet. For sure. I mean, like, listen, we don't have any weak monsters here. Rajang's strong, Bragdio's strong, Nuudra's strong, Orochi Kirin, despite being small and physically weak, very strong. And Valhazak's not a weak monster at all. 4 out of 5, we're moving on. I'm not gonna lie, we're gonna have to continue this later. In fact, we actually might continue this tomorrow. Because tomorrow I gotta stream. Because we're doing Remnant! Yippee! We all love Remnant. That's not even a joke. I hope you all love Remnant. Because I love Remnant. You know what's crazy? I also drank coffee today. Ugh. Memes real quick. Oh my god. Atomic, I'm gonna let you know right now. You're fucking annoying me. But I will do it. What the fuck is all this, Atomic? What the fuck is... What the fuck? Oh, wait. Whoops. I did not mean to do that. I forgot. I keep on forgetting. Here. How is he so ass? Okay. Not you too. Push game. But the soul objection of Bracky, of course, is the JKK reference. Okay, Art. I'm fucking delirious. Oh, what does he even do? Is this a real thumbnail of a fucking video? There's no way, right? Oh my god, you fucking did it. You made the reaction. You made the reaction thing. I have camellias. Oh shit. Fucking like. There's no way you made this. Oh no, Gnarly posted this one. Okay. What the fuck is this? Just landed in Florida. What's good? Not the Publix, not the fucking Publix, the duck and the crane. Oh no. This really is just Florida. The Forbidden Land. The shopping cart in the middle of the street. Okay, Atomic, I'm not gonna lie, you were still annoying the shit out of me. But these are funny. Why is Dashikuma flying? More importantly, question why is he? What do you mean, why is he flying, bro? The Ascendance trailer, bro. The Ascendance trailer. Dashikumas are flying. The fucking little croc. Yeah. Oh, oh, god damn it, Kush. Oh, god. Hold up, I got one too. Oh, no, ready? Oh, no. Look at you, motherfuckers. You're making me stay up until 10. I have to wake up in 12 hours. I still have to make a fucking thumbnail. I might use the same thumbnail, or maybe like a slight variation of it. I'm not sure. Kushala better actually throw things around like that in the game. I hope so. That'd be cool. Seeing a chemistry like a chicken just flying through the air. It's like, oh my god, he can fly. 10. It's 12. It's 10 for me, and I've been up since 6. So, I've been up for a while, and I've been working technically for 11 hours. I worked on a video. I worked on some video an hour before stream. Probably gonna do the same sand barrel twister move, but with random monsters in the area. That'd be funny. It's 11. I live. I've had some naps here and there. That's crazy. Ready? Did you? Or was Kieran looking at the city-sized cloud of neurotoxins about to rocket shit? Man, I'm really about to get fucking drugged. Oh my god. I mean, Soragos and Dashiguma throw small monsters so I could see Kushala do the same, but... Are you really? Yeah, I could too. You know... This is the fucking Mad Pad. This is the fucking Mad Pad food theory thing, isn't it? There's no way you made this. There's no fucking way you made this. Who put this bullet? No fucking way. There's. Oh my god, this is the type of shit I love to see. Yo, you guys remember my naughty or nice video? My fucking thing with Rajang? Or no, my thing with Kieran. It was Kieran's part, and I had like the SpongeBob meme with Kieran and Rajang over it. Tiger come. What the Yo. I thought this was like an Ascendance roster, and then I realized, yo, what Magnum Holy man. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. There's one monster here that does not fit the rest. What is Nagakuga's bitch ass doing? Bro, you are not. Bro thinks he's a part of the team. Core's looking the wrong way. No, I'm pretty sure in the original, like, Invincible, like, comic thing, the guy is, like, looking to the side. Oh, wait, actually, yeah, he is looking the wrong way. Everyone's looking forward. That's why, yeah, he's looking the wrong way, you're right. Oh my god, why the fuck are you guys posting memes? I can't stand y'all. This name will be fine addition to my collection. Me would stay. Oh, I'm gonna steal this shit. I'm immediately stealing this shit. Spottable right now? Man. Oh, I've seen this one before. It's fucking great. Oh. You got phone. You got phone. You got games on your phone. I'm so lonely. All the other monsters are scared of my roar. Oh, do you like my sword, my diamond sword? You can learn a sword for my diamond sword. Even if you could, I have a pamphlet. Oh my god, I literally don't, guys. I do not have any more water. I can't keep on laughing like. The tail mark of Oh, that's a good one, Art. Yo, I might even just fucking send that to her. It's like, yo, you Glavidus look at you like you want something. With Nuke? No, that's great actually. Yo, why he look like a salmon? This is the popular one. I like this one. Yo, what the fuck happened to my symbol? Why is it like that? Address me? Oh, no. I low-key like my Gameth address me better. Low-key, but... He sleeps like he pays for the quest fee. And it's not even like the regular emoji, the skull emoji. It's the fucking skull emoji for in Wilds, or it's in World. I'm sorry, in Monster Hunter. Oh, okay, that's it. I got. It's Hiring time. Oh, no maintenance. Guys, I can't keep on looking at this. I need water. I'm thirsty. I'm gonna close Discord now. If you guys want to still watch someone, Crystal is live. And she's bald. She's bald right now, guys. Maury's not live. Tiger's not live. Crystal's the only one live. I can't rate her. I guess just go to her if you still want to keep on watching. I might just pop in here to say hi, but... At least she doesn't have any scandalous outfits on right now. My eyes. Who was that? That was Crystal, a friend of the channel. Alright, Spot, thanks for the fun stream. Was great as always. Hell yeah. And remember, guys, tomorrow we are doing another stream. Tomorrow, really? Yes, we are playing with Tiger and we are doing a Remnant stream. Hardcore Remnant. But I'll make an announcement. I won't start until 1. I'm gonna start up making an announcement. Because I'm gonna need the extra bit of sleep today, and Tiger's not gonna be on until, like, later. She feeds me banana breadcrumbs sometimes. So I've heard she's told me. I'm literally about to throw up. I threw up in my mouth like twice right now. Zog, tomorrow is the day for me. Sounds great. You better get good sleep. You better give me some good fucking fucking Pawn Gaming. You better give me some good fucking You better get some good sleep, sir. I will. I have some more, not recording, but I need to, like, make certain PNGs for a video. I'll listen to music while I do that, and then I'm gonna go take a shower, and then I'm gonna you dusted my corpse. Okay. 99 bottles of beer on the wall. 99 bottles of beer. Smack them around. What do you get? 98. Oh, some beer on the floor. Alright, guys. I'm gonna be heading off. Crystal's live. Go check her out. Gnarly, you can go say hi to her. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Did you guys enjoy the stream? Can I at least get a confirmation on whether or not you guys like the stream or not? We got to power scale Kushala, Teostra, and Chameleos. I know we didn't get to power scale of Rusted Kushala or Lunastra. I'm sorry. I'll have to be later. No, I hate it. I was barely even here. Alright, boss man. Had a great time as usual. Prolapse vibes. Go to fucking sleep, my man. Peace. Stream was shit. Never stream again. Alright. Plenty of glaze. Good stream. Pretty good stream. Okay. Alright, that's good. Alright. I will see you guys later. Remember, I'm gonna post it on the Discord, but just for you guys to know right now, I'm not gonna start my stream tomorrow until 1. It's gonna be a later stream, but that's because Tiger's not gonna be on until fucking like 4. And I would rather give myself some more time to sleep. So yeah. Alright. Bye everyone. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Good night. See you all tomorrow if you want to stop by, which you should. Last Room did stream, pretty cool. Yeah. Okay. Bye, guys.